The story begins with raiders, individuals who hunt shadow creatures and plunder treasures. They protect people. It's a dangerous job, but they are immortalized as heroes and are targets of envy. It's a job that inspires others. This is what it means to be a raider. And a curiosity about them is that a raider's heart beats faster when they're about to be eliminated. Then, a girl is introduced, encountering a voice swearing and asking if she's asking to be a meat shield. The boy with glasses says she shouldn't misunderstand, and also mentions that he needed money quickly. Hyung thinks it's strange that they're taking him to a dungeon raid. The boy with glasses is named Jong. He works at a raider agency and acts as a broker for raiders who don't belong to a guild, like himself. So, when Hyung was hired by him, the boy knew it would be his first job in a while. The protagonist wonders if Jong wants him to be on the front lines as a shield in a dungeon full of undead, thinking that this is basically asking to be a meat shield in case of danger. Asking why this is the only job available, he says that kids with a lower rank than his don't have problems finding work. Jong explains that even though Hyung has a high rank, there are a few places that request raiders of the warrior class. He asks if he's being looked down on just because he's a warrior. The agency worker apologizes and agrees, saying that nowadays mages steal the spotlight, and warriors tend to take things slower and get injured more often, so they are not the first choice for clients. And that was the bitter truth. Comparing mages, who hunt monsters safely from the rear, warriors in the front obviously get more injuries. Not to mention that in large-scale battles, mages have a clear superiority. Hyung thinks he knows all of this, as things were very different 10 years ago, but there's no place for a warrior-class raider anymore, and he should have chosen mage back then. 11 years ago, in the 9th year of middle school, he got a good score on the aptitude test for awakened individuals. He was admitted to Millis Academy, an educational institution specializing in training raiders. His aptitude with magic at the time was 97%, and Seo, the best mage currently, only had an aptitude of 92%. Back then, it could be said his aptitude was out of this world, but in the end, he chose combat and didn't have any grand reason or anything like that. It was just that magic users had the worst reputation back then. They were used as human buff machines since they couldn't defeat a low-rank monster without combat. But now, combatants are in decline, while mages are idolized. He wonders if his life would be better now if he had chosen to be a mage 11 years ago. Normally, a raider's growth happens at 20 years old, so there's no reason to regret it now. Jong says that these opportunities don't come often, and he was about to give this chance to someone else. But he came to him first because he remembered his circumstances. The protagonist thinks that he once had a talent envied by those who had to choose fire magic, and now he's just a rank D warrior. His life took a turn for the worse. He says he will go. The two stare at each other, and he continues thinking that he knew from the beginning that he had no choice to survive there and can't be picky about the jobs he takes. Jong is surprised and excited, saying he made the right choice, explaining that he'll send the location by message and expects to see him there the next day at 8 o'clock and not to be late. He asks why Jong will come to see him there, since he'll be busy with agency work. Jong tells him not to worry about that, and just focus on the job. The agency worker says no, he has something to do there and expects to see him the next day. The next day, people are gathered. The protagonist is leaning against a tree, looking at his phone, and says that Jong mentioned he would come to see him, but he's nowhere to be found, and should have just said he wasn't coming. Thinking that Woman would be better off working with a better raid, he watches and continues thinking that he's a rank D warrior raider, while Woman is a rank A mage and he has no idea why a guy like him is working at a raider agency. He could join any guild he wanted, but he's wasting time in a place like this, and if it were him, he starts thinking unnecessary things until he comes across a man. Myung seems to recognize him, saying that they've met again. Hyung asks if he came as well, and Myung responds yes, mentioning that he's been very busy lately and that this type of work can be dangerous, but it pays well. The protagonist says he's right about that, especially but Myung interrupts, saying that when there's no other place for warrior-class raiders, kids these days don't have any love for the sword, asking what's so great about throwing fireballs from the back. Hyung thinks he's almost starving. Myung continues, saying that, anyway, they'll do their best again and drink afterward, asking what he thinks. The protagonist says that sounds good. Myung mentions that he's been low on money lately and that he paid last time. He notices his colleague is a bit embarrassed. Then, Myung says it's fine and that he'll pay this time. Hyung says he feels really bad because he's always taking advantage of him. The agency worker says for everyone to gather at the dungeon entrance. They enter in 30 minutes. The group, somewhat discouraged, walks. They watch while Myung says it's time to prepare. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes a deep breath, leans against a tree, and grabs his phone, thinking that when they enter a dungeon, raiders have to worry about two things. The first is finding unexpected luck. Luck that comes in dungeons can cloud the raider's mind and lower their guard against the dangers that come with it, leaving them unable to think logically. The dungeon tests them to see if what they hold in their hands is really luck, or, in fact, a tragedy disguised as luck. The second is, but Myung interrupts him again, asking what he's doing, if he's looking at his phone again. He says he always does that before entering a dungeon, and asks what he's looking at so much, if it's a picture of a girlfriend or something. The protagonist says it's nothing but watches the phone with a picture of his mother, thinking he'll come back safely. Then, they approach the entrance and enter, encountering zombies. A man tells them to raise their shields properly and hold the line, asking if they understand what he's saying, and stressing that they must hold their position even if it costs them their lives. A zombie tries to touch Young's shoulder, and he thinks this is a shitty job. A voice says, "For the radiant lights of Alphen, call upon Surtur, eliminate all enemies in sight." Then, several flames approach the zombies and burn them. The people watch. The protagonist looks to the side and thinks it's the Meteoro Guild, a mage guild that was called Rising Stars for a while, and that if they can do this, it seems there's nothing to worry about after all. They sit down afterward. Myung wipes his mouth and asks if the boss room is the only place left, saying that getting old isn't easy, and if he had known it would be like this, he would have played less as a kid and leveled up non-stop. The protagonist asks what's up and says that Myung is still young enough and at a higher level than him. Myung asks if he got any good drops and says that there are some good items dropping because this is an A-rank dungeon. Young says he's not sure and will check now. He looks around and notices something strange, finding several colored squares. Not understanding, he puts his hand over his face, wondering what that was, and realizes the system has crashed. Several notifications pop up saying this. He watches and thinks this has never happened before. Another notification arrives, saying the system failed to restart for unknown reasons. Still watching, he wonders if the restart failed and what it's talking about. He continues watching until something appears, telling him to follow the light. He watches, half scared and not understanding anything. The system notifies that an unknown presence is infiltrating the Aesir system, attempting repairs on the safe world but failing. He continues to not understand anything, asking if it really said to follow the light. Myung asks what he's talking about. The protagonist says it's nothing, just heard someone saying to follow the light. He comes across moving green particles and asks if this is the light they wanted him to follow. Myung says he's been acting strange since earlier, asking if he's sick. Hyung replies that he's fine and wonders if no one saw this. Watching the particles, he believes he should check it out. Myung asks where he's going, and he responds that it'll only take a second. While walking, he wonders what's going on. He stops in a place where there's no one and nothing exactly. He opens the system again but receives the same notification. The system crashed, and the status window cannot be accessed. Observing, he says that it really isn't working. He keeps trying, and the system notifies that it's a partially damaged function and will attempt to restart in safe mode. Then, he puts his hand over his head and asks what's happening. Thinking, he remembers that he's been awakened since he was 10, but the system has never crashed in these 17 years, and there's never been a time when a function was damaged and the system needed to be restarted. He concludes that the voice he heard is likely related to the system crashing, the infiltration of an unknown presence, and the system's failure. Additionally, the unknown voice telling him to follow the light reinforces the idea that the Aesir system might be going through a major change. The system is a reference to the gods of Asgard, like Odin and Thor, and it's been theorized that the name comes from Aesir. It was the last bastion of hope for humanity after it was brought to the brink of extinction. 20 years ago, referred to as the Year of Calamity, 2021, a giant tree of immeasurable height grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and suddenly, it sprouted one morning, growing beyond the skies in just 9 days. Some people called it the sign of humanity's extinction, others called it the Tree of Blessings. The true name of this tree is Yggdrasil, the world tree that appeared in mythology. On the 9th day, after the tree grew fully, the tragedy began. All over the world, an unprecedented disaster known as monsters started to appear. Half of humanity was wiped out by the monsters, and half of the remaining humans perished from hunger or disease. It was at this moment, when everyone was wallowing in despair, that a small hope for humanity was born. The first awakened. A human wielding the authority of the gods appeared. Among the awakened, there were those who hunted the monsters, the raiders. The Aesir system is the strongest weapon wielded by humanity's strongest heroes. The protagonist wonders, what if something big changes the Aesir system? It would be hard to see that as a positive vision. He comes across green lights, approaches, and finds a giant door. He says it could be the treasure gate, hidden halls that appear very rarely in high-class dungeons. They typically contain special items or rare ingredients. It's said that the items in a treasure gate are worth in the worst case, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if something of class A or higher appears there, he could get out of this shitty life right away. So he prays, saying that if there's a god there, there might be A-class or higher equipment. After opening the door, he finds torches and a large space. He says that to think there's such a space in a dungeon, what they said on TV wasn't urban legend. He comes across an extremely strong light and an item. Watching, he says that no matter how he looks at it, it must be the item. He wonders if he should see what amazing item is hidden there. He approaches, and when he's about to grab it, the system notifies that a partial recovery of the system functions was successful and that a new equipment was acquired. Asking if he would like to evaluate the acquired item, Young says that things are progressing well, thinking that the system was restored at a good time, asking if they don't say that good things come in groups. Picking up the equipment, he comes across the lost eye of Doan. He notices something strange and places his hand over his eye. Soon after, he observes the active skill and its effects. He thinks that of the items shown in auctions, the highest rank was S, and when this item appears in an auction, it will easily exceed $10 million. Items specialized in magic can essentially set their own price, and people will pay no matter how much it is. But to think this is a mythical rank item, and it's still the only one in the world, he says that with this, he won't suffer anymore, nor be trapped by guilds, and he won't be forced to act as a meat shield in dungeons. The shitty raider life is over. Since he obtained this item, he wonders if he should at least test it. He affirms that yes, asking when he'll see another mythical item again, so he should at least test it once before selling. The system notifies that the lost eye links when equipped, asking if he would like to equip it. He replies no and requests immediate cancellation. He feels relieved and says he almost wasted the mythical rank item that was so hard to obtain, and there's no reason to equip it. If sold on the black market, it would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Thinking that, even with a good item, he doesn't want to keep raiding dungeons, since he's already over 20 years old. His level can't increase anymore, and he won't be very effective, even if he uses it. The system failure is the only unexpected complication, and he can say this is an unprecedented anomaly. However, he's used to these complications. And nowadays, where dungeons have become a reality, sudden situations occurring with raiders are very common. The situations that occur can be categorized into two different types. He wonders if he should start heading back, questioning if it's luck or tragedy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Myung says that he should be back soon, since it looks like he just went to check something, asking him to wait a little. He spots him and tells him to hurry up, as they're going for the raid soon. The protagonist apologizes for the delay, and the worker says it will be difficult if he acts alone. Next time, he hopes a situation like this doesn't happen. He responds that he'll be more careful next time. The worker leaves. Myung watches, leaning against him and saying not to feel down. Young says it's not that he's fine, and that he'll pay for the drinks tonight, because he can't always be a parasite, and starts walking. Myung wonders if he's finally matured. At 27 years old, the protagonist walks, feeling relieved, thinking that for now, he's escaped. He reflects that, since it's a dungeon, nothing that happens there will be exposed to the outside world, as it's a lawless place. Spreading the word that he obtained a good item there would be asking for his end. He decides to wait until the raid is over to sell the item, as planned. Now, the most important thing is to avoid suspicion. The worker announces that now that everyone is gathered, they'll head back to, but something strange happens, causing a huge impact and throwing people away. Hyung, not understanding, asks what's going on, until a purple smoke starts to move. He watches people coughing and wonders if it's poisonous mist, thinking that if he breathes it in for too long, it'll be the end for him. He decides that he needs to retreat. A voice calls him, and it's Myung saying they need to get out fast, as this mist seems dangerous. The protagonist, with his hand on his mouth, shouts that everyone needs to get out of there. Then, he sees his colleague with severe injuries, and not knowing what to do, falls to the ground, watching. He thinks the only thing he can do is run, and starts running quickly, reflecting on the sudden explosions, the poisonous mist spreading through the dungeon, and the people who were eliminated. He concludes that this isn't the work of monsters, but definitely the actions of a hired assassin for dungeons. He wonders if the goal is the annihilation of the Meteoro Guild, and decides that heading to the dungeon entrance is not an option, as he could be eliminated if someone is guarding the entrance. He considers that it would be better to wait inside the dungeon for a rescue. He wonders why this is happening, but tries to forget about it, as it's not the time to worry about it. He laments that this is an item he just obtained, and wonders if this is how it will end, not knowing what to do. Then he notices someone approaching from behind, releasing several flames in his direction. He quickly crouches down, and the person comments that he knew he would survive. The protagonist turns around and faces Wooman. Jung, smiling, says that he didn't say he would visit him today. Hyung asks if it was him who did that, and Wooman confirms, saying that spreading the poisonous mist and attacking the Meteoro Guild was his doing. The protagonist is startled but tries to remain calm, asking why he did this. Jong responds that it was at the request of a client. He further explains that many guilds don't like the Meteoro Guild because it underestimated the other guilds, and it would be strange if anyone actually liked them. Hyung reflects that the Dungeon Assassins is the name given to those who abuse closed dungeons to assassinate people. He realizes that, given the current circumstances, the surprise attack on the Meteoro Guild was strategically planned. He wonders if he could take down Jong, but concludes that it's impossible. Jong is an A-rank mage, one of the geniuses who make up the top 2% of the country, while he himself is just rank D. He's neither particularly skilled nor weak, just average. He concludes that since he's not the target, the best he can do is stay silent. With the Aesir system offline, there's no guarantee he'll be able to escape. Although he feels it's unfair, he knows he has no other choice. He'd like to take revenge on those who fought alongside him on the front lines, especially Myung, but he knows he can't do anything. He calls out to Jeong and, while thinking about the tragedy Yggdrasil brought to the world, says that he will pretend nothing happened today. He continues thinking that the world has become intolerant of the weak, but Jeong interrupts him, asking if he knew that, before attacking him with several flames. Hyung is hit in the arm and face, getting injured. He realizes that if he had reacted just a little later, he would have been eliminated. The two stare at each other. Wooman declares that the target in today's dungeon wasn't just the Meteoro Guild and continues attacking, emitting more flames. The protagonist tries to run, but still gets injured, realizing that he needs to get out of there as quickly as possible. He doesn't understand why Jong is after him, as he's just a rank D raider. He wonders if he did something wrong to someone, or if someone wants to see him eliminated. As he cleans his wounds, he continues thinking about what's going on, without finding answers. Who is this person? And who would... He starts thinking of someone calling him useless, and saying they didn't know how a kid like him was conceived. He looks up and asks if it was his father. They stare at each other. Jung puts his hand over his mouth, looks at him again, and starts laughing, saying that he's very clever and that's why he likes him. Hyung begins to remember his father with his mother and says he's going to ask something, recalling a woman lying on a stretcher, with cloths over her body and face, and a man crying. He asks if, 5 years ago, in the winter, that person also made a request like this before. Woman says he didn't think he would notice that too, saying that he's really amazing. A tear runs down Hyung's face, mixing with his wound. Jong gets closer and says that he won't understand, as the boy's father had the wife eliminated and then the son, attacking by his head, asking if it isn't shocking, and if he doesn't agree. He says that's what happened and bids him farewell. Hyung tries to say something but can't. The system starts glitching. Woman asks if he has something too, but then is surprised as he observes an extremely strong aura. He wonders what kind of magic this is. The ground starts to crack, stones fly, and he observes, thinking that the mana is getting stronger and wondering what's going on. He concludes that something is off and that he needs to end this quickly, saying their game ends there. He then attacks with an offensive tool, which gets close to Hyung. Just as it's about to hit his eye, it transforms into particles. Jong is left bewildered. The protagonist had equipped the lost eye item, which was linked to him. He says he knows he can't sell it anymore. Another notification arrives, indicating that there is a blank letter that can be used. Wooman shouts that this is impossible, asking if his magic was dispersed. Hyung calls him, while more notifications arrive about the blank letter. He says that he will eliminate him in the most painful way possible, while the system is copying the active skill Electric Chain. Using Electric Chain, Jong asks how he can use this magic, thinking it takes years to learn. He wonders how a rank D warrior can use such a high-level spell, questioning if he thinks he can defeat him just with this. The protagonist says he doesn't know, but will find out. He then attacks, causing an explosion and an intense strike. He watches as Wooman approaches, attacking again. The protagonist realizes that the active skill Universal Derivation has been activated. Jong's skill can't hit him, returning the attack to him. Jong tries to dodge, but Hyung notices that the derivation skill has been activated. He attacks again, while Jong, frightened, realizes he can't dodge. This causes a massive explosion, with small stones flying. The protagonist watches, approaches, and notices that Jong's glasses have been broken. He comes across Wooman lying on the ground, injured, with tears streaming down his face, begging him not to eliminate him. Hyung grabs his attack tool and strikes him, asking if it's over. He comes across Jong, eliminated on the ground, also injured. Thinking, he reflects that his vitality and magic are drained from his body, and he just obtained a mythical item, and still, he's going to be eliminated in vain like this. He thinks it's no surprise that his luck showed up today. Elimination is a terrifying word he had to face many times while working as a raider, but now that he's truly facing it, it's so cold. His eyes close, and the system notifies that a new operating system has been downloaded, asking if he would like to start it, and that once the new system is operational, time will return to the period the user most desires. The protagonist wonders, regression? And questions if this will save him, realizing that a new variable has appeared for him. Thinking, he concludes that he doesn't know if it's happiness or sadness that awaits him at the end of this journey. He then says to start, believing that this is the only decision he can make now. He has no choice. The operating system, Nornir system, is initiated. Then, a strong light appears, accompanied by a blonde woman, then a redhead, the blonde again, and another woman. Finally, the blonde extends her hand to someone. The system announces that from now on, he is the adversary of the all-powerful isekai, and that he has acquired the passive skills, those watched by the gods, and divine eye. The gods who oppose the isekai are watching. Suddenly, it shows Hyung lying on a bed, waking up startled. He sits up, looks around, and sees a picture of his mother. He asks what is happening, observing his hands, where lightning appears. The system notifies that the temporal regression to the user's most desired time has been successful. Hyung is confused, wondering if he's dreaming or something like that. Remembering the past, he reflects if he truly went back in time, but discards the idea, thinking it's just a dream. An image of his mother and father comes to his mind. He believes it's a long dream, until he comes across his mother. Tears stream down his face, and he quickly runs to embrace her with all his heart. He thinks that this is a dream he never wants to wake up from. The system notifies that the date is November 15th, 2020, and that the user has successfully returned to their most desired time. Hyung is on the bed, while the system continues notifying that limitations on non-combat activities have been removed, and that his body has recovered successfully by 20%. The protagonist, with his hand on his chest, asks if he's dreaming, realizing he's in his old home. Another notification arrives, informing that a new mission, Rest is the Friend of Success, has been automatically created. He observes the secondary mission, which states that, as a being who miraculously survived the end, he needs to recover. Hyung is confused, sighs deeply, and declares that he will start from the beginning. He then explains that he wasn't eliminated while fighting Wooman, and the reason was probably the system. That's how he was able to return to the past. He reflects that his mind is already accustomed to the appearance of Yggdrasil and the monsters, and that it's not the first time he's gone through strange things. He learned that in such situations, judging and adapting quickly to the environment is more than essential. Thinking that if the system's information is correct, this day is 11 years in the past, when he was in the 3rd year of elementary school. Another notification arrives, indicating that the operating system has been successfully changed to the Nornir system. He wonders if that's the name of the system, puts his feet out of bed, and reflects that, honestly, this time-traveling thing feels like a dream. He gets up, grabs the calendar, and confirms that one thing is certain. With the calendar in hand, he observes a date when he needed to apply to the OBS Academy and be in a combat class, no matter what. He grabs a pen and crosses out the part about being in a combat class, thinking that this is a new and valuable opportunity. He declares that he won't make the same mistake twice, thinking that he will be a mage in this life. Sitting down, he puts some food in his mouth and stares at it for a while. His mother watches him, wondering if something has been worrying him lately. She remembers hugging him tightly and thinks that usually he's so quiet, but now he's been crying so much. She calls out to him, asking if something is wrong. The boy responds that it's nothing, just that he had a nightmare. His mother asks, "A nightmare?" And he responds, "Yes." He starts to remember her lying on the stretcher, stays quiet, and then says he needs to tell her something. She replies that she realized he needed to, wondering if he's afraid to apply to the academy. She thinks she's not surprised, since being a raider is a very dangerous job, and extremely competitive. She affirms that if he doesn't want to, he should give up on applying and go to a regular school. Because no matter how prestigious Mila's academy is, it's meaningless if he doesn't want to go. He says he's thinking about changing his application to the mage class. His mother responds that it's okay, but then thinks it's strange since he's been fixated on applying as a warrior from the first day. As he always considers others so much, she knows he wouldn't say something like that just because of a momentary impulse. Touching his face, she asks if he's not acting on impulse. He replies that he's not, and that he's been thinking about this for a while. His mother responds that it's okay, and that he's free to do whatever he wants, wishing that he follows what he truly wants, rather than giving in to money. Whether it's magic or anything else, she promises that she will always support him as a mother. Hyung runs his hand over his face and thinks that now is not the time to cry. thinking about Seong. If he wants to take revenge on his father, a rank A raider, he needs to get much stronger. Another notification arrives, indicating that the mission was completed, and that he received a blank card as a reward. Doing exercises, he reflects that he's achieved all of this, thinking that the situation is good for him. He wipes off the sweat and says that he still doesn't fully understand what the Nornir system is, but it's worth taking full advantage of it for now. He reflects that he has knowledge of the future because he knows about hidden pieces and ruins that he can monopolize. Additionally, he has a very good memory, capable of serving as a map in dungeons. He pulls out a chair and reflects that his problem is his skills. Except for lightning chain and universal derivation, all he has are warrior class skills. Sitting down, he thinks that it's no surprise, since he planned to be a warrior from the start. He wonders if there's nothing he can do. Observing his profile, he notices that his level has returned to what it was back then, and his attributes have reset as well. He looks at his skills and questions why only the passive skills remain the same. The notification clarifies that due to the watched by the gods skill, the previous passive skills were retained. He doesn't fully understand the phrase, watched by the gods. Another notification explains that this skill helps the user's rapid growth with the blessing of the gods, and he observes the effects, which affect all attributes. Thinking that the most important thing is the attention of the gods opposed to the Osiris, he decides to check the other skills as well. He looks at the passive and active skills, saying that he's still unsure of what the Divine Eye does, but that lightning chain is undoubtedly a good skill. He looks at his profile again and concludes that strength isn't essential for mages, but a bit of dexterity is needed to dodge, and magic is obviously indispensable. Another notification arrives, indicating that dexterity, magic, and resistance have increased. He comments that the most important thing is resistance, which doesn't increase attack power like strength or magic, but reduces fatigue speed in repetitive actions. If he increases this first, he will see a noticeable change as he levels up. He says he has already taken care of the first priority, but now it's important to choose skills to learn. He notices that he's fine with attack skills for now, as he already has lightning chain. Additionally, even if he tries hard to learn high-rank spells, he won't be able to use them yet due to a lack of mana. He believes he really needs a healing spell. He reflects that, currently, in 2020, mages are treated like garbage compared to warrior classes. However, raiders with healing abilities are exceptions. They are treated as nobility wherever they go because, even without becoming raiders, they can work in the medical field and are very well received. He thinks that if he starts with a healing skill, at least he won't be despised everywhere. But he acknowledges that the problem is that finding an awakened person with healing abilities isn't that easy, and on top of that, he will need to use the blank cards in the most efficient way possible in the future. He doesn't know how many cards the system will give him, but it's unlikely he will get an item so incredible that it will unbalance the game. He wonders if there's some option like that somewhere when his phone starts ringing. He picks up the device and notices it's Kim. She's a childhood friend. Since they lived nearby, they were always together. He remembers she's his best friend, and that they always dreamed of attending Millets. But then, he recalls her with an injured arm and tears running down her face. After remembering, he feels tears running down his own face again, and thinks that it's okay, because this time, he can change history. He looks at the phone and realizes she's exactly as he remembers. In the message, Kim says that Sung is coming to give a lecture in the city and asks if he wants to go with her. He says there she is, Sung, and the magic that represented her, sacrifice. Hyung says he doesn't need to worry about someone as important as her. He puts on his shirt and tells his mother he's going out. She asks him not to be too late. The protagonist grabs his phone and sends a message saying he's on his way. Meanwhile, a car appears, and the driver comments that Sung will give a motivational lecture at the city stage soon. After that, she will face a rank B dungeon near Seongbuk district, and following an inspection of the station's base in Wonju, they will have to head to America immediately. He asks if Sung will manage, since she seems even paler than before. She responds that she's fine, just tired. The driver insists that this is the result of maintaining an extreme routine for the past few months, and that Sung knows very well that the sacrifice spell is consuming her life force. He comments that it would be great if there was someone with a healing ability at the same level as sacrifice to help her, but she interrupts him, saying that they agreed not to talk about it. While driving, the driver reflects that if she continues like this, the Saint of Korea might collapse soon. In another place, Kim pulls Hyung and calls him to help her, saying there are already a lot of people there. Prota complains that he knows and asks her to stop dragging him. Observing the situation, he asks, suspiciously, if she called him along because she was afraid of getting lost. Kim denies it, saying he's assuming things, and asks him to stop. Even so, she continues holding his hand, remaining silent. Hyung jokes, saying it's curious how such an incredible girl in both studies and sports always causes a stir for having difficulty finding the right path. She responds that, thanks to her, he gets to watch the speech and everything else, asking if he thinks it's easy to follow her. Prota thinks she's right. Moreover, he believes that if he manages to copy the sacrifice spell from Sung, it will be a huge help in the future. And who knows, he might also profit from it, gaining a valuable connection with someone so influential in South Korea. Sitting down, they watch the speech, and Hyung thinks it was exactly what he expected from Sung. He notices the poster next to them, which says, "Save the world and the people through healing magic." Sung Yeonhwa, the master of the Yeonhwa Guild, was a renowned healer, known not only in the country but worldwide. Even before it became common to work as a raider, she had been trying to protect citizens above all else. But then, Sung grabs the microphone. She greets everyone and introduces herself while the audience cheers at her presence. Hyung reflects that, in 2 months, Sung will enter a critical state during a raid in the Itaewon dungeon, and the cause will be precisely the sacrifice healing spell. He knows there's only one way to heal her. Kim calls his attention, telling him to look, but Hyung responds that Sung might be frightened if she sees him. She tells him to shut up. Sung begins to speak. She says that the current world is in a period of unprecedented disaster caused by the appearance of Yggdrasil. Millions of lives have been lost after the monster's appearance. Although the Awakened and Raiders appeared a few years ago, improving the situation a little, only 20% of the Awakened volunteer to become Raiders. Meanwhile, the death toll grows exponentially. She continues explaining that the world is at a crossroads between life and death. Even now, countless innocents continue to die. What she wants to convey is the need for courage. She tells all the Awakened that courage can change the world. She asks them to become Raiders and help make the world a better place, promising that the Yeonhwa Guild will be there to support them in this goal. Kim, moved, says that Sung is incredible and a true heroine. Hyung thinks she's right, but also reflects that fighting on the front lines against monsters isn't easy. Before his regression, he himself only wanted to sell items and live a peaceful life. Kim insists that Sung is more than qualified to be a heroine, but Hyung responds that he doesn't think she would want that qualification. Kim reprimands him, telling him not to ruin the moment. Hyung warns that he needs to take care of something and will leave first. Kim asks what will happen to her. He jokes, asking if it wasn't she who said she didn't need help. Kim calls him the worst, asking if he bullies people at school too. Hyung laughs, saying it's just a joke, and that he already told her mom he'd be home soon. She agrees, saying they'll return together in her mom's car, but asks if what he's about to do is really that urgent. Prota responds that he changed to the mage class and that she should teach him magic later, starting with the basics. Kim agrees, but wants to know the reason for the class change. She asks why he didn't tell her earlier and calls him heartless for leaving her there like that. Hyung walks away, saying he's sure he saw them over there. He watches the driver talking on the phone and then approaches. The driver finishes the call and, apologizing, says that if he came there to give a gift to the guildmaster as a fan, now is not a good time. Prota responds that he came to meet her. The driver sighs deeply, thinking that he's just another fan crazy about these raider things. He warns Hyung to pay attention, saying that no matter how much he likes her, he can't just show up there out of nowhere. He comments that if he keeps acting like this, Seong will, but is interrupted by Prota, who explains that he came because he knows she has an incurable illness and knows how to cure her. The driver, confused and angry, grabs Hyung's shirt and asks where he heard that and how he knew she was sick. Hyung responds that he doesn't think it's wise for him to be shouting like that. People on the street begin to observe the scene. Seong lowers the car window and asks them to wait a moment, asking if Hyung can take responsibility for what he said. He confirms that he can, assuring her that he can cure her illness. Seong reflects that if he's lying, he will be caught quickly, but his confidence seems genuine. Asking the driver how much time is left until their next appointment, the driver answers that there are 2 hours left. Seong decides to let him in and head to a more private place, as there were many eyes on the street. In a quieter location, Seong invites him to sit, and Hyung thanks her. She says they'll resolve one thing at a time and asks how he discovered her illness. Prota responds that he's sorry, but he can't tell her. He adds that if she really wants to know, he can reveal it, but once he does, he won't be able to cure her anymore. The guildmaster finds him bold but decides to continue. She asks how he plans to cure her, and Hyung, being honest, responds that he plans to copy her sacrifice spell. Seong doesn't quite understand, but the driver, indignant, shouts that it makes no sense to keep listening. He asks if Hyung has any idea what kind of skill sacrifice is to speak like that. He explains that it's a unique skill of the guildmaster, something even they couldn't copy. He questions how Hyung intends to do it. Unique skills are one level above rank S skills. They can only be acquired through hereditary succession or by unique individuals. While normal skills can be learned through formulas, unique skills have no formulas, being monopolized by one person or family. Prota reflects that at least, this is common knowledge in society. He asks for calm, saying that if he weren't capable of doing it, he wouldn't have come this far. Seung intervenes, asking that they decide something after hearing Hyung. She asks if he's saying he'll cure her using his own sacrifice. Hyung confirms, thinking that to heal wounds caused by the penalty of a skill, another skill of the same rank or higher is needed. Since her illness was caused by a unique skill, there is no higher skill to cure it. The inherent principle of sacrifice is, as the name suggests, an offering to the gods. Because of this, the skill has the restriction of not being able to heal the user. This would violate the concept of sacrificing another's life force to heal oneself. Hyung says that if she's willing to continue, he will prove his words. Seung agrees. The driver protests, but a light begins to emanate around her. Prota thinks it's the perfect moment. He grabs his card, and a notification appears, saying that a new skill can be registered. It asks if he wants to register sacrifice on the blank card, and he confirms. Sacrifice is successfully registered. Hyung comments that, even so, it seems they still don't trust him. He decides to prove his ability to earn their trust. Another notification appears, informing him that the active skill sacrifice has been used. A light appears in his hand, and both of them watch in awe. Hyung closes his hand and asks what they think about starting a negotiation. He explains that since the skill was copied by consuming a blank card, the penalty is not applied. Seung asks what he wants from the guild. Reflecting that the fact that he can cure her would be enough to start negotiations, she still hesitates. It's hard for her to believe that someone so young could suggest this in front of the guild master. Prota thinks the situation is interesting and proposes that she become his sponsor. Seung asks if he's asking for help to evolve as a raider. Hyung confirms, explaining that he has big dreams, but he needs money, connections, and other resources to grow. He believes the guild could help him at this crucial moment. Seung replies that it's fine. She says that if he has the courage to propose something like this, it's because he knows he's worth the investment, and she also sees talent in him. However, Seung says she has one condition. Prota reflects that even though the situation is desperate and he might be the only hope to cure her, she has lost her composure. He wonders if it's because she is the guild master. He then asks what the condition is. Seung confirms and explains that her illness is a personal issue and has nothing to do with the guild. However, what he wants is not just her help, but the help of the entire guild. She comments that helping him without a reason would be an unequal exchange. Hyung responds that he understands, but he wants to hear the condition before deciding, thinking that the one who suffers the most from not being cured is Seung, not him. He trusts that she wouldn't make an unreasonable demand in a situation like this. Seung asks if he has a specific guild he would like to join. Hyung doesn't understand immediately, wondering if she's trying to recruit him. He asks if she's serious. The guildmaster replies that she is, asking if he thinks she's joking about such matters. She explains that she has a few reasons for asking. First, the fact that he discovered she was sick, an extremely confidential piece of information known by only a few, suggests that his investigative skills are exceptional. Prota reflects that this was only possible due to his time travel, but he can't reveal that now. Seung continues, saying that the second reason is that he managed to copy her sacrifice spell perfectly. She's never heard of anyone copying a unique skill before, and considering how many others he might be able to copy in the future, the possibilities seem endless. Hyung asks if there's a third reason. Seung confirms, explaining that the most important thing is that he doesn't show any nervousness, even in front of the guildmaster. She observes that a child who stays calm in front of her is quite interesting. She steps back, asking if that's not enough reason to recruit him. Prota reflects that after Seung goes into critical condition, her guild collapsed for unknown reasons. However, at this time, the guild is undeniably number one. He thinks that if he joins now, he will gain respect and good treatment while working. To truly grow, he knows he'll need a strong guild. He wonders if it's legal to form a contract with a student who isn't of legal age. Seung laughs and asks if he's ever heard of proprietary negotiation rights. Hyung remembers that this right allows a guild to sponsor the development of underage raider cadets. When they reach the age of majority, the guild has the priority to sign a contract. Typically, this offer is reserved for high-ranking geniuses. He reflects that before his regression, even the lowest-ranking guilds hadn't made offers to him. Seung watches Hyung and thinks that despite everything, he has a childlike side that makes him cute. She says she will send the contract to his home as soon as he provides the address and asks him to think carefully before deciding. Prota responds that he wants to cure her first, reflecting that this is a great opportunity. but he doesn't need to decide right now. He focuses on curing her before considering his next steps. Placing his hand on her head, he announces that he will begin the treatment. The driver watches, confused, remembering the intense light he saw earlier. He reflects on how many healing raiders and doctors had tried and failed to cure her illness. It was something even the best specialists couldn't solve. As Prota carries out the treatment, a notification appears, informing him that the active skill sacrifice has been activated. A wave of healing magic flows through Seong's body, and she realizes she is being healed. The driver, surprised, asks if this is really happening. He then apologizes for his earlier rudeness and promises to take care of the guildmaster in the future. Hyung says it's okay, as he wouldn't believe a child either. Another notification confirms that the illness has been cured. Prota announces that he's finished and asks Seong to move a little. She stands up, walks to the window, and feels tears running down her face, stating that the symptoms have disappeared. She thanks him and asks if he won't suffer penalties for using this ability. Hyung remembers that, since the skill was copied using a blank card, the penalty does not apply. He tells her to relax, and if anything happens, she can heal him. Seong responds that she will do so whenever necessary, handing him a card. She says that she will do her best to meet his demands and asks him to view the contract positively. Prota states that there's something he would like to ask for. The next day, a car pulls up. The driver opens the door and calls for him. Hyung gets out of the car and looks around, commenting that this place is the low-rank dungeon belonging to the Manhwa Guild. Thinking that the Milai's Academy is a place where geniuses come together to compete with each other, Hyung concludes that, to survive there, he will need to level up. After entering the location, the driver explains that he prepared healing items and simple tools necessary for dungeon raiding. Regarding the equipment, he informs Hyung that the guild will lend him some items, and for now, he can use what's provided. Prota thanks him for the help. The driver says everything will be fine, but reminds him that, even though it's an E-rank dungeon, going in alone is dangerous, and asks why he wants to go in alone. Hyung replies that he just wants to level up a little. The driver analyzes the system and hands him a stone, saying it will be safer to carry it. Prota realizes it's a teleportation stone, and the driver explains that if Hyung breaks it, he will be immediately returned to the guild's entrance, asking him to use it in case of danger. He asks that Hyung accepts it as an apology for being rude earlier, as well as a token of gratitude for curing the guildmaster. Hyung thanks him. Standing before the portal, he feels the magical power of the dungeon, and concludes that, being E-rank, there shouldn't be any problems. The driver reinforces not to forget to use the stone if something happens. Prota replies that he's fine and enters the dungeon. Suddenly, purple smoke approaches and he becomes confused. The system notifies that, due to the Nornir system, the user is being teleported to a specific area, Helheim, the land of the eliminated. Meanwhile, in another location, Seong is sitting in a chair, thinking about the boy. She wonders if he will be okay inside the dungeon, recalling when he asked for something unusual, access to a low-rank dungeon from the guild to enter alone. She reflects that, even though it's an E-rank dungeon, it's nearly impossible for a raider candidate to complete it alone. Even with extreme talent, he's still a rough diamond, and she wonders why he insisted on going alone. While pondering, someone knocks on the door. Hana, the secretary, enters, saying that she brought what was requested, Prota's profile. Seong thanks her and begins to analyze it. Hana reflects that it's rare for the guildmaster to personally observe someone, and the boy must have something special to catch her attention. Flipping through the pages, Seong notices that he was a warrior-class applicant and wonders how he was able to use magic. She reads the report again, for a long time, questioning if it's correct. Hana confirms that, unless there was a machine error, the data is reliable. After thinking for a moment, Seong stands up, grabs the phone, and instructs Appa to immediately notify her when the boy returns from the dungeon. She wants a meeting with him, as she wishes to personally verify the talent he possesses. Inside the dungeon, another notification informs that the user has been teleported to a specific area, Helheim. Prota falls to the ground, coughing, confused about what's happening. He observes the environment and notices a skull with a bow that attacks him. Hyung manages to turn in time but gets hit by an arrow. Watching the skull preparing to shoot again, he wonders if the arrow is poisoned with paralysis. Commenting that this is problematic, his active skill sacrifice is activated. Then he sees a giant hand, a man lying on the ground, and purple smoke. Frightened, he notices zombies as another arrow comes toward him. This time, he easily grabs the arrow, breaks it in half, irritated. In another location, Kim is lying in bed, cursing Prota. Angry, she thinks that, even though she knows he gets lost easily, he left her behind. She laments that she went to the lecture, and then he does something like this, clearly frustrated with his attitude. She complains about kids these days, remembering him saying he hated crowded places. She comments that the guy who said that suddenly changed his mind and went to the lecture. She remembers when they were kids, and he asked her what she was doing there, calling her to go home. She says that the guy who is usually nice by taking her places simply left her in that corner. She reflects that he still changed his application to mage and wonders what that was about. She thinks that he's always trained like a madman to become a warrior raider, and if there was a reason for this switch, it must be something very serious, because he threw away all of his training. She concludes that, besides that, there's no way to explain this decision. She thinks he is someone very cautious. Even when they go out to eat, he's so indecisive that it takes him 10 minutes to decide what he wants. But suddenly, he changed overnight. She grabs her phone and sends him a message, asking if he's going to forget that he left her that day, and calls him names. Inside the dungeon, Hyung, tired, wonders if it's because of the monsters. He takes a deep breath, thinking that he's already faced 4 encounters and questions if there's one of each: soldier skeletons and Draugr. He observes that this team is better than many he's seen out there and sarcastically asks if they want him to win this alone. Luckily, he brought his staff with him. Holding the staff, he emits a blue light while reflecting on Helheim, one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology. This world is ruled by Hel, the daughter of Loki, and is known as the land of the eliminated. Hyung thinks that dungeons were formed after 7 worlds, excluding Midgard and Asgard: the world of snow, Niflheim; the world of fire, Muspelheim; the world of giants, Jotunheim; the world of elves, Alfheim; the world of dark elves, Svartalfheim; the world of the Vanir gods, Vanaheim. He remembers that in the deepest, coldest part of Niflheim, there's Helheim, an extremely difficult place for newcomers. The fear of facing enemies that have come back to life after being eliminated is indescribable, and it's almost impossible to carry out a raid there without divine power. However, Hyung thinks that, in fact, this could be a good thing. If it's truly Helheim, it will be perfect for testing his new abilities. The sacrifice skill is initially a healing ability, a powerful area of effect skill that, when used against undead, transforms into an attack skill called Judgment of Light. Something tries to attack the protagonist, but he blocks it with his weapon. A zombie approaches, but without hesitation, he strikes it, knocking it to the ground. Still, he plans to rely on a wide area skill. He uses the skill, releasing multiple flames, and notifications start arriving, informing him that an apparition has been eliminated. More enemies approach, attempting to attack him. Thinking that he currently has no combat experience as a mage, he uses his skill and eliminates the zombies with a single blow. More notifications come in, indicating experience gains. Hyung crouches and says he can't waste an opportunity like this. He moves quickly, thinking that with all this experience, his current level is already more than enough. When he is about to strike with his weapon, the skeleton remains intact. Attacking again, his weapon breaks in half. More notifications arrive, informing him that a skeleton has been eliminated and his staff destroyed. He reflects on the fight, now that he has a moment to think, wondering how a mage is supposed to fight. More zombies appear. The protagonist says this isn't the time to relax and just farm experience points, and that breaking his weapon was foolish. But it's not as if the final outcome changes because of that. The sacrifice skill is activated, and the system notifies that it has detected the presence of undead, transforming sacrifice into an attack skill. He then uses the skill, Judgment of Light, eliminating a Draugr. Afterward, he eliminates an apparition, leveling up, and his stamina is restored. He remarks that, as he said earlier, it was going to be tough, but if he hadn't leveled up now, he would have been too weak. He reflects on Judgment of Light, wondering if it's because it's an S-rank skill, thinking that copying a skill onto a blank card means it must be, and there are some tricks to fighting as a mage. Without them, he won't fare well next time. Curious, he wonders if this place is a summoning dungeon, noting that Manhwa wouldn't have let him in without checking something like that. The system notifies him that his current location is Helheim, the land of the eliminated. He debates whether he should use the teleportation stone until red smoke appears. He questions the ominous mana, noting that something is coming. Observing, he crouches with his hand on his neck, unable to breathe. He wonders what is approaching. Breaking a piece of wood, he thinks that if he doesn't move now, he'll be eliminated. He stabs the broken wood into his own leg, groans in pain but covers his mouth to avoid making any noise, thinking he must move discreetly, until he notices something wrong. Watching closely, he wonders if it's a shadow. He grows fearful. More notifications arrive, stating that it's a boss, Shadow of the Night, and that the level difference compared to the user is at a dangerous degree, urging the user to leave the dungeon. Hyung smiles, thinking he can't fight this. He opens his inventory as the shadow gets closer. He grabs the teleportation stone and tries to use it, but the shadow attacks, causing the stone to fall to the ground. Injured, he coughs, and another system notification states that his remaining HP is at a critical level and that he should use a recovery item immediately. The shadow spots him. Injured, he doesn't know what to do. The shadow keeps approaching, standing right in front of him. He thinks he can't dodge it. Closing his eyes, he expects the worst but realizes nothing happens. Slowly opening his eyes, he's confused. He notices that the shadow's movements have stopped. A voice says, "You cannot do this." A figure emerges from within the shadow, saying that the child is an important guest, one she personally brought to this place. The girl who emerges from the shadow says, "So it's you, the child who bears the destiny of the adversary." The protagonist, unsure of who she is, asks if she's the one who caused all this. The girl says that thinking of him as the adversary, the one meant to defeat them, is odd, as she touches his face and remarks that he's just a child. She notes his normal physique and decent magic, but concludes that it's not enough to face the Aesir. She questions why Loki chose a child as the adversary. Hyung feels confused, thinking he might faint from blood loss. The girl scratches his neck with her nail, causing a wound. The protagonist wonders if this is the end, thinking it can't be. If he's eliminated now, all his plans will be for nothing. His revenge against his father and his dream of becoming a successful mage would crumble. He resolves to endure and find a way out. The girl says she likes his eyes, but notes he's too weak. She wipes the wound on his face and tells him that Ragnarok is closer than he can imagine, so he must grow stronger quickly. Choking him, she warns that if he doesn't, she'll drag him back to hell and personally eliminate him. Hyung tries to think about her, but he can't, as he's being strangled. The woman states that he's too important to them, so she'll give him a chance to become stronger, to surpass his current self and defeat the shadow of the night ahead. The shadow observes silently. The girl says that if he succeeds, she'll give him a special gift. However, as she mentioned earlier, he doesn't have much time. The system notifies that the first main mission has arrived, and the mission, Hell's Trial, has been accepted. The girl wants him to defeat this being within 2 months. Another notification follows, stating that the ruler of Helheim has granted him a chance, and that he will gain recognition by defeating the shadow of the night within the allotted time. Shadows gather around him, and the girl says that if he can show her his growth during this time, she'll eliminate him with her own hands. Calling him the child chosen by Nornir, she wishes him success in battle. Suddenly, strange lights appear, and he sees a woman extending her hand. The protagonist, now in another location, opens his eyes to find himself surrounded by trees and standing in front of the gate. He feels a pain in his stomach as another notification arrives, saying that the ruler has granted him another chance. Shocked, he realizes that the girl was Hel, the goddess of death who rules Helheim, one of the 9 realms. He wonders if he just met the goddess herself, recalling her words. He's particularly curious about the mention of the adversary, noting that even after acquiring the Nornir system, he's heard something similar before. He says everything is uncertain, questioning why he was able to regress and what the adversary Hel mentioned wants from him. Scratching at the dirt, he concludes that there's only one thing to do: become stronger. If everything she said is true, the moment he stops, she will undoubtedly eliminate him. He recognizes that defeating a shadow of the night in 2 months won't be easy, but welcomes the challenge as a worthy goal. Thinking about his basic fighting style, he realizes it's problematic, as he's unaccustomed to fighting as a mage and hasn't learned any low-rank skills. Determined to improve, he decides there's no better way than starting with the basics. Looking at his phone, he receives a message from the guildmaster, identifying herself as Park. She asks if he's free because she would like to meet him in person. He notes that he was just thinking about her. He replies to the message, saying they'll meet tomorrow and that he has positive thoughts about the contract. Smiling, he adds that there's something he'd like to discuss as well. The next day, he approaches the guildmaster's office, accompanied by the driver. He thinks the reason they called him first is likely because they reviewed his awakened data, including his 97% magic aptitude score. Even globally, finding someone with such talent would be incredibly rare. Reflecting on why he became a warrior, despite it not being his strength, he blames his indecision. Everyone he knew, even people on TV, prayed to God to become warriors and looked down on mages. So he had no reason to want to become a mage back then. Entering the room, he finds the guildmaster, who greets him, saying she had been waiting. Hyung greets her, saying it's good to see her. The guildmaster asks what he thought of the contract and whether he thinks its terms are good. He replies that the conditions are excellent, thinking that a monthly subsistence allowance, an unlimited supply of B-rank items from the guild without needing to pay for any damage, and a reward distribution scale of 8, 2 with the guild after completing a dungeon depending on his contribution are all highly favorable terms for him. He notes that this type of contract is usually only offered to raiders of at least rank A. He adds that he already told Manager Park that, before signing the contract, he wants to propose a condition. The guildmaster asks what the condition is. The protagonist says that he's speaking under the assumption that she already knows about his profile. It hasn't even been a month since he changed his application from warrior to mage, so he still doesn't know much about spells. Therefore, his condition is for Sung to teach him magic. Thinking that the first rule of surviving as a raider is to use your best cards at the best times, the driver reflects that he had the same thought when they first met, but Hyung truly is someone special. Considering that the guildmaster is one of the only S-rank raiders in the world, just the thought of asking someone like her to teach him is bold. Hyung declares that if she agrees to this condition, he'll sign the proprietary negotiation contract with the guild. The guildmaster says it's an interesting proposal, accepts the condition, and adds that she's also very curious about what he can do. The protagonist says he will be under her care from now on. Sung replies that it will be a pleasure, but insists on checking his talent first. Hyung thinks he was expecting this, and from their perspective, the guild probably wants to know just how skilled he is. The driver notices the guild's expression and thinks he's sure Hyung is ready for anything. The protagonist asks if she wants to test his abilities and what he needs to do. The guildmaster extracts some data, emitting an extremely bright light, the mana cube. Sung explains that from now on, he needs to overcome it. Hyung watches in shock, wondering if she really meant the mana cube. The guildmaster asks if he doesn't think it's fair, saying that for someone talented enough to sign a proprietary negotiation contract with MANHWA, this should be the bare minimum. The protagonist thinks that normally the mana cube is used by mages of at least rank B who want to improve their sensitivity to mana. Given that he's not yet accustomed to being a mage, this could be a tough test, considering that only 7% of raiders successfully overcome the cube. He wonders if she's trying to discourage him. Sung asks why she would do that, assuring him that even if he fails, it won't affect the proprietary negotiation contract or its conditions. She gives her word as the guildmaster. Hyung thinks there's no turning back now. Even if he fails, he must keep evolving. The guildmaster tells Appa to make the preparations. Appa asks if she thinks it will be okay, pointing out that the mana cube is something even strong mages struggle to overcome, and that she's putting a child into it. Sung asks if he thinks the person in front of him is an ordinary child and says it's worth a try. The driver stays quiet, approaches a machine, and places his fingerprint. The protagonist observes the mana cube and recalls hearing about it before his regression, but compared to what he'd heard, this is much more powerful. The guildmaster asks if they can begin, saying she expects good results and wants him to do his best. Hyung observes, takes a deep breath, then approaches and enters. They watch. Appa says he's worried, understands why there's so much interest in him, but can't ignore the fact that he's still just a child. Sung says he'll succeed. The driver asks if she has a specific reason to be so confident. The guildmaster smiles and says she has a feeling he will. Observing, she asks how long it will take him to overcome the mana cube and come out. Meanwhile, inside the cube, the protagonist wonders if this is a deep ocean filled with mana, relieved that he can breathe normally but worried about absorbing corrupted mana. He reflects that in this world, mana is similar to oxygen. Mana is essential for casting spells and using active skills, but being exposed to a highly concentrated amount of mana for too long weakens cardiopulmonary functions and, in severe cases, can lead to elimination. There's nothing good about lingering here, and symptoms may not have appeared yet. Finding the exit is the priority now, and as he remembers, there's only one way to escape the mana cube, finding the single door that connects to the outside among the whirlpools. He closes his eyes, realizing he needs to concentrate and sense the mana wavelengths. Amid the dizzyingly intertwined mana wavelengths, he identifies the path leading outside. Then he notices something strange. Still observing, he sees something glowing, approaches, and wonders if it's a crystal. Thinking that this is overwhelmingly powerful mana, it feels as though it contains an entire ocean of mana. Meanwhile, in the room, Appa remarks that she speaks as if the boy is clearly going to overcome the mana cube. She replies that he will. The driver reflects on whether asking this is too much. Recalling that despite the short time the boy surprised them, he asks how long she thinks it will take him. Sung says it took her 40 minutes to exit. She was the fastest in the country. Appa, thoughtful, says that it's either one of two things. He won't be able to leave the cube, or they'll witness a new record. The guildmaster agrees and admits she doesn't know why, but doesn't believe the boy will come out desperate. Then she observes, surprised, and asks the driver to look. Appa looks and is equally shocked, noticing the glass cracking more and more, asking if there's a crack in the mana cube. They exchange glances. The driver takes out his phone and checks the time. He realizes only 10 minutes have passed, and in just a few minutes, a crack has appeared in the mana cube. He wonders what the hell is happening inside. Inside, the protagonist notices that the mana from the crystal is much denser than its surroundings. He wonders if this is the core that keeps the mana cube intact. If so, he can leave by breaking it and doesn't need to search for an exit. He approaches the crystal, grabs it firmly, and breaks it into pieces. Everything around begins to crack. The system notifies that the passive skill, Essence of Mana Application, has been acquired. Then the glass shatters with shards falling everywhere. Appa is left speechless, thinking that normally only 7% of mages manage to exit the mana cube, and those who do take an average of 3 hours. B-rank mages take 2 hours, A-rank mages take an hour and a half, and S-rank mages take between 30 minutes and an hour. But now the boy, he thinks of Camilla from the European Union, the current record holder, a genius mage who exited in 36 minutes. But the boy just broke that record with a 26-minute difference. Walking over, he grabs Hyung's hand and says it's incredible that he stayed in the cube for only 10 minutes and broke the monocube record. Sung approaches and asks what he did to exit the cube so quickly. Hyung replies that he found a crystal and broke it. The guildmaster is shocked, realizing the crystal contains all the mana of the mana cube. A regular awakened person wouldn't even be able to find it, let alone break it. But the fact that he not only found it, but also broke it, means his mana surpasses the mana contained in the cube. Holding his hand, she steps back and declares that, staking the name of the Manhwa Guild and her own, she vows to turn him into the best mage, asking if he's ready for that. Elsewhere, his best friend remarks that he's not there yet. His mother notes that he's a bit late and isn't even answering his phone. Then a black car approaches. They watch. The car stops, and the protagonist steps out. His friend asks if that car isn't super expensive and why he's coming out of it. His mother replies that she doesn't know. Hyung notices their presence and waves. His mother, slightly nervous, asks what are the chances that he got involved in something bad. In the room, his friend says he's now claiming that being a warrior doesn't suit him and has decided to become a mage. He confirms, saying he's already prepared everything and sent in the new documentation, adding that being a warrior is too exhausting. She asks if she's hearing this from the same guy who, 3 seconds ago, was saying being a mage had no future, and wonders if he ate something rotten or is on drugs. The protagonist replies that people change their minds. She responds that she never thought she'd hear that from him. Concerned, she asks if he'll really be okay. She recalls that he wanted to be a warrior before, even though he had more talent as a mage, because he didn't want to make his mother suffer more. Being a mage doesn't make much money, even if you work hard. Compared to mages, warriors are slower, have a higher risk of injury, and employers don't want to hire them. A son as dedicated as him talking like this surprises her. He tells her to stop talking about it and asks why he's there. He then inquires about her parents, assuming they're on another business trip. She confirms and says that's why she came over, but his mother told her to sleep there. Hyung asks why she prefers his place over her own home, and wonders why she'd choose such a small space when her house is enormous. He reflects that she's actually the only daughter of a very influential family. Her parents dismantle monster corpses and sell their parts to different countries. Since different monsters appear in each country, they travel abroad frequently, leaving her home alone often. Since his mother is close to her parents, she frequently stays at his house. She explains that's how it is and asks him to teach her a bit about magic theory. Kim asks if he's just going to ask with words. The protagonist asks what she wants him to do, telling her to say it first, and then he'll decide if he'll do it. She says that now that he's asked, she's never thought about it before. Sitting on the bed, she thinks for a moment and tells him to grant her a wish, anything she asks for. He can refuse if he wants. He agrees but sets a deadline of 1 year, saying if she doesn't use it by then, he won't do it. Kim thinks it's unfair but agrees. Hyung thinks she'll forget about it within a year. He teases her, asking what kind of wish she's planning with such a serious face, and says she looks ugly when she's serious. She gets annoyed, remembering how he left her alone recently, declaring that today is the end for him. Grabbing a pillow to hit him, he protests, saying hitting is too much. She tells him to shut up and continues hitting him. His mother calls them for dinner, setting pots on the table. Meanwhile, Kim throws the pillow at him, hitting him. Prota thinks this isn't so bad. Elsewhere, birds screech as a sword strikes a snake. A boy observes as numerous beasts are eliminated. A red-haired man in armor calls out to him, saying they finished the raid smoothly, thanking God, and adding that it's been a while since they had such a peaceful raid. The boy thanks him and attacks another beast. The red-haired man says it would be great if someone like him joined their guild, asking if the idea ever crossed his mind. He replies that he doesn't plan on joining any guild. The red-haired man touches him, telling him not to be like that. The boy observes. The red-haired man says if he joined, the Scarlet Guild would provide him with the best of everything. The boy calls him annoying. The red-haired man, confused, asks if he heard correctly and tries to touch him again but fails. The boy reflects that it's inferior and filthy, this vulgar sense of greed. He wonders what can truly be expected from humans. No. He questions if humans are the only ones like this. The red-haired man notices something strange and is confused about why he's there again. Elsewhere, the guildmaster says that before starting the first lesson, she wants to test his combat sense and reflexes. In other words, a duel. Prota asks if that's not a bit much to start with. Sung replies that someone who exited the mana cube in 10 minutes shouldn't be saying that, and tells him to try attacking her. Hyung thinks she was fully prepared from the last time and likely planned this from the start. He takes a deep breath and positions himself to fight. The guildmaster observes, noting that with his left foot forward, slightly bent knees, and shoulders kept low, he has a stance typical of a warrior, allowing for quick movements and evasion. Prota clenches his fists, assesses the situation, and attacks. Without effort, she blocks his strike. Hyung, surprised, watches as Seung smiles and pushes him away. Prota reflects that he had imagined he could at least land a hit, wondering if this level of skill is what's expected from an S-rank raider, even if she's a healer. The guildmaster says she'll address him informally from now on, and asks if he mentioned wanting to be a warrior before. He confirms. Seung comments that it seems he hasn't discarded the habits from his warrior days and questions how a mage would advance like that. She asks what the biggest difference is between a warrior and a mage. Hyung responds that it must be their combat style. Mages fight from the rear while warriors fight on the front lines. The master agrees, explaining that mage classes typically weaken enemies from a distance before delivering a final blow. However, by closing the distance with his opponent as a mage, who already has low defense, he risks losing quickly. She says she's been going easy on him but thinks she needs to get a little more serious to see how a mage truly fights. This time, she will also attack, but assures him she won't aim to hurt him. Being a healer, she can heal him immediately. She observes him and says she knows he's holding back and tells him to fight properly this time, attacking him with her ability. Prota, startled, dodges quickly. Watching him, Seung declares it's his turn. Hyung activates his electric current skill and tries to strike her, but she dodges, remarking that it's an A-rank ability. Seeing its electric current, she accuses him of hiding his abilities. Using her skill, she counters, causing an explosion. The master remarks that no matter how skilled one is, if they can't hit their target, it's useless, asking if he agrees. Prota rises amid the smoke. Seung, surprised, hadn't expected him to withstand her attack, even though she had restrained her power. She asks if he thinks he can endure more. Hyung exhales deeply, sees her ability approaching, and uses his universal derivation skill. The master watches in shock, unable to believe it, questioning if he reverse-engineered and neutralized her spell in that short time. She admits he continues to surprise her and wonders how many tricks he has up his sleeve. Prota replies that he doesn't know, and strikes her with electric current. Seung, observing, thinks his speed is remarkable, and the most incredible thing is this power coming from an untrained child. Hyung continues using his abilities. The master wonders how this child is casting spells without incantations. For mages, incantations have always accompanied spellcasting as a fundamental rule. While high-level mages can silently cast spells, it reduces their power. But this child, a novice in magic, is casting spells without incanting. Prota, observing, questions if his efforts are working, realizing he doesn't have much mana left and thinking she's a monster. Seung remarks that he's full of issues. Hyung, startled, watches as the master quickly approaches, knocks him to the ground, and says he's still too young. Prota, lying on the floor, doesn't understand what just happened. Seung asks if he really thought he could win against her, holding his hand. Hyung recalls the final attack and realizes he didn't even see it, understanding the vast gap between him and an S-rank raider. The master observes him, recalling how the experience he gained as a warrior was promising, with his delay-free casting and incredible speed in magical derivation. She concludes that if it's this child, it might be possible. She says she had some ideas while watching him during the fight, and everyone thought about it at least once, but no one succeeded, a fighting style that only he can learn. She asks what he thinks and if it isn't interesting. Prota reflects on the idea of a fighting style only he can master. A voice asks him to call her teacher from now on, while he continues thinking about Seung. The voice congratulates him on being her first apprentice. Hyung, still lost in thought, hears someone calling him. Kim, beside him, asks if he's listening. Prota says he is and tells her to finish eating before speaking, reminding her he bought that as payment for her lessons. He asks if she's tired of it yet, and notes that she's heading to his room again. She replies that she isn't tired of it yet, and, getting back to teaching him, explains there are several classifications for magic, but 3 are the most important. The system notifies him that his understanding of magic has increased and that his magic efficiency has improved. Young notices that every time he does something, the system immediately gives feedback, as if it's urging him to get better. Kim comments that he's very good at this, and says she can't believe he's the same guy who only focused on being a warrior, managing to learn spells in days while others would take months. Proda, twirling a pen, reminds her that she mentioned memorizing magical formulas in 3 days herself. Annoyed, she insists he call her teacher. He agrees and calls her prof. Kim says she can't complain since she studied magic before him, but if he continues like this, he'll catch up to her in no time. Young asks why that matters since he needs to excel in magic at the same level he demonstrated in his aptitude test. Thinking he should be more worried, he recalls Hell and reflects that his life is on the line now. Kim admits she never said this before, but recalls being shocked when he said he wanted to be a warrior. Even though being a mage doesn't pay much, she asks how he could simply dismiss his aptitude test results. She reminds him that, as a mage, he knows how people perceive mages now. Proda begins remembering chains and a boy approaching, questioning whether he truly chose this on his own. Kim asks if he's practicing incantations. Hyung says he's learning from another teacher. She asks if he's casually talking about her. Proda denies it but feels confused about what he just imagined, thinking he heard something strange. He recalls Hell telling him to defeat the being in 2 months, but realizes it's not the time to lose focus. He needs to think about something more useful, such as a pill that could greatly help countless raiders worldwide, like the valuable pill that aids in overcoming any situation. Elsewhere, Appa watches people fighting. He comments to Park that his stance becomes unstable when striking with his sword and tells Kang that her incantation is too slow, warning that if her healing doesn't reach her ally in time during battle, they'll be eliminated. He approaches the master, noting that, considering they're rookies, they aren't bad, and their average rank is slightly better than last year's. However, he notices she hasn't responded and calls out to her. She apologizes, saying she was momentarily distracted. The driver asks if she was thinking about the boy. Seong admits she can't fool him. Appa remarks that if he remembers correctly, she wants to teach him. Countless raiders tried but failed. The master says he saw the boy's talent with his own eyes, adding that if someone claimed he was a veteran, she'd believe it without a doubt, as he made no unnecessary moves. She asserts that if another S-rank mage emerges in the future, it will undoubtedly be him, reflecting that she's still the only mage in the country to reach S-rank, and that, as a healer, her effectiveness in battles is somewhat limited. She wonders, what if the boy rises like a shooting star? She concludes he could completely transform the magic world. Meanwhile, in another location, a mana enhancement pill is introduced. As the name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases the mana of the awakened who consume it. Proda thinks it's an item every mage desires. He tries to do something but fails and throws it aside. With his hand on his head, he wonders how many times he's tried this, realizing he's already used 3 sets of ingredients and, if this continues, he'll run out of money. He's certain the mixture must turn white in the first stage, but there's no one he can ask. He crouches, reflecting that in November 2020, no one knows how to make a mana enhancement pill. It won't be invented for another 5 years. This means he's the only one who knows the necessary ingredients and the process to create it. He explains that before regressing, the recipe for the pill was shared globally by a world-class alchemist who said he hoped it would greatly aid raiders worldwide. Hyung concludes that if he continues like this, it won't work. Instead, he should try something more likely to succeed. Thinking of Jae-sang, he believes that with the help of the person who invented the pill, it's possible. Even if creating the elixir fails, establishing a connection with Jae-sang would still be beneficial. He recalls that Jae-sang is a senior in his first year at the Millais Academy. He looks around and resolves that his next destination is the Millais Academy. Someone knocks on the door. Opening it, he's startled to find a mess, a cauldron, and various burnt containers. He wonders what happened and whether he should call the police, but realizes nothing seems to have been stolen. Holding something, he questions what kind of thief turns the kitchen upside down but leaves the rest of the house untouched. He surveys the area with a frying pan in hand. Ever since Yggdrasil appeared along with the monsters, some people quickly adapted to the new reality. One of them was the Swift Blade, Lee Jaishin. When the first awakened disappeared without a trace, Lee emerged to fill that gap, becoming Korea's first S-rank. Proda concludes that the person he needs to meet is Lee's youngest son, Jae-sang. Elsewhere, a secretary asks where he wants to go. Hyung replies that he'd like to take a portal to Daegu. The city is currently abandoned due to a monster outbreak, a place overrun with monsters where survival is a concern from the moment one steps in. That's the kind of place Daegu has become. However, there's a reason people still go there. The secretary asks if he's a cadet from the academy. Proto responds that he's not, just a student with potential. He takes a deep breath, noting that if he walks a bit further, he'll reach the main entrance of Milei's academy, a familiar place from his youth, but one that holds many bad memories. He resolves to enter, seeing no reason to hesitate, as the area isn't safe, likely harboring undetected monsters. Once inside, he wonders where Lee might be. Though Lee is in the combat department, he wasn't particularly skilled, and it's unlikely he'd enjoy fighting or frequently use Milei's combat facilities. Proto pauses, thinking, and heads toward the classrooms to take a look. He hears noise, and, upon observing, notices a group of people gathered. Approaching, he overhears someone saying, "What if we help that stuttering guy and get screwed in the process?" He's confused about who the stutterer is. Observing, he decides a little chaos wouldn't hurt. He bumps into the boys, noting that no one seems inclined to stop him. Entering the classroom, Lee nearly falls but manages to steady himself. Lee apologizes. Proto observes, and the boy asks who he is and whether he's a friend of the stutterer. Young notices Lee shouting and looking at him, thinking he's found him. He asks if Lee is okay. Lee tries to speak but can't. A boy approaches, placing a hand on his shoulder, asking if he's the stutterer's brother, remarking they don't look alike and assuming the monsters must have eliminated the rest of Lee's family since he never mentioned them. They're having an important discussion with Lee. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the boy warns Proto that if he doesn't want trouble, he should leave. Proto brushes the hand off his shoulder. The boy watches in fear, and Lee is surprised. Young says it's better to go to the infirmary and asks if he can walk. The boy doesn't understand, grabs Young's shirt, and asks if he can't even comprehend when someone is speaking kindly. Proto observes and asks if this is already the second time. Lee looks terrified. Young says he doesn't know why people have started pestering him so much lately, and recalls Kim teaching him to have a clear image in his mind. He remembers to calculate the magical formula, construct the spell, and use it, the essence of magic. He also recalls the master saying to picture an arrow of light shooting like a spear. He attempts an attack, and a notification appears. The active skill Divine Arrow has been activated. He launches the attack, defeating his opponent with a single strike. Lee is stunned, unable to believe it, wondering if Young cast a spell without an incantation. Onlookers can't understand what happened, asking if anyone saw him chant. They find it nonsensical that it was just a divine arrow, questioning how it could break a warrior's arm, or if the boy is weaker than he seems despite constantly boasting. The bully thinks that if this continues, his reputation is at risk. Still injured, he moves to attack again, despite not knowing where Hyung came from, shouting insults. Lee warns him to be careful. The boy almost hits him, but Proto recalls the master teaching that to create a barrier, mana must be wrapped around the body, making attacks ricochet. The mana barrier skill activates, throwing his opponent's sword away and striking him back. The bully is scared. Hyung places his hand on his opponent's face, stopping him from breathing, and asks if he's done. The boy tries to insult him again. Proto activates Divine Arrow, inflicting a severe wound and throwing him far. He watches as Lee, shocked, wonders, "Who is this guy?" Hyung notices the boy starting to cry. He walks over to his fallen opponent, saying it was quite the punch and asking if his face always looks like that. Opening his inventory, he takes out a vial, commenting that he didn't buy it to be used like this but has no choice. Lee watches, utterly appalled. Proto opens the vial and splashes its contents on his opponent's face, stating he doesn't know who made this potion but it's very effective. He then tells Lee to head to the infirmary. Lee watches him with slight fear as they walk. Lee tries to say something and points out that the infirmary isn't in that direction. Hyung responds that he doesn't feel anyone nearby and thinks no one will hear them. Lee observes and realizes Hyung knew who he was, asking if his father sent him there. Proto thinks Lee misunderstood but decides there's no need to be overly cautious. He responds no, and asks how he would even know who Lee's father is. Observing, he notices the boy doesn't believe him. Lee then asks why he came to find him. Hyung says he needs a favor and wants him to make a specific pill. Lee replies that he doesn't know how to make something like that. Proto counters that he's good at it. He's an alchemist. He asks if the person who sold that potion on the black market was him. Lee covers his mouth in indignation, wondering how Hyung found out, thinking it's impossible for him to have obtained information from the black market. Hyung knows it's obvious Lee is confused because there's no way he could have found him through the black market, and he's not wrong. It's a transaction system that completely hides the user's identity. The sale of items, product value, and container all happen through the ISER system, making it highly secure. Proto reflects that if it weren't for this, he wouldn't have considered selling the eye. While it's futile to dwell on this now, he thinks it's fortunate the black market still works with the Nornir system. If he couldn't buy this potion, everything would have been much harder. Holding the vial, he asks if Lee made it. Lee denies knowing what he's talking about. Proto says he's not trying to philosophize, but that it's clear Lee doesn't know how to lie, and he completely understands the desire to keep it a secret. But there isn't much time. Next, it shows Lee examining the flasks, registering them on the black market, and questioning whether it was a mistake to list his potions there. He sighs deeply, thinking he never imagined things would turn out this way while trying to earn money. As he contemplates, he realizes he'll be in serious trouble if his father finds out and knows he must act. He pleads with Hyung not to tell anyone. Hyung places a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he's not threatening him. He hands Lee a flask and explains that he simply needs a skilled alchemist who can create what he desires. Lee reflects on what it means to be a great alchemist, questioning whether Hyung is lying or if his father is truly uninvolved. He asks who Hyung is. Proto responds that he's a prospective student at the Millais Academy and introduces himself. Holding the flask, Lee agrees to listen to what Hyung has to say. They walk into a room. Hyung compliments Lee's workspace, and Lee thanks him before sitting down. Curious, Lee asks which pill Hyung is interested in. Proto replies that it's a mana enhancement pill that permanently increases a raider's mana. Surprised, Lee asks if that's truly possible. Hyung affirms that it is, and explains it was an invention of his, permanent mana increase. He then asks Lee what ingredients are necessary to achieve such an effect. Lee mentions mandrake horn and asks about running water from Jotunheim, but dismisses it as insufficient. Proto notices Lee's demeanor shift. He's no longer stuttering and correctly identifies most of the ingredients just from their effects. Recognizing Lee's talent, Hyung knows he must win him over. Lee, deep in thought, states that for such an elixir, it would be better to consult another alchemist. Hyung insists he wants Lee to make it and promises to provide whatever is needed. While it's true other alchemists could create the pill with the recipe, none possess Jae-sung's unparalleled talent. If Hyung is to invest in something, it will be in him. He asks Lee for this favor. Lee agrees but expresses uncertainty about succeeding. Hyung assures him it's okay even if he fails. Lee hesitates, saying failure could result in losses. Proto explains that he's investing in Lee because he believes in his senior-level skills, and investing in someone isn't easy. It often comes with failures. Jae-sung reflects that even if he keeps trying, he might not succeed on his first attempt. Hyung expresses hope they'll work well together. Lee agrees and feels this is the first time someone has believed in him so strongly. The mission to establish connections is now complete. Later, Jae-sung sits on his bed, reflecting on Hyung and understanding his perspective. He wonders if anyone in his past life ever had such faith in him, recalling Hyung's words about working well together. Jae-sung considers how he's always felt like a coward without talent, unlike his brothers, and having lost his mother at a young age, he grew up alone without his father's approval. He feels he's never been good at anything. It's okay to fail, but Hyung's faith in him has touched him deeply for the first time. Tears stream down his face as he begins sobbing, overwhelmed by how profoundly this has affected him. Meanwhile, in another location, notifications appear indicating that the ruler has given Hyung a chance. The timer for defeating the Shadow of the Night shows the remaining time and difficulty. An attack attempts to hit him, but he evades effortlessly. Seong repeatedly tries to strike him, but Hyung dodges every time until a final blow lands. He activates his Divine Arrow ability. Seong blocks with her shield, but the shield cracks. She can't believe how much stronger he's become in such a short time. After both cease attacking, they stare at each other. Proto activates his electric current ability while Seong prepares her arrow ability. Just as the two are about to strike, Appa announces that time is up and that they've both given their all today. Looking around, the training room made of metal is in ruins. It's astounding, as an incredible amount of force is required to cause even a scratch. He thinks that if no one had intervened, the training room would have been completely destroyed. Seong comments that he has grown so strong so quickly. Compared to the beginning, the spells he can now cast, not to mention their power, are incredibly potent. She asks if he has been studying magic theory separately. He confirms and mentions that a friend has been teaching him. The master says that's good, but admits she was a little worried since she can't help much with theory. It seems his friend is very intelligent. Hyung agrees, recalling Kim and thinking she's indeed smart, though her odd personality is the problem. Seong asks if he said he wanted to raid a dungeon again. Proto confirms, stating that he wants to test the effectiveness of his recent training. The master remarks that with his current abilities, a rank E dungeon should be easy, and she encourages him to do his best. Hyung reflects that it would be great if it were truly a rank E dungeon. He reminds himself that decisions must be made with reason, not sentiment. He wonders if he's truly prepared, recalling that his opponent is a rank C boss. A monster a rank D raider would never be able to defeat alone. He asks himself again if he can handle it. With all preparations complete, only the battle remains. He resolves that he can do it. Lee, looking a bit exhausted, notices Hyung's arrival. Jae-sung is holding a pill in his hand. Prota greets him and notices the item. The system notifies him. It's the mana enhancement pill and displays its effects. He asks if it's safe to use now. Lee confirms. Hyung then consumes the mana enhancement pill, and the system notifies him that his magic has increased by 15 points. He marvels at the unbelievable effect, enough to make its bitterness taste sweet. He explains that alchemy is fundamental, deeper and harder than science. Even when producing the same item, the effect can vary depending on the alchemist's skills. If he had given the ingredients to a different alchemist, he might have gained 5 points at most, compared to Lee's 15. He reiterates that he had told Lee he had talent. Jae-sung says it's all thanks to Hyung believing in him and expresses his gratitude. Prota replies that he should indeed be thankful, and advises him to rest since he looks like he hasn't slept in ages. Jae-sung agrees, saying he'll sleep and to let him know if anything else is needed. Hyung walks away, thinking that now he's 100% ready. The day is approaching to finally defeat the shadow of the night. The system notifies him of the remaining time, 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the commander remarks that a very important guest seems to be coming today. Standing at the dungeon's gate, Hyung equips the trial Valkyrie set complete with a ring, necklace, and earrings. He believes these items should suffice, and he's in excellent condition. The driver waits for him to enter. Once inside, the system notifies him that he has entered a dungeon. Due to the Nornir system, he is transported to a specific area, and his current location is the Deathland of Helheim. He lands on the ground. Walking forward, he notices an intense and terrifying aura concentrated in specific areas, which he assumes to be the shadow of the night's presence. If he defeats it, he'll meet her again. Suddenly, someone calls out. A skeleton with a bow tries to shoot him, but he defends with his shield, remarking that there are so many questions he wants to ask. He observes his opponents. Moving quickly, he reflects on what he intends to demonstrate: the Battle Mage combat style. Remembering Seung explaining that the Battle Mage style is a hybrid, combining magic and physical attacks, he notes that no one has yet specialized in it. It's not as powerful as long-range mages, nor does it have the full capabilities of close combat warriors. He advances toward his enemies, attacking, while thinking about the peculiar position that doesn't specialize in anything. Recalling Seung's words again, he concludes that, for him, it's a different story. Several notifications appear, indicating eliminations. Outside the gate, Appa is scrolling through his phone when he notices something unusual. He looks around and senses someone nearby, even though he hasn't received any notification about anyone being there. A car approaches and stops. A woman steps out, commenting that he's in such a remote place. She says it was hard to find him and that it's been a while. Appa asks why she's there and about her duties with the guild. She replies that she's also working and, while handling some guild matters, she wondered if she'd see him again. She decided to come since he wasn't at the guild. Appa wonders what nonsense she's talking about, recalling that she hasn't called him once since they graduated high school. He responds that he understands and that it's good to see her after such a long time, though he thinks to himself that she wouldn't come to such a remote place just to visit him. The woman observes the surroundings and asks if he's the one managing this dungeon. He dismisses her concerns, saying it's not something she should worry about. She remarks that it's strange because dungeon management isn't usually part of his responsibilities and jokingly asks if he's been demoted. Then she brings up a rumor about the guildmaster being ill and asks if it's true. Appa firmly denies it, saying it's obviously just a rumor, and asks where she heard such nonsense. She notes that there are many eyes and ears everywhere and that, as he knows, their healer guild deals with a lot of that. Appa suspects she's implying they hired spies to infiltrate the guild because they have the money for it. He sarcastically thanks her for sharing, saying now he has even more to deal with when he gets back, and asks if that's all. He suggests she return and start working on her own tasks. The woman adds that there's one more thing. She shows a photo of Hyung and asks if he knows him. Appa looks at the photo. She explains that the boy seems to have been making several visits to the guild and meeting frequently with the guildmaster. She asks if he knows the reason behind it. Appa dismisses her question, stating that it's not something outsiders need to concern themselves with. The woman sighs, saying she expected as much. She comments that she already knows he's inflexible, but wanted to at least pretend she was doing something for her guild to justify her paycheck. She gets back into the car and drives away. Appa rubs his forehead and mutters that the first thing he needs to do is report this to the guildmaster. Meanwhile, Inside the dungeon, Hyung sits and watches as the dungeon boss, the Shadow of the Night, approaches. A multitude of lights flash simultaneously. Proto remarks that it's been a while gazing at the Shadow of the Night. He declares that this time will be different. Inside the dungeon, the Shadow of the Night approaches, attempting to attack, but Hyung dodges. He watches and starts attacking the shadow, which ends up injuring itself. Then, he watches closely and attacks again. Hyung dodges, watching intently, taking a step to the left. The shadow stares at him, and Hyung stares back, moving his foot. The shadow continues attacking, but Hyung dodges, stepping 2 paces to the right, moving his head slightly to the left, and then taking a big step to the right, dodging repeatedly. He asks if it's getting angry because things aren't going as expected, activating his active skill, electric chain, and attacking with multiple chains. He continues attacking. The chains begin to coil, emanating an extremely strong aura. The chain wraps around the shadow. Hyung believes it's not enough, so he attacks with the divine arrow skill, causing serious injuries. He watches for a while. The shadow emits a bright light, causing him to shield his face. Notifications arrive, stating that the monster has entered berserk mode, and its strength has increased by 1.5 times. Then, Hyung notices something is wrong and gets scared. The system starts malfunctioning, and a purple mist appears around him. The system then notifies that if the stigma is not removed in 10 minutes, the user will suffer a penalty. Hyung thinks about it, as he has never heard of an instant end. Another notification arrives, saying that the Universal Devour skill has been activated. The purple mist intensifies, and the system glitches again. He watches, frightened, not understanding anything, and the system repeats the same error notification. Suddenly, the ruler appears. Hyung, irritated, asks why the hell they created this crap. The system notifies that the remaining time for the penalty is 9 hours and 28 minutes. Hyung thinks he can't get rid of the mist and that the only option is to defeat this monster quickly. He moves toward it, but notices it's moving away. He wonders if it's fleeing. He tries to attack, but the shadow dodges. The system notifies that time is running out. The shadow watches. Hyung thinks it's provoking him, wondering if it knows that by prolonging the fight, it will win. He says that he will use an area skill that can't be dodged. The monster begins to release powers. Hyung doesn't understand what's happening until his resistance fails. The system notifies that he has acquired the temporary debuff, Fear. A strong wind begins. Hyung tries to attack, but the system notifies that the Fear debuff has been removed. He's thrown back but manages to hold on. The system notifies again about the remaining time for the penalty. He observes and wonders if it's not possible to use crowd control skills continuously. He thinks that if he uses the Judgment of Light again, he believes it will block it again, and he'll waste a lot of mana and become useless. He needs to find another way. He realizes that he had landed a blow to its eye earlier, so its line of sight should be narrower than before. More notifications arrive, stating that the Wind Impulse active skill has been filled in the user's body, and dexterity has increased. From a distance, he attacks the monster, causing various smoke effects. He asks if it thought he would just rush toward it like a fool. He starts laughing. The system notifies that the flash bomb has gained an extremely strong aura, moving multiple chains and hitting the shadow. Hyung watches, surprised, realizing he finally succeeded. He curses it while presenting more smoke. The system shows the remaining time again. Hyung says it's so persistent and asks if it still has the energy to keep up with him. He watches, surrounded by various particles, and activates the sacrifice skill. Undead appear on the battlefield, and the sacrifice skill changes into an attack skill. The Judgment of Light skill is activated, and the system notifies that the time is running out, starting the countdown. Hyung sighs deeply, approaches the monster, satisfied with his success, and watches the shadow. Another notification arrives, saying that the boss has been defeated, earning the title Surpassed the First Test. The ruler appears, saying she now understands, as it seems there's always a reason behind his choices, calling him to her temple and asking him to accept the invitation. Elsewhere, it's revealed that this is Hell's temple. Then, a monster appears. Hyung watches, startled, trying to hold on as the wind grows strong. He observes, keeping his skill ready. The monster watches and tries to attack. The ruler calls for Garmer, asking him to escort the guest. The monster turns and begins to move. Hyung thinks he's finally arrived, following Garmer, when a very bright light appears. Hyung can't see it. Garmer continues walking. The ruler says she thought he wouldn't pass the test, approaching and congratulating him for being destined to be the adversary, doing a great job passing the test. Hyung, curious, asks what all of this is for, asking why she gave him the Nornir system and made him go through such a test, and why she did it. Hell smiles and says it's to make him the adversary. Hyung still doesn't understand and asks why him. The ruler explains that it's because he was born with this destiny. Hyung is confused. Hel says that he is the great and powerful adversary of the Aesir, the one who will eliminate the great god Odin, and that's what Loki wants him to do. Hyung, still confused, asks if she wants him to eliminate Odin. The ruler says he doesn't need to understand, and she never expected him to. She observes him and says he must be upset, putting a finger on his mouth to silence him. She says that he probably can't understand because he is being used as a pawn by the gods, and he shouldn't forget that this isn't just their story, the story of the gods who oppose the Aesir. She touches him, pushing him. She says that the world is coming to an end, and since Odin desires to rule everything and everyone, they need his power, the great adversary of the prophecies, to stop him. Hyung, falling, asks her to wait, as he has something to ask. Hel tells him to get stronger because she will be eagerly waiting for the day they will meet again. The purple mist ball makes him disappear from there. The ruler then asks if Garmer will stand there doing nothing, as she doesn't remember calling him there. Elsewhere, surrounded by trees, Hyung falls to the ground, frustrated for not having been able to ask any questions. He observes. The system notifies that the gift from Hel has arrived, granting him the passive skill Blessing of Hel, which nullifies all afflictions applied to the user. In another place, a voice apologizes for the lack of manners and for not being able to hold back, saying that when hearing he came here, they laugh, saying that no matter how much they know him, he will always be such a proper guy, asking how it felt seeing him in front of her. The ruler says that it's still early to come to a conclusion, as the adversary has just taken his first step. The voice says it seems like she likes him. Hel observes and says she must admit the adversary's growth is better than expected, as he overcame the restriction she placed on him and made it here, clearly proving her previous judgment about him was wrong. The voice says it's great, and it eases their mind to know he's doing well. The ruler asks if she's gotten what she wanted, saying there must be more for her to fail at. The voice says they don't know what she's talking about. Hel calls them a stubborn old fool, asking if they're going to play dumb until the end, saying that they mix their cunning with deceptive preferences and remind her of their second brother. She says that the adversary's law of causality has clearly been distorted, asking if they think she didn't notice after seeing them in front of her. She says it's a shame for them, as it seems their title of the Giant of Wisdom is in the past. The voice tells her to calm down, saying they really can't deceive her. The ruler says it's not just that. The adversary's left eye is certain that Odin used it as a sacrifice to enter the Well of Wisdom. She asks if they won't say anything, or what they and Loki are planning. Mimir apologizes, saying he really wants to tell her, but it's still too early, and that's destiny. She responds that it's fine, and that she's used to waiting, but she can't sit idle. Mimir says it seems like she has an idea and asks what it might be. Hel says that the adversary is very immature according to the prophecy, with many difficult challenges ahead of him, and he needs a guide, someone to set him on the right path, even when facing insurmountable obstacles. Elsewhere, 7 days remain until the entrance to Milla's academy. Prota takes a deep breath. A girl comments that he doesn't look well and asks what he's thinking about. Hyung replies that it's nothing. She tells him to finish buying what he needs. Prota reflects that even after going through so much, all he's gained is more and more questions. However, at least he has obtained something amidst all of this. He observes the skill, Hel's Blessing, rank EX, and notes he has a few other EX-ranked skills. He examines the skill observed by the gods and God's absolute eye. He considers that these are ranks he's never heard of in the Aesir system. Extraordinary. He wonders if this really doesn't exist in the Aesir system, thinking that if the other skills are this extraordinary, God's absolute eye must also be a valuable ability. He questions what the gods opposing the Aesir want to give abilities like these, remembering the ruler saying he is destined to eliminate the great god Odin, and that's what she and Loki want him to do. A voice nearby says they'd like the item over there, a mana sword that costs a fortune. A man pays for it, and Prota is indignant that a mana sword costs 300 million won, wondering if he's buying a subpar item for that price. The girl explains that although Milaz usually provides one, the quality of their items isn't great, so it's better to bring your own. She checks her phone to see what they should buy next. Prota looks at it indignantly, questioning whether that's a list of things they plan to purchase. Another day, Hana introduces herself and says the guildmaster wants to give him a gift since his entry to Milas is closer than ever. Prota observes the bags in his hand and guesses they'd be elixirs or artifacts, thinking he should have expected something on this level from the Yonhwa guild. Hana tells him they're going to get armor. He asks her to wait, as he already has armor. He equips it, thinking that a rank B protective gear is hard to beat. He mentions stealth, thinking it's an ability-granting piece of rare gear. Hana asks if he needs an artifact that grants stealth, noting it's an item all raiders want, but finding such an artifact here would be tough. Hyung says he accidentally spoke out loud, adding that some people naturally learn the stealth skill. However, unless you're lucky enough to find it in a dungeon, obtaining one is challenging. Hana agrees, adding that the only raider with that skill in the country is her brother. Prota, curious, asks who her brother is. Hana responds that it's manager Park, asking if he didn't know. Hyung reflects on Park and is surprised. Hana calls him to look for weapons. Prota, watching her, can't believe the driver is her brother, as they don't resemble each other at all. Suddenly, his eye starts acting strange. The system notifies that it's resonating with the user. He puts his hand to his head, feeling dizzy, and observes particles. He wonders if this light is from the treasure gate. Hana calls him, but he tells her to wait and runs to another location. He observes random objects with a glowing light. Notifications appear, saying that the absolute eye skill penetrated false illusions and revealed the truth, unlocking the detection skill, which can evaluate unidentified items and nullify stealth or ghost-type abilities of opponents. Prota, confused, questions what's happening. More notifications state that the Nornir system is activating the detection ability. Elsewhere, a man is being attacked and doesn't know what to do. A white-haired boy emits intense white lights as a voice declares that the battle is over and the winner is Hoyon, commenting that he is a monster and that his opponent's training results were poor, but the difference in their talents is clear, and that's why people say he will be a future rank S raider. The boy's father says it was a good job, and he thanks him. His father warns him not to get excited since it was a battle he was obligated to win. Hoyon replies that he knows. His father says that since the duel is over, he should prepare for the next planned activity, mentioning they need to buy some things, and orders him to take a shower and come down afterward. While in the shower, the boy thinks about how much he hates this. Water falls over his body as he reflects that this tiring life doesn't matter to him. He laments that the raider he dreams of becoming isn't like this, and questions when things reach this point. Meanwhile, in another place, the item Mistiltein is described as equipable, a mistletoe branch that ended the life of Odin's son, growing alongside its user and containing an immeasurable amount of magic. Hyung is confused, wondering if this is another trick from the Nornir system. The boy passes him in a building where his father is buying various items. Hoyon asks if all of this is necessary. His father replies that everything is for him and he shouldn't think it's too much since he's a future rank S raider. Hoyon remarks that spending so much makes him worry about his mother's hospital bills for the month. His father snaps, telling him to stop worrying about it because the problem is taken care of, and all he needs to do is focus on training. Hoyon reluctantly agrees, questioning what he's doing there. As he walks, people recognize him, whispering that he's the martial arts genius, and noting how much he looks like one. The boy wonders if this is what being a raider was supposed to be, feeling like no more than a monkey in a zoo. He recalls awakening when he was a child, with his mother lovingly smiling and playfully smacking him on the head. On that day, he dreamed of being a raider. His family lived a mediocre, bleak life, and he became their ray of hope. But that hope turned out to be nothing more than a tool for his father. Now, he feels like a machine, a mere tool following his father's commands, and wonders if someone as pathetic as him can last 3 years at Milaise. An announcement suddenly declares that a dungeon break occurred near the shopping center and demons have appeared. The association has dispatched raiders who are en route, advising customers to follow instructions calmly. Hoyon is startled. A secretary urges everyone to follow the staff's directions, while an employee assures them that raiders will arrive shortly and there's no need to panic. Hoyon's father asks if he plans to go, mocking that he's a genius who will shape the future of South Korea. He warns that if Hoyon gets injured, it will be a disadvantage for the Milaise entrance event, and says there's no reason to get involved. Hoyon observes the scene, agreeing that his father is correct. The Raiders Association will handle the demons quickly. However, he wonders about the defenseless civilians in the meantime and sees this as an opportunity. He runs off while his father shouts, asking what he's doing. As he sprints, Hoyon reflects that this is his chance to prove his worth and independence as a raider. He steps into the street, determined to verify who he is now and show the version of himself he wanted his mother to see when he was a child. He halts suddenly, confronted by a beast. Looking closer, he realizes there are many. He continues to stare, his body unable to move, his pupils the only part of him responding. He can't even wiggle his fingers or toes, and he struggles to move but fails. He acknowledges the danger, questioning how he can fear mere low-rank demons after dreaming of being a raider for so long. Suddenly, Prota leaps onto the demon about to attack him, causing a massive impact and sending Hoyon flying backward. Hyung looks at him and asks if it's on. Earlier, Prota had been purchasing an item using his personal account. Hana approaches him, asking why he's in the location of the unidentified item and what that piece of rock is. Prota responds that it's nothing, thinking that if someone could see like the system does, it would be a bit strange, saying that he doesn't think he needs to compare a weapon either. Then they hear an announcement about a dungeon break near the mall involving demons. Upon hearing the word demon, he starts running, breaking the glass and jumping off the building onto them. The demons look up. Hyung uses his skills, hitting several of them and running to attack, noticing there are more than he expected, and realizing it may be difficult to handle them without anyone getting hurt. The demons approach, and he strikes, jumping around and attacking many of them, causing significant impact. As he continues, he recognizes Hoyeon, whose hood falls off from the impact. Prota considers how ironic it is to see the unfortunate genius in a place like this. The boy is curious about who he is. Hyung says it doesn't matter and that he just needs his help. Hoyeon points out something behind him, a monster leaping to attack. Prota responds that he knows and strikes it, saying they can't let the demons reach where the people are. He asks if Hoyeon plans to stand still, telling him to get himself together and wield his weapon. Hoyeon moves and agrees, noting that strangely, when he heard those words, the fear holding him back disappeared. This is what being a true raider is, and now his job is to save people. The two approach the demons. Hyung asks if Hoyeon knows how to use the taunt ability and if he has recovered, pointing out nearby beasts and goblins. He emphasizes that they can't lose a single one and need to attract as many as possible, asking if Hoyeon can do it. The boy decides he can't hesitate and must do what he can. Activating the ability, Taunt Cry, the system notifies that all demons within 50 meters are now focused on him, and their physical and magical damage will be reduced by 30%. Activating the ability again, the zombies concentrate on him. Prota observes that Taunt Cry is a much higher level ability than a regular taunt, and realizes Hoyeon's level is already high enough to use such a skill, considering that talented people are indeed different. However, even so, Hoyeon only reached rank B before his regression. Prota wonders if it was due to his weak mentality, as he just witnessed, or for some other unknown reason, which is why he was called the unfortunate genius. He thinks that it doesn't matter because a weak nature can be corrected. An has the potential to be very useful and needs to grow properly for his own goal. Calling him to finish this, Hoyeon replies affirmatively. Prota starts attacking with his electric current ability, while the boy also begins attacking with his weapon. After some time, they both observe that they've managed to defeat them all. A man appears, asking what's going on. The two stay quiet. The man observes and introduces himself as Gaeon, from the National Raiders Association Management Headquarters. He asks if the two took care of all the goblins. Hoyeon replies affirmatively. The man looks at their gray hair and eyes and recognizes Hoyeon, noting that he has heard a lot about him being a genius, but that he's still a high school student. He realizes the other boy seems to be about the same age and questions how the two managed to deal with all the demons alone, admitting he's unsure how to report this to his superiors. Hyung says that he was about to suggest something, advising Gion to report that the association handled all the demons, as no one would believe it was the two of them. Gion replies that this is against the law. Prota points out that no one is watching. Gion explains that they are linked to the government and cannot make such decisions independently, but if they don't want to attract public attention, he can handle it discreetly. Hyung says they'll be rewarded for the raid anyway, and that he's fine with Gion taking the credit for it while keeping his involvement a secret, thinking that he doesn't need money, and, as long as he's supported by the Lotus Guild, it's better not to draw attention before entering Miles. Moreover, it's beneficial to have the boy in his debt. Gion agrees to do it, asking if that's all. Hoyeon asks Prota to wait and questions what he's saying, pointing out that Prota defeated all the demons alone. The man observes, surprised. Hyung replies that he has his reasons, thinking that he doesn't want to risk being noticed by that bastard before entering Miles. Before his regression, he lacked talent as a martial arts raider, so it didn't matter, but now it's different. That person doesn't yet know he switched to the path of a mage, and if he finds out, who knows what he might try to do to stop him. For now, he needs to keep things a secret, and his revenge must be silent and discreet. He must grow stronger in a way that makes him unreachable and wait for the right moment to defeat him. Meanwhile, Hoyeon wonders what he should do, thinking that he wouldn't have been able to handle this alone and that it's not right to take credit for what Prota did. But with the money, he could better support his mother's medical expenses. He reflects that while he wants to be an upright raider, if failing to act means not being able to treat his mother in time and she dies, he doubts he could live with himself. Prota notices the serious expression on Hoyeon's face and considers whether there's another reason for his hesitation. Thinking it over, he decides to help him make up his mind. Prota tells him to consider this. What he did was meaningful, and if he had hesitated, someone might have lost their life. So he urges Hoyeon not to feel undeserving. Hoyeon agrees, realizing that hesitation was a mistake. He thinks about how losing someone important due to overthinking would make his dream meaningless. He declares that he'll repay Prota when the time comes. Gyeon observes them, impressed, thinking Prota is good at handling people and extraordinary. He agrees to move forward with the plan. Hyung says he's leaving. Hoyeon asks for his name and number at least. Prota says there's no need to be formal since they're the same age and both entering Milas, so they'll see each other often. Hoyeon is shocked to learn they're the same age. Preparations for Milas are complete, and it's the first day at the academy. People comment on Hoyeon, calling him a martial arts genius and saying he's in a league of his own. They also notice a beautiful girl, Seo, and ask about her. Prota observes and thinks she's already drawing attention, as expected from someone who will rank among the best raiders. He considers that it would be advantageous to have her on his side, but she's different, and he doesn't need to pursue this now since he already has Seung, An, and Lee. Kim, standing beside him, teases him for staring at the girl, saying it's awkward. Prota asks what she's talking about. She observes quietly. The president takes the stage, greeting the students and introducing himself. Prota recognizes him and glances at his friend beside him, remembering her feeling unwell. He encourages her to stay strong, knowing anything can happen at Milas. Kim asks why he's worried about her, assuring him that she'll do well. Prota reflects that she ranked in the top 3 of the mage class and vows not to let her fail. The president announces the start of the Milas entrance ceremony, but mentions that, as they know, there's a special event prepared. It's a game where all old and new students try to steal each other's ID cards in an enclosed space. Thus begins the novice hunt. A light shines from the floor, revealing a magic circle. Kim is startled and almost falls. Hyung warns her of the danger of falling. Seo catches her hand. Elsewhere, the manager mentions that today is the boys' entrance ceremony. Seung remarks on how quickly time has passed, saying she planned to send an early message of good luck. She decides to send one now, asking if the novice hunt still lasts 3 days. He confirms it does, and explains it takes place in an enclosed space. The guildmaster comments that it's a shame they'll only be able to talk to him in 3 days. Appa replies that he anticipated she'd forget, so he sent a message on her behalf. She asks about the reply. The driver confirms that everything is fine. In a forest, Prota asks Kim if she's okay while she screams. Observing Seo, he notes her dark hair and hazel eyes, her magical aptitude of 92, and that she's someone who will change the current perception of the magic class and become a rank S raider after Seung. He visualizes an image of Seo in his mind. Meanwhile, in the master's office, the manager says the boy replied not to worry. At Milay's academy, in the central control room, people are lined up. A boy comments that there are some talented cadets this year, and Hoyeon is so promising he's even attracting attention abroad. Among the mages, cadets Seo, Kim, and Lee all scored 90 or above on the aptitude test. The profiles of cadets who changed their class haven't been updated yet. The president tells him not to worry, saying that if someone changed their class at this point, there's no reason to be concerned about them. As this place isn't easy for indecisive people, he thinks the cadets entering the academy are talented, but even among them, there are those who stand out. Giving some simple examples, he mentions An. He explains that common talents often become stepping stones for geniuses, and they shouldn't waste opportunities on such cadets. He reflects that sometimes, a raider facing an unbeatable enemy or the brink of death gets another chance, a reawakening. Even if 100 rank C raiders are discarded in the process, they must train a rank A raider. A raider must constantly prove their courage. Those who fail this process simply aren't worthy. His ideal is to gather all the finest gems to offer. He can't delay matters further. The novice hunt takes place in a space created by magic, a semi-plane. In this space, things that are impossible in reality, like controlling time or removing spatial restrictions, are possible. Approximately 5% of cadets are defeated in this event. It's a tough challenge that highlights their limitations. Hyung thinks he can't let his guard down, especially near Seo. The president begins explaining the rules to the novices. Inside the semi-plane, only skills below rank C are allowed. Every time someone steals another's badge, they earn points. If a senior takes a novice's badge, they earn 10,000 points. If a novice takes a senior's badge, they earn 100,000 points. Since these points can be used across all Mila's facilities, he asks if it wouldn't be better to have many. Prota considers that with rank C restrictions, his rank A skill, electric current, is sealed, but the president said nothing about unique abilities. The president wishes them a good day and mentions that all skills will only have 1/10 of their power for safety, so they don't have to worry about injuries. Hyung internally curses, noting the lack of mention about unique abilities or attribute limits, thinking the president's goal is obvious, to filter out the weak and select only the talented novices. He calls Kim to leave, pointing out they'll be there for 3 days and need to find shelter. He thinks about the semi-plane, which has many resources for survival, like debuff traps, healing lakes, and the nightmare forest. The ecosystem allows people to find food and shelter. Despite these resources, finding a shelter is crucial for surviving 3 days, as it provides a base to plan strategies. Kim tells him to wait and asks if they shouldn't bring the girl along. He asks which girl. Kim points to a girl who seems to be a mage cadet and asks if it wouldn't be better to have another person with them. Proto wonders why Kim starts thinking rationally only in moments like this, considering that forming a team with CO might be a good idea. However, he notes that CO is not someone he can easily control. While recalling everything he'd heard from the news, the incident involving CO happened because she lost control due to anger, causing harm to many people. He says it's not a decision to be made lightly, and asks if they can be absolutely sure she won't betray them. He tells Kim to think carefully, pointing out that CO seems cautious around them and doesn't trust them fully. Kim asks if he's serious, then observes and says, in her opinion, CO is just like him when he was younger. She walks towards CO. He tells her to wait. Kim approaches CO and asks if she would like to join them, mentioning that she's also a mage. CO looks at her, listening. Kim continues, explaining that this event is disadvantageous to novices, especially mages, and it's easier to fight when they have more mages together. SEO replies that she feels they might have to choose later, and that she doesn't fully understand the situation. Suddenly, someone approaches, saying they never imagined they'd find 3 novices together. Shin comments that it looks like it's going to be easy to score points this year. Kwan, however, is confused, saying she only detected 2 of them and is surprised, wondering why she can't sense anything from the boy. Proto thinks to himself how obvious they are. Kim observes that the seniors are warriors and suggests fleeing. Hyung responds that they need to fight here because they won't be able to escape them. Recalling that Kwan has a unique ability allowing her to locate any target within a 300 kilometers radius, he concludes that if they don't defeat them now, there's a chance they'll call other seniors for backup. Shin calls Kwan to join him and says he's looking forward to eating fancy food with his points. She warns him to be careful, noting that the good-looking boy seems strange. Shin shrugs it off, saying it's not like they haven't participated in this event before, and approaches, telling her to watch how quickly he'll defeat him. Proto watches as Shin attempts to strike, but he dodges. Shin is shocked. Kwan mutters that she told him something was off about the boy. Hyung comments that it's been a while since someone tried to hit him with a sword. Shin brushes it off as beginner's luck, thinking there's no way a novice talented enough to dodge his blow would go unnoticed. He moves in for another strike, but Hyung dodges again. Frustrated, Shin wonders why he can't land a hit. Proto grabs Shin's sword, complimenting his skill but questioning how he'll survive with such a physique, breaking the sword into pieces with his bare hands. Seo looks on, surprised. Hyung tells Shin that if he hands over his badge now, he'll let him leave, giving him only 3 seconds to comply. Shin, scared, thinks this doesn't make sense. Proto is supposed to be just another weak novice mage. The way he's being looked at unnerves him. Proto says he gave Shin a chance, and now he'll have to endure the consequences, punching him in the face. Shin stumbles, scared, and flees. A notification announces Shin's exit from the event. An instructor remarks that the first fool has finally left. Another notification reveals that Hyung has earned 100,000 points. A teacher asks who this is, and if the announcement was accurate. Jun confirms there's nothing wrong, telling her to speak up if there's an issue. A woman responds that there's no problem. The president observes with a smile. Elsewhere, Kwan is fuming. Proto calls Kim, noting that they still need 1 more badge, and invites Seo to form a group, asking for her acceptance. Seo hesitates but agrees, wondering if Proto is really that strong. Kwan seethes, upset that her plans have failed. Hyung reflects that even though he's the strongest, he couldn't win a 3-on-1 fight alone. Kwan grips her sword, deciding to take out at least one of them before fleeing. She moves swiftly toward Kim to attack. Proto notes that her decision wasn't bad, creating chaos among them before escaping, but wonders if she's faster than he is. Kim thinks her mistake was assuming there was someone weak enough among them to be concerned about. Kwan strikes with her weapons, aiming at Kim, who blocks with her shield. Hyung realizes he can't handle everything alone and needs help. As Proto prepares to use his lightning current ability, he notices Seo wielding the sacred sword of the elves. Fixating on it, he realizes it's her unique skill, the Sword of Alfheim. Seo attacks and eliminates an opponent with 1 strike. A notification announces the elimination, awarding Kim 50,000 points for assistance. SEO also receives 50,000 points and asks if she interrupted. Kim responds that she's fine, thanks to CO. CO asks if the previous offer still stands. Prota thinks he still needs to observe her. She's distrustful, but intriguing. A notification announces their group is now complete with all 3 members. In the nightmare forest, they spot footprints. 2 boys nearby note others have already passed through and must be inside the forest. One of them mentions that a novice defeated 2 experienced individuals, deciding to monitor the area. They agree the novices won't stay in the forest for 3 days and wonder when they'll show their faces. Meanwhile, Kim sneaks by and eliminates one of them. A notification signals the elimination, putting the others on alert. They locate her and start chasing. As Kim runs, she calculates there are 5 pursuers in total. Smirking, she thinks it's great they've taken the bait, taunting them about being too slow. An irritated boy chases her, demanding to know if she's mocking them. Kim continues to run, finding it easy. Earlier, Prota had explained that while the forest is the safest spot, they couldn't stay there long due to a lack of food and the need to gain more points. He outlined a plan to use the location to hunt the students. While Kim runs, she spots mushrooms. A notification informs her that a life bonus granting creature is nearby. She recalls that, per the plan, they need to lure students to the target to gain points and life bonuses. Activating her wind boost ability, she leaves the rest to Prota, hoping he won't fail. Entering a colony of paralyzing mushrooms, Prota recalls Lee discussing how to handle them in his lab, suggesting tree sap is the only solution, abundant in the nightmare forest. Prota thanks him for the advice, finding it sufficient. The boys chasing Kim hesitate upon noticing her entering the mushroom colony. They consider the danger and debate retreating. A notification warns about creatures with abnormal statuses ahead. Some are apprehensive about making a mistake and being eliminated. Jin angrily silences them, reminding them a novice eliminated his partner and threatening to deal with them if they continue complaining. One boy argues that even if they're stronger, being paralyzed by the mushrooms won't help. Realizing the mushroom zone spans about 50 meters, Jin notes that Kim is equally likely to get paralyzed. Jin devises a plan, ordering one person to stay behind as backup in case they're paralyzed while the rest follow him. Jin suspects Kim is smart and trying to lure them into a trap, planning to attack them all at once. However, he believes they won't be so easily deceived. As they rush toward Kim, they taunt her, asking where she plans to run now. Kim confidently claims she's cornered them and questions why they won't just surrender. As they close in, Kim thinks the time has come. She grabs her weapon and detonates the mushrooms. A notification indicates that anyone within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed. Kim recalls earlier discussions about identifying the key points. She asks if they see the tree. Prota acknowledges that she already understands the nature of the test. It's not just about survival, but also intelligence. SEO agrees, noting that the rank C skill limit forces them to rely on knowledge. Prota responds that this gives martial artists an advantage due to their incredible mental abilities compared to mages. Kim agrees, adding that unless someone has a unique skill, the most useful offensive abilities have been sealed, leaving only enhancement magic, and asks what they should do. Hyung says they need to create a plan based on the skills they currently have. He mentions swap and asks if they've heard of it. Kim responds that she learned it from the same teacher. Seo explains that swap is a magic that exchanges the positions of selected allies, asking if he plans to use it. He replies that he's finished preparing the tree sap, and with it, they can do something very interesting. In the forest, Prota tells them to get ready. Seo agrees. Near the mushrooms, an explosion occurs. The boys become irritated. Then, the swap ability is activated. Kim bids them farewell, saying her work there is done as she steps on one of them. Hyung appears, saying it's now his turn and attacks, leaping on them. Jin, holding a sword, asks if Prota really thinks he can defeat him, pointing out that he also encountered the mushrooms but took precautions by leaving a teammate outside the area, ready to finish them off once the effects wear off. Prota says he doubts the teammate will come. Jin asks what he means, and a scream is heard. A notification announces the elimination of participant Seong, with Seo holding the weapon used. Jin, paralyzed, is startled when Prota mentions he warned him that no one would come. Frustrated, Jin says they're in the same situation, and once the effects wear off, he swears he'll eliminate them. Prota questions same situation and asks who said he was paralyzed. Jin is shocked to see Prota move, saying it doesn't make sense. Prota replies that it does and tells Jin to start praying. A notification states that Prota's unique ability protects him from anomalies. Jin, terrified, begs him not to come closer, but Hyung mercilessly eliminates him. Looking at the rest of the group, Prota approaches and asks who's next. They scream for him to stop, but notifications of points earned keep coming. The teacher watching comments that it doesn't make sense. More notifications arrive, showing the rankings, with the 3 novices taking the top spots. In the forest, Kim drinks a liquid. Seo asks if she's okay, and Kim responds that she feels better now. Seo suggests they head to the meeting point, and Kim agrees. While walking, Seo comments that Prota seems to know a lot about magic, and his use of swap was something she had never seen in any book. Kim says that he started learning seriously less than 3 months ago, with her teaching him theory. Seo is surprised, noting that he initially wanted to be a martial artist. Kim asks if she can believe that a few months ago he suddenly became obsessed with learning magic, having shown no interest in it before. She's also impressed that he knew about the tree sap's effect, wondering where he learned it. Later, they call for Prota. He asks if the paralysis effect has worn off, and if she got hurt. She responds that she used magic to run, and they couldn't keep up with her. Prota asks Seo how she is. She replies that she's fine too. Kim approaches him, bragging about how great their team is and noting he seems happy, asking if something good happened. Prota pinches her cheeks, telling her to stop imagining things and asking what she's talking about. Seo watches him and finds him strange but attractive, quickly becoming flustered and questioning why she's thinking that way. She reprimands herself, calling it a mistake to think about others like that. Inside a cave, Prota is seen working with a pot. Seo approaches and asks what he's doing. He says it's a healing potion, something he learned before coming there in case someone needed it, admitting he failed several times while trying to make it. Kim asks how he learned it, saying she thought he didn't have any friends. Prota sarcastically responds by calling her the queen of socialization. She retorts that what she said is true. Seo says that's really good, and comments that sometimes it feels like he's older than them because he talks as if he's lived 10 more years. Hyung wonders how she deduced that, and admits to himself that it's true. He's lived 10 extra years. Kim asks if they'll have to drink this again tomorrow and suggests she cook instead. He tells her to do whatever she wants with what she collects. Kim asks if he doesn't trust her. Prota replies that she seems to have forgotten the color of the cookies she made in elementary school. Kim recalls they were purple. Seo asks if she used blueberries. Hyung says she just doesn't know how to cook, and Seo admits she's not great either, but offers to try cooking. Prota asks if she thinks she can handle it. Seo says she lived with her grandmother for a while, and cooked daily with her. She ties her hair back to start. Hyung observes her, realizing he knows little about her family. If she lived with her grandmother, he wonders if she had issues with her parents. After some time, Seo finishes cooking. The two taste it and are amazed. Kim hugs Seo, saying it's delicious. Prota asks how it could taste so good, thinking he's never eaten anything this tasty. Seo feels warmth, noting it's been a while since she felt like this. Elsewhere, the instructor remarks that, as expected, An is in 4th place. However, it's unbelievable that 1st and 2nd places are held by mages. A professor questions if there might be an error in the system, as it doesn't make sense. The president observes that historically, martial artists dominated the top rankings. Now a group of mages is eliminating the best martial artists in the school. He requests the instructor to review the mushroom scene, showing Hyung stepping on the boy's face. The president is impressed by his confidence and audacity, using mass paralysis as an advantage. Despite being a mage, it's hard to believe a novice is in 1st place. Reviewing Hyung's file, someone informs the president they've found the profile of the student in 1st place but claims there's an error in his records. The president asks what they mean. The professor hands over the file, revealing Hyung's aptitude at 97%. Stunned, the president laughs, calling it incredible and saying he wants to see this student's talent firsthand. The instructor asks if he'll test him personally. The president affirms, watching on the monitor and saying they'll make things interesting. In the forest, more notifications arrive for points gained. Kim says they've reached about 101 million points. Hyung responds it should be enough to secure 1st place. Kim asks if they should leave the forest. He agrees, noting students are avoiding it out of fear. Seo agrees they should leave to gather more points. Kim suggests heading out, wondering if they can rank higher. Seo says they've accumulated around 114 million points. Prota is impressed by Seo's contributions, thinking she's fascinating and a key to their success. Calling them to move, something unusual happens. He stops and tells them to wait. An attack strikes the ground, causing massive destruction. Hyung senses something approaching, questioning if such power could really come from a rank C ability. Notifications indicate instability in the subspace connection, temporarily lifting participant restrictions. Seo finds it odd, and Kim asks if he's okay. Hyung remarks he didn't expect to see someone so soon, questioning if Hoyeon is responsible. Noticing no response, he wonders if he's being ignored. Seo asks Hyung to be careful, noting that Hoyeon seems to have gone mad, as if possessed by something. Proto reflects that it's been a long time since he last saw something like this. Before his regression, a similar event occurred during the school festival. That day, meant to be a memorable occasion for freshmen, turned into a nightmare etched in everyone's minds. The culprit was Yahin, a student whose ability was manipulated through brainwashing magic. In the end, Yahin's crimes were exposed, and he was imprisoned. After the incident, Yahin disappeared, and no news of his condition ever surfaced. Many people suffered that day, a day that haunted even Yahin himself. But for Hyung, it was the day he lost his best friend. An drags his sword across the ground, staring at Hyung intently. Hyung thinks he needs to make this idiot regain his senses. Suddenly, the system issues a notification. Shocked, he reads it, realizing the mission is to save Hoyan from brainwashing magic. He wonders if this is a white card situation. If it's what he imagines, it might be critical. Kim says she's going to help him. Hyung reassures her, saying he'll be fine, and orders them to leave immediately. He instructs them to get as far away as possible and continue earning points without him. Indignant, Kim asks if he knows who Hoyan is. He's the sword genius. Hyung asks if she doesn't trust him. Seo, observing, hesitates briefly before urging Kim to leave with her. Kim protests, saying they can't leave him alone. Ina remains silent, and with that, the redhead accepts that they must leave. She says they will find a way to earn some points, asks Jay not to get hurt, and starts running, pulling Ina. While running, she says she hopes the protagonist can take him down and get his identification. He, smiling, thinks he shouldn't take too long there. Hoyan begins to remember when he was peacefully resting in the forest, and wonders if he should have 600,000 points, saying that somehow he would survive these 2 days, and if he stayed just one more day, his life would have ended outside as well. He looks at the current ranking, and his position is in 4th place, and he says he thought he was working hard, questioning why he's not in 1st place. An continues, saying the 1st place will fall soon, because the magic in this world is limited, and even his team, which is at the top, will fall. He remembers the protagonist and says that even so, the protagonist is really cool. Hoyan closes his eyes and says he won't lose, and will rest a bit while he still has time, until the director appears on a screen, eyes closed, saying hello to him. An doesn't quite understand. The director says he wants him to do a special favor. He opens his eyes, emitting a light, and says it's a small request. The light is emitted toward Hoyan's eyes, causing him to drop his sword, and the system starts notifying that his consciousness is under someone else's control. An places his hand on his head and starts feeling a great pain. He asks what he should do. Another notification arrives, saying that the user's mind has entered a state of confusion. The boy keeps his hand on his head, but understands. Then, after remembering, he knows exactly what to do. He starts attacking with his ability, but the protagonist dodges and keeps watching the boy, using Class A skill, Empty Cut. Hoyan runs toward him, trying to attack again. Hyung thinks that the last time he saw him, he hadn't reached this level yet. He dodges the strike and keeps thinking that somehow he's improved a lot. The protagonist, still dodging, thinks he doesn't know how they let him invade his brain like that. He positions himself while his opponent continues his attacks. Hyung makes quick movements, dodging, until a notification arrives saying the wind boost ability has been activated successfully. He uses his ability, emitting an extremely strong light, and appears behind his opponent, about to attack from behind. Both attack at the same time, but the protagonist still manages to throw him far. Hyung watches the dust moving and sees his opponent still intact. He thinks that his body reacted before he could even follow his movements with his eyes. The opponent keeps coming. The protagonist thinks that his opponent really has a great fighting sense and says it won't be as easy as he thought. He thinks he could just solve the brainwashing using absolute control. However, there are people watching them, and even if the instructors don't notice, his director is in control of An and must be wanting to see what he's capable of, and must be laughing right now. Hyung laughs and wonders if he'll end up sad if things go his way, thinking he'll give the show he wants, and that the price he'll pay for this show will be high. While the teacher watches through the screen, she asks if this is really happening, or if it's a dream, because magic users have never been able to fight face-to-face with a martial artist before, and he's underestimating his opponent, asking if he's really going to defeat the sword genius. She says this is ridiculous and doesn't make sense. She starts to get nervous and clenches her arms, wondering who this boy is, thinking that magic can't defeat martial arts, something she's always seen in the world of magic, and he must be hiding something from them, wondering what's different about him. She says it's funny. While outside, a sword is stuck in the ground with injuries. An is bent over, leaning on his sword. The protagonist says he barely touched him, and since he's strong, he should get up soon. Then, he glances deeply to the side, and the light bomb ability is activated, while the screens inside turn completely white. Seok says something happened and asks why the screen turned like this. Meanwhile, the director quickly takes control from the girl's hands and tries to move it to see if he can change anything, but the screens remain white. The employee says it seems like he used some ability that's blocking their vision of the subspace, and that it seems to have been a light bomb. The director, angry, breaks the control in half and calls Seok, telling him to deal with Jae, and says that when this mess is over, he should call him, as he'll be in his office. Seok says that if they keep interfering with the event, but the director interrupts him, pats his shoulder, and again tells him to take care of Jae, and that they can't let him change the results they've always had there. He asks what they think will happen if a magic user wins this event. The director grips his shoulder tighter and says that if he doesn't want to lose his place there, he'd better obey. Meanwhile, outside, An is still leaning on his sword, bent over. The protagonist smiles and approaches his opponent, touches his head, and uses absolute control. The universal derivation skill is activated, then he removes the brainwashing effect. Hoyeon looks shocked. Jae asks if he's feeling better. The boy tries to get up and says he's fine, but falls to the ground and starts screaming in pain from his body. The protagonist says he's sorry, but he was the one who came at him first. An asks if he attacked him and why. Hyun replies that it was a mental manipulation spell. The boy doesn't quite understand, tries to remember, and thinks he can't remember well but believes he heard a voice. He says that this kind of magic is always above rank S, even the simpler ones, and he thought he had the restriction that only allowed him to use rank C magic or below. Jae says there must have been some bug in the system, and that someone interfered with the event. Hoyeon thinks that even if there was a problem in the subspace, not many students can use mental manipulation magic of that level, and asks if he has any idea who did it and why. Hyun smiles and says no, but that if someone has a skill like that, they must be in a high position. He thinks that once you go through this kind of thing in Mila's, you realize certain things, one of them being who the real Gu is. More notifications arrive, saying the secondary mission was completed, and that he can save the cadet who is out of control and received a blank letter. The boy tries to get up and realizes his body is all bruised. He looks to the side and notices that the protagonist is still intact, wondering if this is his limit. After An gets up, he says he doesn't know what to say and apologizes. Jae responds that he doesn't need to apologize and says that since he can move, he's going to leave. Then the boy tells him to wait and throws something to him, handing over the badge. Hyun asks what he's doing because without the badge, he'll be disqualified. Hoyeon responds that it's fine, and even though he didn't get as many points as him, he has enough, and since he lost to him, it's only right that he keeps his badge, and that he lost today, but tomorrow will be different. At the Mila's Academy Festival, he will defeat him and take the badge back. Then, the system notifies them that player An has been eliminated and that Jae and his group earned 10,000 points. Hyun looks at the badge in his hand and thinks it's an object worth 10,000 points and says good luck, thinking it's different for himself. Talent in martial arts, that's what he longed for in the past. And a guy with incredible martial arts talent recognized him. He's been through a lot since the regression, but what he feels now is something pleasurable, and he thinks this is the beginning of everything. For the first time, he feels like he's made progress, leaving the past, where he didn't progress, behind and now thinking only of the future, taking it one step at a time. He says he's now going to follow his path. Another notification arrives saying that the 72 hours of the Rookie Hunt event have passed, and it's calculating points. And he broke the points record, obtaining 1,530 points, returning to the real world. Meanwhile, people are lying on the floor. The protagonist says that 1,530 points isn't bad. Kim approaches and says that he broke the record and should be happy, asking if the girl agrees. Seo replies that if they had one more hour, they could have gotten 1,600. Kim says they're strange and that they'll live a life of luxury with this many points. He responds that yes, and that if they multiply the points by 10, it will be the amount of real money. So they've just earned 10,531. Ina asks if it was that much. He responds that yes, and since he came in first place and they got 1,480 points, he thinks he'll get bonus points. Kim is impressed and asks if there are bonus points. He replies that yes, it should be 1,000. Kim is very pleased and happy. The two girls celebrate their winnings while people are staring at the protagonist, wishing bad things in their minds. He notices and thinks it's strange that everyone is staring at him. Meanwhile, the girls keep celebrating, and the protagonist covers his face. Seok walks through the students, greets everyone, and introduces himself. The people respond. The instructor says he has something to say to the three, but he won't say it here, and asks what they think about going somewhere else. Jae becomes somewhat tense and asks if it's related to something from the event. Seok takes a deep breath and answers that it is. The girls ask if they shouldn't know where they're going. Jay replies that it's to the director's office and asks if it's not. The instructor observes and replies that yes, and says their names, and that the director wants to speak with them. In the director's office, Hyun asks where the director is and says they're here to speak with him, but he's not even here. Seok just stares at him. The girls are confused and wonder what's wrong with him. The instructor tells them to sit and wait. They sit down. The door opens, and the director says they were waiting for him, and that it seems he's a bit late. The girls introduce themselves. Gu replies that he already knows that. The protagonist, with a bored look on his face, says that he was late and almost fell asleep waiting for him. The girls stare at him, not quite understanding. Seok wonders if he's crazy. They stay silent for a moment. The director stays quiet for a moment and says he's embarrassed. He sits down and says he was preparing for this conversation. Jay says that they're the ones embarrassed because they stayed in the subspace for 4 days, didn't take a bath before coming here, and didn't have any time to prepare. The director laughs and says he didn't think of that. Jay thinks that so they're going to act like this, and wonders if he's still flattering talented students. Gu joins his hands and says that he prepared a nice offer for them, and that they shouldn't hate him too much for being late. And he congratulates them for being elite students, as they made it into the top 3 in the rookie hunt. He says the protagonist came in first place. The protagonist replies that he only managed that thanks to his team members. The director thinks that, so he doesn't want to brag about his talent and says that's true, and that he saw their performance in the event. Hyun asks if that's all. Gu replies that he broke the record with 1,140 points. The director claps his hands and says that's impressive and an incredible milestone. The girls thank him, and Jay asks if they can get to the point. Gu smiles and says they want to offer the 3 of them some special rewards. First, a suite at Milay's will be given to them for free. Second, they will have the privilege of priority access at all Milay's facilities. Third, when the result of any test is unsatisfactory, they will have the opportunity to retake the test to change that result. They stay silent, listening. The director asks what they think, as these 3 rewards will also include a partnership contract with Milay's. Hyun says he refuses. Gu lowers the paper he's holding, and the protagonist adds that these seem like good things, but these rewards are all privileges they could earn if they worked hard for a whole month. And since Milay's prioritizes people's abilities above all else, he doesn't understand the reason for wanting to make a contract and also pay a signing bonus for it. Jay takes the paper from his hand, starts reading it, and says that after signing the contract with Milay's, while working as a raider for 5 years, 30% of the earnings will go to the academy. Then, she says that this isn't a reward, and it's starting to look more like a slavery contract, asking if she's misunderstood. The director replies that there's nothing he can do, taking his thoughts into account, and that a contract can't be made by force. He then says he'll let the 3 of them decide what to do. The girls look at each other and say that they will also refuse. Gu, with his hand over his face, says it's a shame. And really, it is a shame, as this is the best offer he can give them. Jay is confused. The director says he'll give them another chance, since they might be uncertain about something. He takes his hand off his face, with a different aura, and calls for the protagonist, asking if he hasn't changed his mind yet. The system notifies that someone is invading his mind. Hyun thinks he knew it, so the blessing of hell ability prevents the invasion. And the protagonist, with a letter in hand, says no. Gu is in disbelief. Hyun says he thinks he's going to leave. Another notification arrives saying that he obtained the brainwashing skill, which invades the mind of an enemy weaker than himself to control them as he wishes. Jay calls the girls to leave and says he's starving because spending 4 days in the subspace wasn't easy. Then, they leave. Meanwhile, the instructor is sweating profusely, and they say their goodbyes. After they leave, they stay quiet for a moment. The director calls for Seok. While the instructor is sweating heavily, he responds. Gu says he can leave and starts complaining about the student, asking if he resisted his unique ability, and says he's an interesting boy. At dusk, Hyun asks if they're sure they'll be okay. Kim asks what he means, and he replies that they refused his offer. Yoo Jung says that she liked her at first, but what he said is true, as it's certain that the director was trying to deceive them through conversation, thinking they're too young to understand things. Seo says the contract seemed a bit unfair, and thinks it was good to refuse, and that if they start having privileges, others will start to hate them. And even if it takes some time for that, it's better to earn the privileges on their own. Jay thinks that, hearing her talk like this, she seems completely different from the person he imagined before his regression, and says he's happy about that and, to be honest, he wanted them to refuse the contract too. Kim asks if that guy isn't a bit strange, because the look he gave when he responded wasn't very normal. Ina says she was also scared, especially after that incident in the subspace, and neither Gu nor Seok talked about it. The protagonist thinks it's a good intuition. Seo asks if he knows anything about the director. Hyun stays quiet for a moment and asks what made her think that. Ina replies that he was very calm for a rookie, but when he started talking to Gu, he started acting rudely. Kim tells him to say what he knows. He replies that he's not sure if it's true, so it's a bit difficult to say, but he can tell them one thing: don't trust anyone, even if it's the director or any instructor. Seo asks if this applies to him too. Jae stays quiet. Kim says not to trust him either, because he's bad, and abandons his friends in the middle of the street. He asks why she's bringing that up and says it's in the past. Yoo-jung walks toward him and says she almost got lost. The protagonist pushes her head and tells her to get out. Then they watch the sun. Ina asks if now everyone is going to their rooms. They just look at each other. Kim asks about the smell of masculinity and says she wants to join too. Hyun says the girls' dormitory is on the left, and the boys' is on the right, and tells everyone to rest. Yoo-jung says she's going. Seo also says she's going and tells him to rest since tomorrow is the first day of class. He replies that he will, and that they'll see each other later. Then, a door opens. Jae enters the room and says it's been a long time. He notices the musty smell, the noisy floor that hasn't been renovated in years, and the miserable atmosphere left by the talentless student who lived there for a while. He lies on the bed and says it's been a long time since he felt this. He says he'll have to look for a place to stay after classes because going through hell once is enough. The next day, the protagonist is running on the sidewalk. He starts breathing heavily and says it's enough for a warm-up and that he'll go back and get ready for the first class. Inside the academy, everyone is gathered. A voice says "Good morning" to the magic cadets. The instructor introduces herself, saying she will take care of the basic adaptation to mana and hopes to get along well with all of them. Hyun thinks he doesn't remember her, considering she was a warrior in the past, but doesn't have many memories of her as an instructor. He thinks she might be one of the instructors who will leave soon and that it won't take long to find out. And becoming an instructor at Miles isn't easy, something most of the awakened ones know. The instructors still at Miles are like Seok, who fell for greed by taking the crumbs Gu was willing to give. Ji-yeon closes her eyes and hands and says she's sure they must be wondering why the first class isn't in the classroom but in such a large facility. She opens one of the doors and says the reason for that is very simple. People are surprised when they see. The instructor continues saying it's to test their sensitivity to mana. People start asking if that's a mana cube, if they'll have to enter, and if it's going to be difficult from the start. Jae observes and thinks it looks very similar to the mana cube he saw before, but with much less mana. Ji-yeon asks for attention and says that what they're seeing now is the mana room. She explains it was created based on a mana cube found in guilds for cadets like them. It's almost impossible to leave a mana cube, and that's how Mila's prepared this. She says that, as they can see, the mana room is divided into other sub-rooms, and the first room's level is similar to the atmosphere, but the more they advance, the mana becomes denser, and the average for first-year cadets at Miles is to reach level 3, while a graduate cadet can reach close to level 7. In this class, they'll find out their level of sensitivity to mana. Seo realizes that with this room, they can find their limit. The instructor tells them to form a line behind her and says that if they have any problems during the test, they can raise their hand and leave the room with the assistant instructors. Then, she enters the room and says they're going to start the test. The students also start entering. Ji-yeon says that at level 1 it seems everyone is fine, and they're going to level 2. Some students start breathing more heavily. Then she says they're going to level 3. Several of them raise their hands. The instructor wonders if many of them have already asked to leave and says they're going to level 4. Then, level 5, and more people raise their hands. At level 6, other people raise their hands, and they leave the room. Kim asks if he's also feeling like he can't breathe. The protagonist replies that he isn't. Seo observes and notices that he seems fine. She thinks she'll try a bit longer. The teacher looks to the side and notices there are only 4 cadets left: Jae, Kim, Ina, and Soo-hyuk. Ji-yeon thinks they are rookies who came in first in the rookie hunt event, and that cadet Hyun, in particular, has a reason for the director to have told her to keep an eye on him and report everything they know about him. And of course, she doesn't plan to follow the orders easily. Then, she says to continue to level 7. They form a line to enter, while the students outside watching ask if they're made of steel and if the instructor didn't say that only graduates could reach level 7. The instructor says they're going to level 8 and asks if any cadet is having trouble. They stay quiet. Then, she enters, and they follow her in. The students comment that they're already on level 8. The girls and Soo-hyuk begin to feel uncomfortable, while the protagonist remains calm and thinks that from level 8, the mana level changes every moment, just like in a dungeon. And even if someone is a genius, they will start having problems from there. Kim and Soo raise their hands to leave and Seo continues, but with difficulty. The instructor looks to the side and says they're now going to level 9. When Ina steps into the room, she starts feeling unwell. Hyun becomes worried about her. The instructor looks to the side and remembers the director telling her that no matter what situation the cadet faces, never offer help before they ask. Danger is nothing more than a new opportunity for a cadet, and if that opportunity is taken away in front of their eyes, he wonders if it wouldn't be heartbreaking. Ji-yeon thinks this is a pure lie. Meanwhile, Hyun is asking if she's okay. She responds that she is, but her vision starts to blur. Ina thinks that she doesn't want to lose and that, so far, everyone's been saying the same thing. She remembers people saying that nowadays, only the strong survive, and that even if she has talent for magic, she won't be able to do anything other than bow to a warrior. And the weak have no future, and this is the only place where she can receive recognition. But once again, she lost. Then, the medical team takes her away on a stretcher. The protagonist says she lost, and moves on to the next room. The instructor enters level 10, and notices that even she started to falter and asks if he's okay. Jay turns and says it's getting pretty bad in there and that he'd like to leave. The instructor says to follow her and wonders, "Pretty bad? And why are you still breathing normally?" As they exit the rooms, Ji-yeon tells everyone to applaud the protagonist, who made it to level 10, which means he's on the same level as a rank B raider or even higher, and everyone should give their best to try to catch up to him. Hyun asks if she's okay. Ina replies that she's fine and apologizes for making them worry. Kim says they mentioned that it's a common symptom of mana poisoning, and that she probably did too much on the first day. The protagonist says it's a relief, it's nothing serious. Kim asks if he's okay because a while ago, he seemed a little off. Jay replies that he's fine and tells her to take the towel off his neck. Yoo-jung gets irritated and says she was worried about him. Hyun asks about her and if she's not feeling any pain. Kim boasts and says no. Kim asks why he's looking at her like that and if she's so beautiful, asking if she's sure she's okay, because to say things like that, she must have bumped her head somewhere. He continues thinking that he doesn't know what the effect of his actions will be in the future, in this constantly changing environment, and that if he wants to stay a step ahead of everything, he must prepare for it, and thinks he'll speed things up a bit. Suddenly, a towel hits him, trapping around his neck, and Yoo-jung tells him to repeat what he said. The protagonist grabs the dish towel and thinks she has a good ear and that he needs to shut her up. Then, he takes the towel and starts rubbing it on her head, messing up all her hair. Kim gets irritated and glares at him, asking if he has any idea how long it took her to fix her hair this morning. He responds that he's sorry, and says fixing her hair didn't change anything. Yoo-jung, even more irritated, asks if he's calling her ugly. Jay realizes he made a mistake and runs away, and she chases after him. Seo says to herself that she needs to go to the academy and wonders why she thinks he's going to have to go too. She watches them playing around and says they're pretty close. Meanwhile, Soo looks at him running and wonders how he reached level 10. A student approaches him and asks what he's thinking. Yok tells him to tell him everything he knows about the protagonist. Minsu wonders if he's his slave and asks directly if he doesn't know anything about the protagonist, and says that discovering the strengths of other cadets is also one of the things they're supposed to do at the academy, and the protagonist was the first person to get first place in the rookie hunt while being a mage. Soo replies that he already knew that, and that what he wants to know is where this guy came from. Minsu gestures as if he doesn't know. Yok says that no matter how much he thinks about it, it doesn't make sense, because this guy has something strange about him, and he's sure he's hiding something. Minsu thinks he still hasn't gotten used to this and says it's impossible, because he has already proven himself twice, and asks what more he wants, if it's possible to cheat in this, because this is Milla's. Soo responds that no one can be stronger than him without cheating. Minsu stays quiet, and thinks that he doesn't think he could beat Seo and Kim, and tells him to think carefully, and even if he reincarnates 80 times, he won't be able to beat Jay. Yok says nothing and leaves. Minsu says he's crazy and asks him to wait. At dusk, Hyun says he called him here to find out what happened in the rookie hunt. The teacher confirms that and says it's better to hear directly from him. The protagonist says she must have already guessed the final result, and that he came in first place. A voice says, as expected, it was incredible. Jay asks if Park is with her, and she replies that yes, and that he seemed happy after hearing this. She says she noticed that the environment he's in is very good for a rookie, and that earning many points is a great accomplishment, congratulating him and saying he took the best first step in Milla's academy, which is known for being difficult to survive in. As his teacher, she's very proud. He says he was afraid she would eliminate him if he came in second. The teacher asks if there was any cadet who caught his attention during the rookie hunt. Hyun asks if she's thinking about recruiting them, and she replies yes, and that they are planning to offer a reward for any information they provide. The protagonist says it won't be bad, but just imagining that he'll be rewarded for it, asks if she's not being too generous. The teacher replies that it's because she knows that in the future, he won't collaborate, even if she offers twice what she's offering now. He agrees to speak and names Seo, Kim, and the warrior An, saying that these are the 3 cadets who can be recruited by Yeonhwa, and that he's not a rookie, but knows a student from the upper classes who would be good to recruit, asking what she thinks. The teacher replies that she will welcome him and says she will hang up first. They say their goodbyes. After hanging up, the teacher ponders and says the name Jaesung, remembering her conversation with the protagonist over the phone, and mentions that she also knows that name and that he is the son of the rank S raider Yaisen. He confirms that's correct. The teacher says the child wasn't as talented as his siblings, and she also heard that he doesn't get much attention from the family. But family is family, and if Yeonhwa picks him up, it could cause some friction with Jason's guild, asking if, despite the risk, he wants them to recruit this child. Jae responds that yes, and that this guy will become the best alchemist in the future. She thinks about this for a moment until Park arrives, announcing that Beck has arrived. The teacher tells him to bring him in. Then the door opens, and Beck enters. The manager sighs. The teacher says they arrived at the right time. Beck says he also has something very valuable for a merchant. She extends her hand and says it's been a while. Seong says she doesn't think they're close enough to greet each other so casually, but tells him to sit down. She asks what the master of the curator guild wants with her. Beck says she's getting straight to the point, and that staying close to her will be difficult. But things like that don't stress him. They can reduce the time spent doing this. And the teacher asks again what she's here for. Beck smiles and says that recently it seems Yeonhwa has been taking good care of someone, and asks about the value of that boy. Seong stays quiet and is impressed. She then asks what they should do, as the Yeonhwa guild doesn't think its members are like merchandise that can be bought and sold, and asks why she doesn't look for this elsewhere. Beck asks if that child thinks the same. The teacher asks if she understands that there are things that can't be bought with money, and says she thinks she doesn't know that. Beck observes her, takes a deep breath, and says she didn't expect her to make an offer, and that she doesn't care either. She only came to inform her that she needs to be polite, as the current education is extremely inappropriate, and that's truly a shame. Beck stands up and says since it's getting late, he'll leave, and that it seems she doesn't want to talk much either. Xiong replies that she's glad he noticed. Beck puts on his glasses and says, of course he noticed, and that this is a basic trait of a salesperson. The next day, it's the day for the resistance test results, and everyone is waiting for the results. The protagonist sighs deeply while waiting for the results of the resistance test that's still calculating results. Then, when the results come out, he finds that he came in second place, with An taking first. Hyun grumbles and says, as expected, he can't compare to the warrior geniuses, thinking that of course second place isn't a bad result. He stares off into the distance, thinking that he doesn't need to rush yet, but it's also true that he hasn't reached his goal. An is standing next to him, also looking at the results. The protagonist watches him and heads toward the girls. Kim asks if he's still human, and how a mage raider could come in second place in such a test, saying he only lost to Hoyeon. She asks how that's possible. Jae responds that it's not strange, since at the beginning he wanted to be a warrior. He pats her head and says she shouldn't focus only on magic, asking if she's never heard the saying that healthy citizens form a strong nation. Yoo Jung looks irritated and says she swears she'll beat him up one day. Seok thinks that the protagonist is really dangerous, and that the director was right, as his muscle endurance is something a mage couldn't have, wondering what the hell this kid is. Meanwhile, the 3 continue talking, but start to pay attention. The teacher begins to explain that they will start the second resistance test, the evasion test in augmented reality. Hyun thinks that the time has come, and before the regression, this was a test many cadets did to analyze and discover the limits of their talents. Seok says that this is where the best facilities of Milei's Academy are integrated, and it's called the Augmented Reality Test Room, where the evasion test will officially take place. Kim asks if it's an invasion test. The instructor confirms it is. Simply put, this combat measurement system in front of them will test all the cadets' abilities through virtual battles with opponents created in augmented reality. The students continue to pay attention. The protagonist thinks that they're not planning to do this the easy way. Seok continues, saying that what they have to do is eliminate the monsters materialized by drones while analyzing their attack patterns, but since they already did the resistance test, they'll only focus on evaluating their evasion capabilities, and if they defeat the monsters, they'll have a higher result. Jae thinks it's true, and that normally, being a raider means working in a place where people hunt monsters, look for equipment, elixirs, or artifacts, and that's why raiders without offensive power are useless. Then, the instructor hands them something. Kim asks what it is, and it looks like a headset. Hyun answers that it's a receiver, a device that analyzes and records combat simulations. Seok says it seems like he's well informed, because that's correct. and that it's a receiver used to implement augmented reality and stimulate the brain. Using this device, it can create illusionary realities of a monster. Augmented reality combat system, through cameras and drones, 3D images are made around them simulating that there's a real monster in front of them, and the use of these devices is for the user's safety. Although the monsters are virtualized and still just illusions, there's no chance of getting hurt, and that's why the receiver stimulates the brain to receive 1/5 of the opponent's attack. But the point of this isn't to stimulate the cadets, but rather to create a certain level of danger to increase their survival probability in a dungeon. The instructor says that the augmented reality system has a total of 100 levels, and they can choose their level manually, but today they will be evaluated up to level 10. The test will be done in teams of 4, and they are asked to gather and will be called in order to take the test. Then, the test begins. Team 3 is made up of 2 warriors and 2 mages. Hyun thinks it's well balanced until he hears someone calling him and finds Soo asking if he's the J. The protagonist responds that he is. Yok says he heard that he came in first place in the rookie hunt, but there's something he doesn't understand. He asks how a mage came in first place and says he thinks there's a reason for that to have happened. He asks again if he's not going to say how he did it. Hyun asks if he's going to say something that doesn't exist. Soo says he'll have to make him talk by force. The protagonist asks why he didn't say that from the start, that he wanted to fight against him. Yok says it's good that they understand each other easily. The girls don't understand why the two are acting this way if they're on the same team. They try to change the subject until Seok calls Team 3 to go to the area. So, they head over there. Soo watches them before going. The team gathers, waiting. The system then notifies that the Level 1 augmented reality evasion test will begin in 5 seconds. The countdown begins starting from 5. While they wait, a skeleton soldier appears with his sword. Yok thinks he'll go first but looks to the side and notices a quick movement. He's impressed. The girls also watch as the protagonist runs. The girls say it's dangerous. Soo asks what he's doing and why he thinks a mage should fight on the front lines. Yok continues watching. Hyun runs and thinks that he never expected to be underestimated so much, but it's inevitable, and the best thing is to show a little of his abilities. Then he uses his skill to attack, causing an explosion. He looks to the side. His team is surprised, as is the instructor and the students watching. Then, more skeleton soldiers appear, getting closer to attack, and Jay strikes them, watching the swords drag on the ground, causing a big impact. A notification arrives saying that the mono weapon skill has been activated. The protagonist thinks that this skill is special, something a regular mage can't use. They think it's a useless skill that only allows a mage to cause physical damage. He continues attacking, thinking that it's not useless for him. Soo thinks he's a psychopath. The girls are surprised. Notifications arrive saying that the Level 1 augmented reality evasion test has been completed. All opponents were defeated, and additional points have been granted with the level and contribution of Cadet J at 100%. Then, Level 2 begins, and it's a Draugr. Hyun says he hasn't seen one of those in a long time. After a while, in the same place, the area is all cracked, and they've completed the Level 10 augmented reality evasion test, breaking the time record for completing the evasion test. Yok wonders if he can believe something like this. The protagonist looks at his hands and thinks that it's not bad at all, as even his body seemed lighter when he started using the fighting techniques Sung taught him. And that's good, but she always gets so excited when she teaches him. It's scary though. Her skills are exceptional. Then someone calls him. Turning around, he finds Soo asking what trick he used. Jay doesn't understand much and says he just did what was necessary. Soo asks if it was necessary to leave the defense line and says he wiped everything out on his own, wondering if he really expects him to believe that. He says that doing something like that is impossible without using some trick. Hyun replies that he has nothing to say and nothing to hide. Yok keeps grumbling. The protagonist tells him not to make him repeat himself and that if he's curious, he can let him see firsthand. When Soo charges at him, the instructor asks if they're having any problems. Yok steps back, irritated, thinking that if there were no instructor there, he would defeat him. Then, Jay turns and walks away. Soo tells him not to leave, thinking he won. Hyun stops and says he doesn't think he lost either. Yok calls him out for a fight at the Academy Festival. The protagonist replies no. The kid gets even more irritated. Jay says he already has other plans. Elsewhere, An is lying on his bed, remembering Hyun saying he already has other plans. He thinks that means Jay will fight him, since he said he would defeat him at the Milla's Academy Festival and take his badge back. Hoyeon looks thoughtful and says that now is not the time to act like this. He grabs an outfit and says he's going to train, because he can't disappoint him. Meanwhile, in another place, in an entirely empty room, Seok and 2 people wearing gas masks enter. They comment on whether they saw the evasion test results, and that they've been monitoring the test for a long time. saying the cadets this year are good. They heard they broke the record for the test this year, and it was Cadet J. The instructor thinks he's not just very talented, but that the moves shown while fighting on the front line, being a mage, are impressive. They then walk to a door and enter. The director is sitting and says it was a good job, asking if they're going to start the conversation about this year's evasion test results. Seok says that there are a total of 3 cadets who achieved the maximum score, An, Yuan, and Jay, and that, even among the 3, Jay's score was excellent. Gu thanks and keeps watching the video of the protagonist and his movements. He laughs and says he hopes they keep reporting all his actions and grades, letting them know as soon as possible if he starts acting strangely. The instructor responds that he understands. The director says that's all for today and asks them to inform the instructors to prepare for the next event. Then they leave the room, while Gu continues staring at the videos of the protagonist. Meanwhile, another notification arrives saying that the level 27 augmented reality evasion test has been completed. Hyun sighs, thinking that currently, the maximum is level 27, and that at this difficulty, a group of 6 rank C raiders should complete it without problems, meaning he's already at that rank. Then, the next event is practice in the dungeon, and he needs to prepare. The dungeon practice incident was one of the most tragic and shameful in Milla's academy. Countless cadets lost their lives in this event, and the protagonist and his teammates were in the middle of it. In the end, he was the only survivor from his team. Even hearing many times that it should have been him eliminated, he couldn't leave Milla's academy because he didn't want to disappoint the people who believed in him. Meanwhile, Hyun is in a store, thanking for the purchase. As he leaves the store, he wonders if he will have a different life this time. He couldn't protect anyone before and lived pathetically, having a life as disposable as an item, but this time, he doesn't plan to live that way again. Living in regret once was enough. Dungeon practice D1. The teacher says that's all for today. Someone calls for the protagonist. He looks and sees Kim telling him to come together. Jae sighs. Yoo-jung asks what they'll do the next day since it will be their first dungeon practice. Seo says she didn't sleep well that night. Hyun says they're all the same, since it will be their first time entering a dungeon. Kim asks if he's ever been into a dungeon for a stroll. The protagonist replies that he knows nothing about dungeons, but he has seen some monsters, so he's more relaxed, saying he's making a monster right now. Yoo-jung is about to hit him, saying she'll defeat him. Ina just watches, while Kim remains irritated with him. Seo feels awkward as Jae pulls something from his pocket and says that if they're scared, they can take this. He hands it to the 2 girls. Yoo-jung asks if it's a potion. Hyun replies that he bought some today for them to use when needed. Kim says she forgives him this time, and Seo says she'll use it when the time is right. The protagonist thinks that if he barely survived last time by luck, this time he'll survive by his abilities. Dungeon practice D-Day. Jae is breathing deeply, sitting with his eyes closed, with an intense aura. He thinks that warming up before entering a dungeon is very important, and no matter how good a mage's mana capacity is, if they overuse high-level spells, they'll have mana reflux, and if mana reflux occurs while casting a spell, it can be disastrous. It will cause damage to the user's body. A mage who uses many high-level spells is prone to mana reflux, and electrical current and sacrifice are high-level abilities. He continues thinking that if he doesn't train his mana regularly, he won't be the exception, and he's not sure how dangerous it'll be in today's dungeon practice. Jae sighs deeply again, thinking that he doesn't know if he or his teammates will be eliminated. He says that besides that, if he keeps his mana gathered like this in his abdomen, he can use it to quickly increase the strength of his spell or body. He stares at something intently, and starts remembering the system notifying that as soon as the new system starts running, time will return to the era the user desires most. He thinks that it's the era he desires most. Then, he starts seeing a notification. He observes closely that the main mission says that the first crossroads, he successfully returned to the era he most desired and will be able to choose between letting it happen again or changing everything. And there will be rewards for making the same choice as before and a different choice than before, and there's a remaining time. The protagonist says that a strange thing appeared again. He watches closely again and thinks that the Nornir system was clearly trying to help him evolve since they need him to get what they want. He wonders if they want him to choose what to do and can't understand what's happening. Milei's academy simulated underground dungeon. The instructor says that this is where they will have dungeon practice, and they will gather in teams of 4, chosen by a lottery. The students wait anxiously. Hyun thinks they'll probably think this is unfair, and real monsters will appear. And if they're lucky, they'll complete it easily. But if they're unlucky, lower rank cadets will be grouped to raid this dungeon. Jiyeon raises her hand, showing all the students, and says that the score made here will be part of their official tests, and that only low-level monsters will appear. She hopes everyone does their best in this test. Jay thinks that this is just a trap set by the director. And as she said, most of the monsters that will appear are low level. But if it's like last time, a boss level monster will be among them. And the rank D boss monster, Lord Kobold, won't be difficult. He looks at his friends and thinks that he doesn't plan to let the director complete his plan. And Gu will give a small opening with this event. And with this opening, it will give him the chance to end him. The instructor watches them and says they will start the lottery. The cadets she calls should go forward and pick a paper. After the students form their teams, Seo is standing next to the protagonist. Hyun says that at least he knows someone from his team. Ina replies that yes. Jay thinks that it's a good thing he has someone he can talk to normally, and also that she's very skilled. This way, making a strategy will be easy. Then, he notices that his partner is looking at a specific spot. He turns around and is surprised to see warriors Gina and Sungwoo greeting them and asking if they're from Team 3. Hyun remembers them fighting the huge beast, and their words telling them to run, and that they would handle everything. He asks why. Meanwhile, Jay continues looking at the notifications about the power of choice being in his hands. He thinks that now he knows what choices he has. The team gathers, but Hyun remains deep in thought about what the system has been trying to tell him from the beginning. He sighs and greets the two teammates, introducing himself. He looks to the side and says that's Ina, and that she's shy, which is why he introduced her. Sung replies that it's fine and that they should get closer since they'll be spending a lot of time together. Gina says the good thing is that no one else is shy besides her, so they'll get close quickly. The protagonist thinks that they're still the same as before. He watches the three talking and feels relieved, then says that since everyone has introduced themselves, they should start making a plan. They talk among themselves and suggest that the protagonist should be the leader. Meanwhile, Jay remembers the system notifying him about making choices and remains deep in thought about it. Still in the same place inside a cave, they crouch and discuss the plan. Hyun tells them to remember that no matter what appears in this dungeon, they can't let their guard down. And if the warriors in the rear start hesitating, for example, the whole team will be wiped out. Sung agrees and says that he thinks a lot, and as expected from the mage who placed first in the rookie hunt, he's very detailed in his plans, asking if there are 6 in total and saying he thinks he memorized them all. The instructor claps her hands and says that the planning time is over, and from now on, the dungeon practice will officially begin, instructing the team leaders to step forward. Sung tells them to stop discussing the plan now. The protagonist looks to the side and notices that An is in Team 4 and thinks that at least Kim won't get hurt. Jiyeon says that teams that are ready should proceed to their assigned dungeon and wishes everyone good luck. Jay closes his eyes, turns to his team and says it's time. As they walk, they come across rocks and crystals. Team 4 keeps walking. A girl says the place is very humid and has a strong moldy smell. Kim asks if kobolds will appear out of nowhere since it's an underground dungeon. A boy responds that he thinks so, and that he's heard underground dungeons have various minerals, so there must be some diamonds around. Yoo-jung adds that it would be amazing if there were one and if they searched for it. However, she falls silent for a moment, not finishing her sentence. An says something is coming and orders everyone into position. Kim waits with her weapon, and the others do the same. The beasts appear while they are in attack position. Hoyeon says they're weak monsters, but being surrounded will make it difficult to take them down. Then, he runs and tells them to finish them off quickly. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung uses her magic and commands them to explode with divine force, activating the bomb skill, causing a massive explosion that burns them. But more beasts are still coming. An observes the boy near one, while the girl also tries to attack with her magic. Kim watches as the air jet skill is activated. She also attacks with an immense aura, hitting the beasts in the chest. After some time in the same place, all of them are eliminated. Hoyeon looks around and asks if everyone is okay. They respond that they're fine. Meanwhile, the boy on their team is sweating profusely and feeling very sick. The girls notice he's not well and call out to him. Yoo-jung asks what happened, and if the kobolds used poison since she's never seen them do that before. Then, a giant foot approaches. Kim observes and says that this isn't because of poison, but because of overwhelming mana. An asks why there's a kobold lord there. Meanwhile, Team 3 is walking. Gina says she knew the protagonist was strong, but didn't know he was this good, asking how many monsters he has already eliminated. Hyun responds that he just did the basics. Gina says that's not true and that if he keeps going like this, they'll finish without getting hurt. Jay looks to the side, notices that Seo is nervous, and asks if being near strangers makes her uncomfortable. Ina replies that yes. Hyun thinks that she's really shy, but there are rumors that no one has ever seen her say more than 3 words in a row. Then, Sung is surprised by what he sees. They enter a place filled with shining crystals. The protagonist thinks that this looks different from what he remembers. He knows this is the director's doing, which means his existence is a major anomaly for Gu. He remembers a monster and thinks that it's here, telling his team that something is coming and that Plan C is to defend and counterattack. He warns that it's different from anything they've seen before and tells them to be careful. They remain alert. Sung wonders if a strong monster is coming since he thought only weak ones would appear. Then, suddenly, a huge impact occurs, revealing a massive beast and its offspring. Gina asks if it's a kobold, and Sung asks how a boss monster appeared there. Seo steps back, remembering the team leader saying that if the warriors in the rear start hesitating, the entire team will be annihilated. Gina and Sung activate barriers. The blonde warrior says he needs to focus. The taunt ability is activated. The beast approaches and attacks him, but he manages to defend himself and calls for the leader. Jay immediately runs toward him, clenches his fists, faces the beast head-on, and attacks, causing an explosion. Ina watches and thinks about how strong he is. Meanwhile, the smoke moves. Hyun looks and laughs when he sees slimes on the ground. He says he expected anomalies and wonders why he has to fight a kobold lord with a regeneration ability, thinking this is already too much. Then, the system starts identifying the entity behind the kobold lord and registers it as Odin's Raven, triggering the special mission, Hunt the Raven. A powerful aura continues to surge as the beast, with an intense gaze, emits a great light. The system notifies again that all of Odin's ravens must be eliminated, along with those who oppose the Aesir, listing the rewards for completion. Meanwhile, in front of the dungeon gates, the teacher is analyzing her tablet, watching the protagonist's video, and wondering how they can perform at such a level while being just a mage. She says that she herself is a rank A mage, but his combat skills are incredible, and the probability of Team 3 finishing in first place in dungeon practice is high. Then, she notices a door opening and watches carefully. Team 4 emerges, and Kim says they are in big trouble. The instructor asks what happened. An says that a kobold lord appeared in the dungeon. Jiyeon says that's impossible and wonders what is going on. Meanwhile, the gas mask team analyzes Seo and says he shows mild signs of mana addiction. Someone calls for the instructor. Yoo-jung asks if Team 3 hasn't returned yet. Jiyeon replies that they haven't. An says it's impossible because, with Jae and Ina's abilities, they should have gotten out quickly. The teacher remains silent for a moment. Then, in another room, the phone rings. The director picks up, answering to hear the instructor's voice. Gu asks if something happened. Jiyeon reports that in the dungeon practice, they discovered rank B monsters. The director tells her that when that happens, she doesn't need to worry, that he will send the support team, and she should wait at her position. He smiles. The instructor hangs up and finds it strange. Meanwhile, Gu, in his office, smiles and wonders if he's feeling a bad premonition. However, inside the dungeon, another explosion occurs. The girls fall to the ground, breathing heavily. Sung is also down. Hyun remains standing, staring at the beast. The system notifies that the entity behind the Kobold Lord has been identified as Odin's Raven. The protagonist keeps watching Odin's Raven and its two crows, named Hugin, Thoughts, and Munin, Memories. Odin gathered all sorts of information from every realm, using it to dominate Asgard, and this means it's Jay's task. He mutters, Odin's servant, upon seeing something terrifying and dark. Hyun thinks that the mana he sensed is, at most, rank B, and that this is a regenerating Kobold Lord, and no matter how strong he is, fighting it will still be difficult. He wonders if it's better to run. He thinks that would be the smartest choice. He activates a barrier, protecting Seo, and remembers that this is what he always did before regressing, hiding for the selfish reason of staying alive. His life was filled with regrets because of that, and now he has a second chance, and it doesn't matter if this is a test for him. This time, he will protect them. He tells the team to listen, and explains that while he distracts the beast, they must leave the dungeon as fast as possible and run without looking back. Sung asks what he's talking about. Jay uses his ability to defeat the smaller beasts behind him and keeps attacking, ordering them to shut up and get out because he can't fight and protect them at the same time. Someone shouts for him to look behind. Then, another explosion happens. Looking to the side, the giant beast remains intact, and Seo continues using her power, saying she can help him. The protagonist observes and thinks that those are the eyes of someone who won't be convinced otherwise, wondering if this was the other anomaly he caused. He tells Ina to stay and help him, while the other two should return to the entrance and inform the instructor about what's happening, telling them to do it immediately. Gina, scared, says they'll flee as fast as they can and tell the instructor and that he should try not to be eliminated before they bring help. Then, the two of them run off, leaving Jay and Ina behind. Hyun watches the massive beast and tells Seo that while she listens, he will cover the rear. Ina uses her magic, Radiant Sacred Sword. The protagonist begins intensifying his power to attack the beast. He rushes toward it but notices something strange. The beast attacks, but Jay realizes that the Kobold Lord is melting and thinks that there is a limit to the amount of mana a body can endure. Something is controlling the monster, something with more mana than it can withstand. He mutters that Odin's Raven must be enjoying the show from the sidelines. The system notifies that the weapon Mistilton has been activated, and upon being equipped, the user's field of vision has expanded, and the mana perception ability has been obtained. The weapon is then equipped on his arm. The system continues notifying that the user can now see more clearly the energy movements of all living beings that use mana. He is startled by this, and says that everything has a limit. Then, Hyun sees a hand controlling the monster. He says he found it, and notices that whenever the finger moves, the beast attacks. The protagonist activates his abilities and declares that he will now ensure the beast is eliminated. Elsewhere, as the clouds shift, a voice asks what happened. Then, a god appears sitting. Hugin says that through the ravens, he has found the whereabouts of Mistiltin, which disappeared from the god's storage. The goddess asks where it is. Hugin responds that it is in Midgard, and that the one in possession of it is the adversary of the prophecy. The goddess doesn't understand very well, and asks if it's Mimir. The red-haired god laughs and says she is worrying too much, asking if they didn't make an agreement with the anti-Aesir forces. The blonde goddess says he is too complacent, and asks if he has already forgotten that in the last war, Baldur was eliminated by that very mistletoe, Mistiltian. The god calls for Hugin, and orders him to find out if the adversary of the prophecy has been in contact with the anti-Aesir forces. Kneeling, Hugin replies that he has. In the director's office, Gu asks how things are going. Seok sits down and replies that it seems no one has noticed yet. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hyun is fighting the beast, and back in the director's office, Gu responds that, that's good. He smiles and thinks that, fortunately, he borrowed his power before, and no matter how much he tries, soon, he will be in his hands, saying that all of this is for the sake of Odin and the Aesir. Inside the dungeon, they continue fighting. The protagonist keeps attacking the beast, but the monster strikes back. However, Jay dodges, flipping away, and asks if Ina can cover him and prevent its attacks from landing. Seo replies that she will try. Hyun thinks she must already know that even if they defeat the Kobold Lord, the chance of her being eliminated is still high. He wonders if she still wants to help him and why, thinking that this is his second chance, and he decided not to trust anyone. Since this world is completely filled with injustices against the weak, he declares that they should end this. He becomes reflective, considering it his last chance. Then, he focuses and attacks with his abilities, emitting chains. Meanwhile, the beast is being attacked by Seo. Notifications arrive that the mana shield has been activated. Ina keeps attacking with her hands extended, while Jay runs towards the monster and recalls someone saying once that nothing is worse than being eliminated for not trusting one's teammates. He keeps running, jumping, and attacking, thinking that now he will prove he was right. He briefly sees Seo watching and thinks he never imagined he would use this as a movement ability. Hyun wonders how skilled one must be in controlling mana to make this possible. The beast looks up as Jay is about to leap onto it. The protagonist sees the monster's arm with a weapon and pulls it back. Ina is surprised. Hyun keeps pulling with his ability. He smiles, leaps again, extends his hand to grab something and takes hold of a sword. He starts moving with it and jumps once more with the sword in hand. Still in the air, he makes a move with it, attacking the monster. But then the sword breaks. Jay keeps staring intently as Seo looks on in shock. More notifications arrive stating that the mana threads connecting the Kobold Lord to Odin's Raven have been severed. The protagonist lands on the ground, observes, and, walking forward, says he will see what it wants. As he approaches, he hears a strange sound and notices a raven crouching on the ground. Then, Hyun steps closer and asks what Odin wants. He places his foot on the raven and notices a chain with triangles. The raven keeps making noises. Jay asks what the connection is between Gu and Odin. The raven, with its red eyes, looks scared. The protagonist thinks it has no will of its own, so it's better to end it now. Then he lifts his foot and stomps down. Just as he is about to say something, Seo calls out to him. Hyun turns around and tells her that it's not over yet and to be careful with mana reflux. Suddenly, he feels something strange. Ina watches in shock. More notifications arrive, stating that corrupted mana has accumulated in his body. Jay starts feeling unwell and notices that Seo is also struggling. Another notification arrives, indicating that thanks to the purity of the user's mana, the corrupted mana has been cleansed. Still breathing heavily, the protagonist sees additional notifications stating that the maximum amount of mana he can store has increased by 5%. He realizes it worked, and continues checking the notifications. which confirm that his first hunt in the special mission has been completed, earning him 5 attribute points, a blank card, and a level up. Hyun mutters that this could have gone very wrong. Looking to the side, another notification arrives, warning that one of his teammates' lives is at risk. He notices Ina collapsed on the ground. The notifications continue, stating that if she doesn't recover immediately, she will soon be eliminated. Sometime later, Seo opens her eyes, still disoriented, wanting to know what happened, and noticing that Jae was asleep. He wakes up and asks if she's awake and how she's feeling. She tells him to wait and checks her status, wondering if her life and mana have been fully restored, and how that's possible since she was sure she was suffering from mana reflux. She replies that she's fine and asks about him. The protagonist says he's fine too and apologizes for dozing off since he was exhausted. Ina looks to the side. Hyun tells her that they managed to defeat the Kobold Lord. She asks why it still hasn't disappeared. Jae replies that he was waiting for her to wake up to tell her something. She grows curious, wanting to know. The protagonist remains silent for a moment. Seo insists on knowing. Hyun tells her that what he's about to do should stay between them. Ina stays quiet and looks at him in shock. Meanwhile, outside, Kim demands to know why those two were the only ones who came out alive. The instructor holds her back, explaining that she needs to understand that she's acting this way because she lost close friends. An wonders what to do, considering if Jae and Ina are the only solution. Then, a bright light reflects on their faces. While Hoyeon is holding Yoo-jung, everyone stops and looks, noticing the other two emerging from the dungeon. Hyun asks if they were arguing because of them. Ji-yeon wonders how the investigation unit confirmed that they had been eliminated, and based on the dungeon's mana flow, the boss monster should have been rank B. Kim starts crying, runs toward them, and hugs them, saying that the investigation team had reported that they were eliminated, and that she's relieved they're alive. Jae says he gets it and asks if she can let go now. Sung and Gina watch with teary eyes. The protagonist looks at them, calls their names, and thanks them for trusting him. He explains that those two left first because he asked them to seek help, so they shouldn't be blamed. Yoo-jung asks how they could leave their teammates behind. Hyun responds that he would have done the same, so she can calm down and not be mad on his behalf. She asks what he's talking about, saying that she was angry because of Ina. She continues hugging Seo. The instructor watches the protagonist and wonders if he was the one who healed her. Sometime earlier, inside the dungeon, Hyun had been explaining that it would be a bit difficult to explain everything, but that she must not tell anyone about his ability. Ina asks why he is trying to hide having such a power. He asks if she isn't curious about why the boss appeared in the dungeon practice and put everyone in danger. He tells her it was the director's fault because he sees cadets as nothing more than pawns in a chess game. He explains that Gu is completely different from how he appears in the media and believes in eliminating cadets he deems useless. Seo asks if he is accusing the director and if that's why he's hiding his abilities. He confirms that's exactly it. Ina becomes thoughtful and recalls that the day they left the office, he told them not to trust anyone, not even the director or any instructor. She asks how much he knows about the director and points out that he knew from the start that the director was a bad person. She also notes that he answered everything too quickly, as if he already knew something was going to happen. She demands to know how he knows these things and tells him to explain. He thinks that he didn't expect this reaction from her, and if she gets involved in this, her life will be in danger. He wonders if he should use indoctrination but decides against it since she has high magic aptitude and strong mental resistance, meaning it probably wouldn't work. More importantly, it's not the right solution, and that's not how friends should be treated. He apologizes and says he can't say anything more than that. She asks why. The protagonist responds that if she digs too deep into this, she could be in danger. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the instructor apologizes for not being able to save them from danger and says she is happy to see them alive. He replies that it's fine, and that it's not like she put them in that chaotic situation on purpose. She calls out to him. Jae doesn't let her finish speaking and says he's leaving because he's tired. Seo runs after him and asks if he really can't talk because something like this could happen again. He apologizes and says he hopes she keeps her promise, then continues walking. More notifications arrive, stating that the main mission has been completed and the reward will be calculated based on his choices. The system confirms that he selected option B, a different choice from his past, and has received Idun's golden apple. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Gu says that Seok disappointed him this time. The instructor apologizes. The director responds that he will let it slide for now, but that he doesn't like having useless people around him, asking if that is understood. Seok replies that it won't happen again. The director warns him not to forget and to make sure to tame Jae before he loses patience in the next event. Back in his room, the protagonist is drying his hair with a towel. He keeps drying while lost in thought. Seeing his clothes on the floor, he remembers Seo and sighs. He thinks that before regressing, Kim was eliminated, and An never reached his full potential. Even if it was only in the future, he had no choice but to intervene. But since Ina was different, even without him, she would become incredible. He decides to keep minimal contact with her, because he doesn't know how that might change in the future. He turns on the television and thinks that he needs to prioritize finding a connection between Gu and the Asir. This dungeon is just the beginning, and now there will definitely be even more dangerous situations. He needs to get stronger quickly to handle the anomalies that will appear. On the television, a program is discussing how, besides normal dungeons, there are other types of dungeons. The hosts ask what kind of dungeons they are. It is explained that there are thematic dungeons, different from normal ones, which can be completed not just by defeating the boss, but in a very peculiar way. One characteristic of thematic dungeons is that they cannot be exited in the middle of the expedition. Hyun walks forward, places his hands on the table, and says, "That's it." On the television, they continue explaining that those who enter thematic dungeons must play a character according to the theme and fulfill a special condition to complete it. It could be considered a kind of role play, and what makes raiders pursue these dungeons are the rare item rewards. Jay keeps walking and thinks about the secret pieces, particularly the item called the Designation of God. Among raiders, this is why, even though these dungeons have complicated conditions to complete, they still seek them out. He thinks that this could be his best chance to get what he wants most right now. In another location, in the kitchen, a mug sits on the table. Ina apologizes for making Kim worry. Kim responds that what matters is that both of them are alive. She also mentions that since Jay always acts like a bully, she thought he would have been bothering her, considering he always behaves that way when he's around more than 2 people. Seo remains quiet. Yoo-jung observes and asks if he said something to her. She replies that it's not that, just that he seems to trust her a lot, and she thinks it would be nice if he trusted himself a little more. She says that everything would work out if she were just a bit stronger. Kim looks at her, stands up, extends her hand, and asks if she wants to forget about him for a while and go eat something delicious. She mentions that there's a place she's been wanting to visit for a while and invites her to come along. Ina looks a bit confused but also extends her hand. Yoo-jung tells her to come along and pulls her with them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hyun holds a glowing apple in his hand. The system notifies that it is Idun's apple, the fruit of the goddess responsible for the immortality of the gods, which slows aging after consumption and drastically increases natural healing abilities. It is also an item that cannot be sold or transferred to others. Jay observes it and thinks that an item that slows aging and enhances natural healing is already extremely rare. With those 2 effects alone, it could be sold for billions of won. He also realizes that it's another item bound to the user. He says he'll check the rest first and recalls that before his regression, a rank A thematic dungeon is set to appear at an amusement park in Seoul. That's where he can obtain the item Thialfi's Thunder, which is said to have been used for one of Thor's servants. Thanks to the ability to drastically increase the user's agility attribute, he says it's an item that every warrior wants. The protagonist bites into the apple and thinks that if that's really the case, he can balance his attributes while still focusing on endurance and magic. He keeps eating and thinks it just tastes like a regular apple. The system begins notifying that the effects of Idun's golden apple have started to be absorbed. Vitality and magic have increased, aging has slowed by 50%, and magic aptitude has significantly improved. Hyun says he's glad the effects aren't as plain as the taste and feels lighter. With his current attributes, he thinks he might be able to attempt something. He picks up his phone and calls the instructor. Sometime later, in a park, Jay comments that the place feels 3 times more outdated now that he's returned after his regression. He keeps walking. The attendant asks what type of ticket he would like to buy. Hyun extends his hand over the counter, places a card, introduces himself, and states that he is a raider from the guild, mentioning that a thematic dungeon is about to appear. Meanwhile, at the hotel, the instructor asks if student Jay has left. The secretary replies that he did, saying he left last night, mentioned he was going on a job, requested an exit pass, and asks if he got into any trouble. Ji-yeon replies that he didn't do anything wrong but thinks that he's acting completely normal even after what happened. He just joined their academy, is truly skilled, has a strong mentality for handling trauma, and his courage is incredible. She asks the secretary to tell him to meet her when he returns. The secretary agrees and says she will pass along the message. The instructor thanks her and leaves. Stepping outside, she looks around attentively, picks up a device, places it to her ear, and starts speaking with Song, asking if he can hear her. He responds that he can, and asks how the investigation is going. The instructor replies that the investigation into the dungeon incident is complete and that the director openly admitted to being involved. Song asks if that means the director planned the incident and comments that the situation doesn't look good, telling her to continue monitoring the director and Seok and to call if anything happens. Ji-yeon agrees and adds that there's something else to report. There's a student who seems to know something. Meanwhile, at the park, an emergency announcement is made, repeating for all representatives and everyone still inside the park. Hyun thinks they acted quickly, all thanks to the Yeonhwa Guild, and comments that it's taking a while. He checks his phone and recalls the guildmaster saying he must have a reason for being so sure about this, so she'll send him in the name of the guild. He thanks her, but she says there's a condition. If anything dangerous happens, he must prioritize his safety above all else. The protagonist asks if that's really the condition. The guildmaster says it's not that she doubts his skills, but what kind of master would she be if she let her student be in danger? You never know what might happen inside a dungeon. Then, at the park, the thematic dungeon appears. Notifications arrive, stating that if he completes 3 consecutive missions, he will receive a special reward, and the special mission Big 3 has been created. The difficulty, reward, and time limit are displayed. Jay says that finally, it's exactly like his memories, recalling a girl saying it was easy to figure out that the Viking ship was the mission's location. The haunted house and the parade were easy to find once they discovered that. She always boasted about her incredible thought acceleration ability, saying that as long as they used their heads, there was nothing they couldn't do. He had high expectations since it was a thematic dungeon, but it turned out to be quite boring. He sighs and thinks about how a genius with an IQ of over 150 bragged about it whenever she could, but ended up getting into a fight and was eliminated in the process. Because of that, Thialfi's thundersteps ended up in someone else's hands. He looks at the sky, where a deep red aura radiates intensely, and says that since that's the case, he has to get there first. Hyun looks at the entrance. A notification arrives stating that he has found the first mission of Big 3 and asking if he would like to start the Viking adventure. The protagonist says it's great and asks if they should begin. The system announces that it is transporting the user to the Viking dungeon and that he can change the outcome of the story. He watches as he steps through the entrance and appears in a different place. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a girl watches him. However, the synchronization process is loading. Then, synchronization with the character is complete, and he assumes the role of Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. The first mission, Thialfi's Grudge from Big 3, begins. He opens his eyes. The mission is to rescue the kidnapped sister who is being held hostage to rid himself of this grudge. Then, everything around is shown in flames, with a mother holding a child in her arms. Thialfi, one of Thor's servants, the fastest in the 9 realms, was once human. Having lost his family to the Vikings, he came to hate the Aesir, the gods they worshipped, with all his might. The protagonist wonders how Thialfi could have hated the Aesir, and thinks that, from what he knows, the story isn't like this. This must mean there is a problem between the Aesir and Nornir. Then, someone calls for Thialfi, telling him to wake up. He wakes up a little confused and realizes they are on a boat to save Roskva, and Frederick was the one who planned for them to take one of the boats. He says he's fine. The boat crashes. They fall onto the ship. Several boats approach, and a group of armed men board their vessel. They don't like what they see. The protagonist thinks he doesn't understand what's happening, but maybe he'll have to delay his meeting with Roskva. He says to leave it to him. Then, he starts walking. Frederick tells him to come back, but Thialfi keeps going. He observes and sees the men watching him too. Then, he jumps onto their ship. One of them says he's an idiot for jumping alone onto the enemy's boat. The men start calling him crazy. The protagonist notices something and sees a pink-haired girl tied up with ropes. He remembers her from the video and wonders what she's doing there. Then, another notification arrives, stating that he has found Thialfi's younger sister. Suddenly, a girl starts talking, introducing herself as Hyun, saying that if she had to describe herself, she would say she's a genius and will become one of the greatest hunters in the world, and that she's a good person. She then explains why she's tied up there, and that the chance of a portal appearing there and leading into a dungeon is 0.6%, and the chance of getting trapped in a thematic dungeon with no way out is 0.0003%. She thinks she's overanalyzing and decides that the best thing to do is find a way out, assuming that some guild must have already arrived, and someone should be around. Then, she notices someone in front of her and immediately hides, thinking he doesn't seem to be part of a guild and wondering what he's doing there. She decides to follow him for now. The protagonist observes the girl and thinks this is bad. He sent multiple warnings for everyone to leave the park, and of all the people in the world, it had to be her who ended up here. The men prepare their bows, saying they will let him taste the pleasure of their arrows. They take aim at him. Jae defends himself and tells them not to get in his way. He activates his ability and attacks them, causing an explosion. Hyun keeps moving forward and realizes he needs to think positively. Even though Seo is an idiot, she might help clear the dungeon faster. Meanwhile, a bald man is about to attack, but he dodges and keeps thinking that since he can't ask for help from outside, he has to use everything he can inside. He rushes and strikes the bald man, knocking him to the ground. The protagonist thinks he has to finish this quickly and get Seo. The men are frightened. Jae says he doesn't have time for this and that it's way too annoying. He just wants to get out of there. After some time on the ship, he defeats all the men and approaches the girl. He asks why she's pretending to be asleep and if she is Roskva. She responds that she is, and that she knows him, assuming he is playing the role of Thialfi. Hyun replies that he is, but it doesn't matter. He punches the object she's leaning against and says he knows exactly what she's planning, so she should stop thinking nonsense and do exactly as he says. The girl, scared, replies that she understands. More notifications arrive, confirming that he has successfully completed the first mission, Thialfi's Grudge, from Big 3. Then, leaving the current scene, the reward is sent. Elsewhere in the park they are sitting. Jae watches. The girl also watches him and thinks he is a magic user, but his movements are those of a martial artist, and they are the same age, but his personality is horrible. Now, she's stuck with a stranger. Hyun asks what abilities she has. Seo replies that she has a skill that helps her use a sword and thinks that few high school students even understand how abilities work, so that should be enough. She also has a bad personality, so dealing with him should be easy. The protagonist replies that he doesn't trust her and bets she's lying. The girl insists that she's telling the truth and says she has a rank D ability called Beginner's Fencing Adjustment. Jae says it's thought acceleration. Seo is confused. He explains that it makes time feel slower for a few minutes, while the ability speeds up the user's thought process. Although it's a skill mainly used for team strategy, it's more efficient than anything else when used to analyze and read another person's mind, asking if he guessed correctly. The girl looks embarrassed. Hyun stands up, calls her a liar, and says he knows she will keep lying to try to use him for her own benefit, just like all humans do. Seo gets up and runs after him, admitting she was wrong, and that he is absolutely right, begging him not to leave her alone because if she's left alone, she will end up being eliminated there. The protagonist asks how he can trust her. She responds that she will do whatever he wants. Jae tells her they should make a contract. The girl doesn't fully understand. Then, sometime later, in the same place, the contract states that Seo cannot do anything to harm him and must follow his every command. Jae will ensure her safety until they clear the Neverland dungeon, and she must keep everything that happens with him a secret. The girl says that's a lot. Hyun watches and thinks that, for a subordinate, it's similar to brainwashing, but it only works if the other person consents, and it's the best way to clear the dungeon with this idiot. Seo accepts the contract. Then, a chain appears around her neck, and another around his arm. More notifications arrive, stating that her status has changed to subordinate, and that this subordinate contract cannot be broken, even after clearing the dungeon. The protagonist asks if the conditions are acceptable for her, since he won't take control of her mind. She replies that it's not a good feeling to have someone invade her mind. Jae says that if she wants, she can cancel it. He won't force her to do anything, but she will be left alone there. Seo says she will do her best. He thinks she's easy to handle. At Hel's temple, Hel remarks that the boy is putting in quite an effort while the sharp eyes of the Aesir gods are everywhere. Her beast remains lying down, and she comments that since they're out causing trouble, she wonders what should be done. Then, he will be her eyes, because she needs to buy more time until he is ready. Meanwhile, at the park, they keep walking. The girl asks where they are going. Hyun replies that the haunted house is their first stop. She asks, "Haunted house?" Jae asks if she's scared. She asks why she would be scared, claiming that someone like her wouldn't be afraid of such things. The protagonist says it doesn't look that way. She insists she's not scared. Hyun says that if she says so, then fine, and tells her they're going in now, so she should be ready. Seo watches in fear and asks him to wait and let her catch her breath first. Then, the second mission of the Big 3, in the haunted house, is about to begin. They both observe the place with its old wooden doors, eerie and dark. More notifications arrive, stating that they must reach the mansion without breaking 3 specific rules and that some abilities have been sealed. Hyun asks what her character is. Holding a camera in her hand, she says she thinks she's the cameraman and asks about him. Jae responds that he's the streamer filming horror videos. Then, a man says it's been a long time since they've had visitors and welcomes them. They both watch attentively. The man introduces himself as Alfred, the butler of Count Flanders, the owner of this mansion, and says he will guide them according to the Count's instructions. Another notification arrives, stating that the mission is to capture the entire truth about this place on camera, reveal the truth, and escape the mansion. Then, in the darkened setting, the butler opens the gate and invites them in. The protagonist walks inside. Alfred says that the Count has requested that he show them the mansion in the best way possible, and since they must be hungry after their long journey, they will go to the dining hall first. Something catches Jay's attention as he enters the house. He notices a flower vase with a note and stares at it. Meanwhile, Seo comments that the painting is beautiful, depicting a girl with a dog. The butler explains that this is one of the portraits of Flanders and his beloved Sean, and belongs to the mansion's owner. Hyun thinks that she must be around 30 now, and that her childhood must have been different if they kept such a portrait. Alfred confirms, saying they have many memories and happy dreams from that time. The girl looks extremely frightened. The butler says they will continue down this path. They keep walking. The protagonist reminds himself to stay focused. Previously, the system revealed Thialfi's secret, but this time things are different, and here he must find and uncover the secrets on his own. Seo, watching everything, has a visibly scared expression. Jay asks if she's okay and reminds her that she claimed not to be afraid of these things, though this guy is creepy. She replies that she's not used to doing things like this and needs some time to process. They keep walking. The butler announces that they have arrived. Before them is a table filled with dishes. Alfred explains that the dinner was exclusively prepared for them by the Count himself and that they should eat as much as they like because he will return at the end of the meal. The two of them just watch in silence. The girl says that guy doesn't even blink and that they can't eat this food. Hyun says that first, they should take advantage of the butler being away and look for something about the mansion. She tells him to wait and suggests trying to discover something with her ability first. She closes her eyes and her thought acceleration ability is activated. Seo looks at the objects and everything around, stands still for a moment, and says she managed to find some things about the mansion. Jay thinks she was really fast, that the ability is truly unique, and tells her to go ahead. The girl explains that apparently, the owner of this mansion is actually a 12-year-old girl. Just by looking at the chairs in the room, it's clear that the mansion owner's chair is higher than the others, meaning the owner must be shorter than the rest. The height of the furniture in the hall was also low, and only the lower parts had been used, seemingly arranged that way on purpose so that objects could be placed on them without obstructing the view of the walls. The protagonist tells her they should leave this room and look for more information. She agrees and, while thinking about it, comments that the camera is really expensive and wishes she could take it out of the dungeon. She then asks what he's doing. Hyun responds that now is not the time for nonsense because they're trapped in this room. Thematic dungeon. 2 hours since its opening. Outside the dungeon, a journalist reports that, according to witnesses working at the site, they received a warning from the Manhwa Guild, and that all indications suggest a high school hunter is also inside. She explains that if they pay attention to the dungeon's missions and complete them properly, they can leave safely. A young man grumbles, saying he just got promoted, and now something like this happens. The blonde man responds that this is how things work, and who would have thought a thematic dungeon would appear right in the amusement park? The young man says he's going to see what the council thinks about this, mentioning that even he, who got promoted during the goblin incident, almost got demoted, so there's a chance he might lose his promotion now. He lights a cigarette and says they'll cover the situation and should first check the list of the 2 people trapped inside the dungeon. The blonde man agrees, but is surprised to see that it's Jay, and wonders if the guild informant who entered the dungeon is this kid. He recalls hearing recently that Jay just entered Millis Academy and wonders if he's already been recruited by the guild. Song laughs and tells him to look at this, asking if there are 3 people inside instead of 2. The man replies that it's impossible, and explains that this is a thematic dungeon, and now he has no idea how they'll clear it. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the girl's eyes fill with tears. Hyun wonders if things will be like this now and thinks it's incredibly annoying. Seo says they can't be trapped there, or they'll end up stuck in the dungeon too. Jay tells her to calm down, that this is a dungeon, and there is always a way out. The girl agrees, saying there's no dungeon without an escape route, and she'll take a look around. The protagonist thinks that first, the owner of this mansion doesn't seem to be very friendly toward them, and they can't open the door with their current physical stats. However, the Seo from the past managed to complete this alone, so brute strength isn't necessary to get out, meaning the escape routes must be different. The girl calls him over to see something. Hyun asks what's wrong. She says there's something off with the camera. Jay hopes she's not just joking again. He looks and is surprised to see Alfred, eliminated and covered in wounds. Seo says that's the butler who led them to this room earlier. The protagonist says it must be fake. Another notification arrives, stating that 70% of the secret has been discovered. Hyun thinks that things have started now and wonders if this is it. He suggests that the camera might be showing things they can't see. The girl asks if that's why she was assigned the role of cameraman, suggesting that the camera is the key to solving the case. He agrees and asks if she discovered anything else, thinking that, essentially, they don't need brute force to complete this mission, and knowing that makes him feel more at ease. He picks up the camera and says all they need to do is analyze the mansion using it. They've already discovered that the current butler is fake, but they can't tell if what's being shown in the camera is the past or the future. It must be one of the two. The girl says that actually makes sense, and since the mission is to uncover the mansion's secrets, there would be no reason to show its future. That means she observes the butler's wounded hand through the camera and realizes it's showing the past, meaning the camera reveals what happened previously in this mansion. The girl looks at the food on the table, and her eyes fill with tears. Seo says, "What if this food is his meat?" Hyun replies that it's better not to eat anything, just to be safe. He looks at Alfred's body, calls her over, throws the camera to her, and tells her to hold it. The protagonist thinks that earlier he felt a very weak magical presence for a moment, but it's not unusual to sense something like that there. Illusion magic. It appears as a trap in some dungeons. He moves his fingers and activates his ability. The absolute ability is triggered. However, a notification arrives saying that the absolute analysis process failed, and the use of the ability in the current location has been denied. Jay says he didn't expect it to be this difficult, and asks what she's doing. Seo, looking under the table, replies that she's searching for a device that might open the door for them. The only thing different in this room through the camera is that the food is actually the eliminated Alfred. So judging by the current situation, this must be a clue to escaping. Hyun gets an idea and says that if that's the case, he thinks he can try something. He activates magical sensitivity. Then, one of the dishes begins to glow with a bright light. The protagonist thinks he understands now. Normally, sealing spells are linked to objects or equations, so to break this magic, they just need to find the object tied to the seal on the door. He says it looks like the answer is inside the gelatin. The girl freezes for a moment, scared, and asks, "Inside the gelatin?" She remembers the butler and starts sweating. Hyun asks if she's afraid. She denies it, saying she'll do it. She rolls up her sleeve and reaches into the gelatin. While searching, she realizes she found something and pulls a key out. The system notifies that the second secret of the mansion has been uncovered, revealing that illusion magic was being used, and additional rewards will be given upon clearing the dungeon. Meanwhile, the butler walks through the mansion, picks up a crystal ball and says that the guests didn't seem to like the dinner. They need to take better care of their guests, and failure is not an option because, after all, he is the butler and cannot disappoint the count. He continues walking. Meanwhile, still inside the haunted house, Seo looks through the camera and notices a room filled with toys. They walk in, and the protagonist asks if there should be something in this room. The girl responds that, without a doubt, since they were served dinner, the next logical place would be the guest room. She also sees wounds through the camera and is sure that's the place. She keeps observing the camera. Jay tells them to take a look and see if anything seems strange. She asks if he's really going in there. Hyun says they need to do this to complete the mission and asks if she prefers to be trapped there forever. Seo says she doesn't want that. The protagonist tells her to stay quiet, go in, and report if they find anything. When they enter, everything seems to be in place. Jay says they need to check all possible clues. The curtain starts moving stronger and stronger. He looks to the side and sees a girl in a white dress approaching, pointing behind him, where Alfred is. Hyun begins seeing wounds forming around and notices something strange with Alfred's widened eyes, filled with a powerful energy. Seo approaches and asks if he's okay. Dizzy and collapsed on the ground, he tells her to try not to scream, or it might come. The protagonist rubs his head and thinks that his magic is too restricted in this place. This dungeon is harder than he expected. The girl says she can try using thought acceleration to find an exit and locate him. It feels like they're in a dungeon, as the place is very damp. She also notices signs of torture. There are iron shackles on the side. She says it's terrifying to think that a butler has access to things like that. Jay looks through the bars and says there's probably a key in the room too. Then, he activates his silencer ability, clenches his fists, and punches the wall. The girl watches in fear as a massive hole is left behind. Hyun walks ahead and tells her to move quietly now. If Alfred notices them and comes running again, it'll be bad. She says that if that happens, he can just destroy everything again like he just did. The protagonist tells her to focus on escaping properly and silently. He keeps walking, but is suddenly hit by something. Jay looks, and slightly confused, asks what it is. Then, he sees a dog holding a key in its mouth. Seo, terrified, tells him to put the dog down immediately. Hyun asks why, saying that just by looking at it, he can see its mana, and it's just a normal dog. Since it has a key, it was probably locked there as well and wants to help. The girl asks if he doesn't find it strange that the dog just happens to have the key, and if it might be a trap. The dog growls, and Seo stays quiet until more notifications arrive about a new mission. They need to find Flanders' diary. It is located in Flanders' room on the 4th floor, and they must search for and read it. The mission details appear, showing the reward, difficulty, failure conditions, and time limit. The protagonist thinks they need the reward, and this means they are getting closer to uncovering the secret of the mansion. They open the door, still holding the dog in his arms. Jay says they reached the 3rd floor quickly, and that the mansion is so big he has no idea where to go. Seo says the dog took her camera, so they have no choice but to search manually. They keep walking, but Hyun suddenly stops, looking alarmed. The girl asks why he looks like that, saying he looks like he just saw a ghost. When he glances to the side, he sees a girl in white covered in wounds. The protagonist tries to say something, but Seo grabs him and tells him they need to get out of there, because now is not the time to chat with a ghost. Jay pulls his arm away and stays put, asking why her spirit is still there, and if something is keeping her trapped in the mansion. The blonde girl doesn't respond. Hyun insists, asking if she's there to help them. She remains silent. The protagonist asks her to answer at least one thing, and inquires about the direction to the 4th floor and Flanders' room. The girl points in a certain direction. Jay assumes she must be indicating the way as before, says he understands and thanks her, and promises that when he gets out, he will burn incense and pay his respects. Then, he tells Seo they should go, and they continue walking. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, 2 men are sitting. Song says it seems like the Yeonhwa Guild will take responsibility for what happened in the thematic dungeon, and asks if that's what they told him. Park replies that yes, and all public rumors or decisions that the association might make regarding this will be avoided since the guild is taking responsibility. He also mentions that they don't want anything about Jay to be disclosed because that's what the guildmaster requested. Song says they're taking on this kind of responsibility for a kid who is still a student, and it's too difficult to understand. Park says it's also hard for him to provide detailed information about it. Song observes and says that it's not like they can do anything about it anyway, so they'll just leave it to the guild. But if the conclusion of this thematic dungeon fails, Park tells him not to worry. If there were any chance of failure in this dungeon, the guild wouldn't be this concerned. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, an attack has occurred, and suits of armor have fallen to the ground. Seo is surprised and says there are even rank C living armor monsters there. Hyun replies that this is the fastest route, so of course something like this was bound to appear. They open a door, and a notification arrives stating that Flanders' room has been found. They enter and see toys scattered on the floor, finding the place eerie. The girl says the diary should be on the table. The protagonist tells them to do only what the mission requires, and while he reads, he asks her to look around for any hidden clues. Seo agrees to do that. The dog runs over to the table. Jay picks up a book, and another notification arrives for a secondary mission. A diary written daily by the Count's daughter and the current owner of the mansion. The great secret of the mansion can be found in the diary. Hyun realizes he found it. He begins flipping through and reads that her skin was getting paler. The capital doctor had visited and treated her many times, and she wondered if she would be eliminated without ever seeing the outside world. Her parents told her they would get her the doll she wanted, and she was excited about their trip to the city. Then she received news that her parents had been eliminated after being attacked by a robber, and she wondered if they wouldn't have died if she hadn't asked for a doll. On the day of the funeral, it rained, and many people gathered with their umbrellas. She was devastated by what had happened. She also wrote that the funeral had finally ended, and as the only heir, she became the mansion's owner. But she wasn't happy about it because she was alone. Sometime later, she met a girl who seemed to sneak into the mansion to pick flowers, and she liked her because she resembled her doll. She thought about asking if she wanted to live together. People said the girl didn't even have a name, so she started calling her Sally. They played together every day in the mansion, and she felt very happy having a friend and wished every day could be like that. Later, Alfred left without saying a word. According to her friend, he needed to go to the city quickly. Then the butler returned home. She continued writing that he was back but seemed very different from before. It also seemed like her friend was hiding something, and she must know what happened to him. After some time, she wrote that she could hear screams coming from the room. Her nanny, Selena, and her maid, Mitchell, wouldn't stop crying and screaming. She wondered if she was dreaming, and wrote that she didn't know if any of this was real. She was scared and didn't know what was happening. Sally and Alfred had been locking her in her room every day. They seemed to want to eliminate her, and she didn't know what to do. Then, Hyun closes the diary. More notifications arrive stating that ability restrictions have been lifted, and all abilities can now be used. The protagonist realizes he understands now and thinks everything changed when the Flanders were executed. They must have believed she had stolen the mansion and that she was an imposter. He looks around and hears a voice asking if this is the work of a doppelganger. When he turns around, he sees something terrifying staring at him. Suddenly, an impact occurs, and he sees multiple Alfreds along with a monstrous figure. More notifications arrive, stating that the butler's secret has been discovered, and that the user has successfully uncovered all the mansion's secrets. Now, they need to escape safely. The monstrous figure approaches, trying to attack Jay, who quickly dodges while still holding the dog, staying on high alert. He says that it's finally revealing its true form and wonders how difficult it must have been to endure this, as it seemed to be at its limit. The eerie creature says he has sharp eyes for a human. Hyun replies that it's nothing special. He's just smart. The monster's eyes widen. The protagonist continues, saying that he thinks the monster is the one who's too stupid. The creature gets angry, approaches him, and calls him an insolent human. A while later, still inside the haunted house, an extremely strong aura fills the space. The lights flicker as a massive attack takes place. Hyun, holding the dog, dodges while the monster keeps closing in. Jae uses his chain ability, attacking and piercing through the creature, causing an explosion. The dog looks completely dazed. The protagonist thinks that this monster is a rank B doppelganger, a dangerous entity capable of copying the appearance and abilities of others. However, if someone is at least rank C, they can defeat it. The monster claims it will take his body for itself, repeatedly begging him to hand it over. The creature gets closer, standing face to face with him. Hyun asks how it feels to pretend to be someone else and toy with people's emotions before striking it with his chains. As the monster is attacked, it groans in pain. Jae watches as it begins to melt, crying out in denial, repeating that it is envious and that it wants to be human. Suddenly, a burst of smoke explodes. Hyun looks at the dog and playfully asks if it's a great pet. The dog growls. The protagonist walks toward the door, saying that now they can leave, provided it's open. He touches the door and notices a strong light emitting behind him. When he turns around, he sees the blonde girl. Jae smiles, says goodbye, and exits. Notifications arrive, confirming that the second mission has been completed, rewards have been added, and he will be sent back to the real world. Meanwhile, at the park, they sit together, with Seo eating while Hyun checks his notifications. The protagonist continues reading, thinking it's a shame that he doesn't have many support abilities for the team, but illusion magic is good. Depending on how it's used, it could change the course of a fight. Seo says that if she had known she would turn into a dog, she would have bitten him immediately. She was too scared to do anything. The protagonist replies that at least she survived. She insists that it was still unfair. Jae tells her to stop whining so they can move on to the next mission. She asks if he's really going already since they just completed 2 missions back to back and should take a break. Hyun asks if it's too much for her, saying she's exhausted despite doing nothing in the dungeon. She asks if he even understands what mental exhaustion is. The protagonist replies that he knows exactly what it is but points out that she can still move and orders her to get up. The girl screams in frustration. In another location, surrounded by greenery, Jae drinks something. She asks if it's a potion. Hyun confirms and says it's the last one, adding that since they don't know what might happen, it's better to be careful. Then, a megaphone announces that they are all welcome to Neverland and that it will guide them during their visit. Fireworks explode in the sky while masked people watch. The master of ceremonies invites them to the parade and welcomes the 2 of them, acknowledging that they have completed 2 missions and worked hard. The protagonist gets straight to the point, asking how the final mission of this dungeon will work. The presenter replies that the last mission will take a bit longer. Seo asks if it's hide and seek. The presenter confirms and asks if they see the portal behind him. He explains that a monster will emerge from it and search for everyone, so they must hide well. Jae asks if that's all. The presenter grins, saying he is quite perceptive but explaining that this game of hide and seek is different. Depending on the number of challengers and their abilities, the monsters that appear can vary. Hyun realizes this will be difficult, judging by his abilities. This time, the monster might be stronger than the previous ones, and he will have to fight while protecting Seo. The presenter first needs to evaluate their abilities. He extends his hand, asks for permission, and analyzes their stats. Then, he congratulates them and declares the challenge will be rank S. Both of them are shocked by his answer. The presenter ominously tells them to run. Flames burst from his body as he wishes them good luck. The 2 look on in fear. Another notification arrives, stating that the festival mission has been accepted. The objective is to survive and reach the base or defeat the monster. The flames intensify, and the thematic mission details appear, displaying the goal, difficulty, reward, failure conditions, and the number of participants. A secret mission is also listed. Execute the monster and eliminate any other threats. The reward is undecided, but an unparalleled achievement may be obtained. Hyun observes the number of participants, realizing something doesn't add up. Something is definitely wrong. The gigantic monster, covered in flames, begins to approach. The protagonist recognizes that the monster is Surt, the guardian of Muspelheim, the land of the fire giants. Even before Ymir, the first giant, was born, these beings existed with a single purpose: to burn everything in their path. Wielding a flaming sword, it is said he could incinerate an entire world in an instant. The protagonist grumbles and pulls the girl along. Seo panics, saying there's no way to escape him and that she can't even think straight. He tells her to shut up and run if she doesn't want to be eliminated. As the park is engulfed in flames, a cat sits atop a floating orb and muses that this must be happening because of him, wondering if he should help. A voice responds that it's boring and that they don't think the two need any assistance. Hell insists on leaving them alone, wanting to see just how capable they are of surviving. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the intensifying flames continue to destroy everything around them. Jay assesses the situation, realizing that confronting Surt head-on is too dangerous and that their only option is to flee to the base. Seo points out that the carousel appears to be the base. Hyun agrees and urges her to run faster. His acceleration ability activates. The monster watches them, gesturing with his hand to make the flames grow even stronger. The protagonist tells Seo to listen carefully to what he's about to say. She pays attention as he tells her that from now on, they will have fun, and that she must go straight to the carousel. Seo asks if it's not better for them to go together. He asks if she'd rather he use her as bait. Without further discussion, the girl takes off running. Jay stands firm, facing the monster, and begins to taunt him. Enraged, the monster attacks, but Jay swiftly dodges, leaping onto a rooftop and mocking him for being too slow. Surt, now even angrier, destroys the rooftop Jay was on and then turns his gaze to the girl, who is nearly at the carousel. But then, the monster causes an explosion. Seo is startled. Hyun can't believe what he's seeing. A notification arrives, stating that the base has been destroyed and that it is now impossible to complete the mission under its original conditions, aside from the secret missions. Everything around them is set ablaze. Surt calls them fools, saying it was arrogant of them to think they could defeat someone like him. The protagonist thinks fast, realizing that now there is only one way to defeat him. He says he has no choice and begins to intensify his power. Just as the monster is about to attack, he blocks. Surt remarks that they have managed to dodge most of his attacks but that it's futile. He then unleashes an explosion, declaring that he will incinerate everything in one go. Jay uses his power. While hiding, Seo watches in terror, realizing that if he actually does this, they will be eliminated. She racks her brain, knowing that she needs a really good plan. As Hyun uses his magic, Seo calls out to him, saying she has figured out a way to defeat the giant. The park is nearly consumed by flames. The protagonist keeps running. Surt demands they stop running and face him. Seo runs alongside him, telling him to take 5 steps to the left. He follows her directions, dodging attacks, and recalls her explaining her plan about the water tank. Jay asks about it. Seo responds that she remembers there being a water tank inside the park. If they can lure the giant there and extinguish the flames around him, they might at least have a chance to land an attack. Hyun thinks that even though Surt is a giant from mythology, he still has a physical body like theirs. If they can strike a vital point, he might be eliminated. Seo explains that she will predict his attacks using her thought acceleration ability, and all he needs to do is lure him in. As she calculates his movements, she instructs him, 6 steps to the left and duck his head. The protagonist suddenly stops. Surt notices and assumes he has finally given up, calling him weak. Jay laughs, asking if he's really running from him, and mocks him by saying that the Aesir gods stole from him, leaving him as nothing more than a guard at a door. The monster is confused. Hyun presses further, asking if he is afraid of the gods as well. Furious, Surt attempts to strike, but at that exact moment, water crashes down onto him, successfully activating the illusion ability. The monster grumbles in frustration. Jay seizes the moment, dashing forward with a sword in hand and thrusting it towards the monster's heart. Surt tries to say something but fails. Jay, feeling triumphant, exclaims that he's finally cooled down and that victory is his. The monster calls him arrogant, warning that even if he defeated him this way, next time, it won't be so easy to defeat his true form. Then, Surt vanishes, and the mission is completed. Notifications arrive, indicating that rewards have been added and that an unimaginable achievement has been obtained, acquiring Surt's inextinguishable flame. The girl, who had been hiding, sighs in relief saying it's finally over. Meanwhile, the cat watches from above and comments that, in the end, Hyun didn't need his help, wondering what to do next. The cat comments that the boy is amusing, as if he's desperate to become stronger, and asks if that isn't the case. Hel agrees but says he is still like a baby. The cat then mentions that she seems to be the most curious about the boy's progress, and that the adversary's existence cannot yet be revealed to the Aesir. Even though this war is being prepared in the name of fate, it is still too early. Odin, the most powerful of the Aesir, is the one the adversary must eliminate, but the boy needs to become much stronger. The system displays the details of the Thunderstep's equipment, showing its name, effects when equipped, and abilities. The skill is activated. The protagonist is thrilled, thinking that he knew this item would be great. Since S-rank items are rare, its power must be incredible. SEO approaches him with suspicion. Jay can tell that she thinks she can hide something from him and commands subordination. She says that the item she obtained is the Roskva seal, which grants a plus 50 bonus to strength and allows her to use the courage ability. Hyun doesn't fully understand the ability. She explains that it grants resistance to fear and temporarily increases strength and speed. The protagonist thinks that it's not something he particularly needs since he doesn't worry about abnormal status effects and that thought acceleration would be more useful. He decides to let her keep the item, knowing he can summon her whenever he wants. The presenter asks if he enjoyed the reward. Jay replies that it was difficult to obtain and that he now wishes to leave. The presenter walks up to him and advises him to be careful, saying that he was born with the fate of the adversary. Hyun quickly turns around and demands he wait, but the presenter continues walking and disappears. Outside the dungeon, a large crowd is watching when the dungeon begins to crack and then shatters. A journalist reports that the survivors are emerging, and there are only 2 of them, appearing unharmed. As the 2 walk through the crowd, Song pushes through, saying he needs to interrogate the survivors, but then realizes something strange. Jay has disappeared. He orders them to question the girl and check her physical condition. The blonde man asks if Jay hid among the crowd. Song says no, and according to Yeon's report, the protagonist is a mage. The blonde man finds it hard to believe that a mage could have moved like that. Song corrects him, saying Jay is a battle mage. The blonde man is confused. Song explains that Jay is what they call a battle mage. Elsewhere, the guildmaster is on the phone, thanking someone for their hard work and saying they may leave now until next time. She hangs up and remarks that disappearing so effortlessly into the wind, he really is no ordinary child. Seong ponders, wondering who taught him all of this. She examines a document from the Mila's Academy regarding a guild experience notice and thinks that she will have to address this soon. Meanwhile, Hyun is watching something and notes that, fortunately, there are no articles about him, meaning the Yeonhwa Guild must have handled everything. He acknowledges that the power of such a guild cannot be ignored. He hadn't expected so many people to be outside waiting, but thanks to them, he was able to test the power of Thialfi's Thundersteps. He recalls his exit from the dungeon and realizes that his speed increased far more than expected. If he can adapt to it, he will become even faster. The protagonist acknowledges that it was difficult but not too bad, and in addition to that, he obtained something he hadn't anticipated. A notification arrives about a consumable item, Surt's inextinguishable flame, which, when used, pushes the user's strength to its limit and imbues them with fire. He clenches his fist, thinking that this will be extremely useful, but he is still too weak. He needs more power to defeat his enemies without any risk. He knows how to pressure his opponents, but he still has to surpass that untouchable power. Deep in thought, Jay recognizes that more than anything, he must protect his family and friends. That is what matters. All he has to do now is keep getting stronger. This is only the beginning. In another location, the director, seated, remarks that this is all there is for now. Jong listens and assures him that she will never disappoint him. From the next class onward, she will report all of Jay's movements to him. She leaves the office. Alone, Gu ponders, saying that to cultivate a garden of flowers, one must first remove the weeds. He smiles, expressing his excitement for the next event, saying that they need to clean things up and get rid of what is unnecessary. Scattered across his desk are numerous sheets of paper containing images of a girl and the protagonist. At the academy, Kim demands to know where Jay has been, complaining that he ignored them and disappeared for the entire weekend. Hyun responds that it's not like he did it on purpose and tells her to be quiet. Yoo-jung asks if he has any idea how worried they were when he disappeared, and says that since she covered for him, he owes them a meal. Ina asks if he's okay or if he was sick. The protagonist replies that he's fine and tells them not to worry. Kim asks about his bad luck, and if he did something to anger God. Jay wonders, annoy God? He thinks it's more like protection. Then, someone arrives, saying they smelled annoying people and asks if it was them. Hyun stares while the 2 girls look confused. The boy asks if they never get tired of chatting and says they are persistent. Ina asks if he knows him. The protagonist replies that he doesn't. The boy introduces himself as Hyuk. Then someone arrives and orders him to sit down and stay quiet in his classroom. The instructor passes by, holding her book. Hyuk grumbles as he sits down. Hyun observes. Inside the classroom, everyone is seated. Jong introduces herself and says it's a pleasure to be there, teaching them about magical operations throughout the year. She promises to do her best to help them improve their skills and hopes they will enjoy her class. The protagonist thinks she is too young to be an instructor, but at the same time, the academy doesn't hire based on age. Jong explains that in her class, they will learn more about magic, particularly how to handle arithmetic expressions. She shows a screen and asks if anyone can explain what they've learned about magic so far. Hyuk explains that magic is considered a supernatural phenomenon that can be manifested through the insertion of mana into an arithmetic formula. The instructor says he is correct, and that magic is a science derived from a phenomenon through an arithmetic expression. Meanwhile, Hyuk is staring at Jae from his seat. Jong says she will hand out the book they will use in class, explaining that it contains basic equations for casting D-rank spells and the fundamental pillars of all magical equations. She expects them to learn everything in the book, as they will be studying it throughout the semester. The students start murmuring that their books are blank. When the book is handed to the protagonist, he looks at it and smiles. The instructor notices and asks a question. She calls on Jae and asks if he can read what's written in the book. He replies that it's a magical rune. Jong says that's correct and thinks to herself that the content of this book only becomes visible if one can decipher its arithmetic formula. Normally, students are too weak to decipher something like this, but this boy is more talented than the director described. She then asks another question. The rune written on the book's cover. Does he know what it means? Hyun thinks this seems like a joke from the Nornir system, but it could also be something from the Aesir, and that Odin's life is the foundation of runic language. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice exclaims in frustration. Seo, lying in bed, wonders if it's because of that idiot, and whether he even knows how much she was dragged around because he left her alone. She recalls what happened inside the thematic dungeon, what he did there, what item he got, and various other things. She remembers him saying he had something important to take care of, and asking her to handle the reporters for him, telling her not to mention anything about him. Still wearing the chains around her neck, she gets irritated, saying the era of slavery should be over by now. But then she notices something and realizes that even if he disappears, she can still find him because of this. Elsewhere, the protagonist is flipping through a book, finding it more interesting than he expected. All arithmetic expressions change depending on how they are applied, and he can test this with the thunder chains. Since they use the lightning attribute, he can combine the arithmetic formula of mana chains with them. He closes the book and continues thinking that if he learns more of the basics, his knowledge of magic will grow and become more versatile. Just as martial artists refine their swordsmanship by perfecting the basics, in magic, the more one understands the concept of arithmetic formulas, the higher they can reach. Jae looks to the side and sees them struggling to read the book. He comments that somehow he managed to read it. Kim complains, saying she was sure she was much better at magic than her friend. Hyun says it's like the saying, a disciple must surpass their master. Ina closes the book and announces that she finally managed to read it. The protagonist tells her she worked hard and congratulates her. Ina then lowers her gaze and places the book over her face. Jae thinks she's acting strange, probably because of what happened during the simulated dungeon. Yoo-jung gets frustrated, exclaiming that she's the only one who still can't read it. People are watching. Hyun apologizes for the noise. Meanwhile, a crow is outside, watching him through the window, and then flies away. Elsewhere, at the first potion shop naming meeting, the prize is a box of potions. The students watch. Jae looks. While everyone is sitting around a table in groups, Ina says that this is harder than she thought, but they still don't have a potion shop. Kim asks if they can't just open it and mess everything up. An says that survival is the most important thing for an adventurer, and they can't let this venture go to waste, and they know that very well, and this will be a revolution. A few days ago, the protagonist is happy that he passed the magical theory test without any problems, and he can spend some time without worrying about exams. He spins his pen and says that now the only thing left, but doesn't finish his sentence and goes quiet for a moment, thinking that if he wants to get stronger, he can't hesitate, even if it costs millions of dollars. After all, to win, you must lose something, and money is indispensable in this. He says that, of course, you can't rely solely on that, and he can't lose the chance he had to turn back time. And maybe, having an idea of the future is perfect for knowing how to make money. While they are in groups sitting around the table, Hyun watches Lee and thinks that in the future, the thing that will be most valuable in the market will be potions, and if he can make that, he will make a lot of money. Then Seo walks in, irritated, opens the door, and says that he needs to keep his word and do what he promised. Jae is confused. The girl says he can't just cast some weird spell on her and disappear afterward. The protagonist remembers that subordinates and masters can track each other's locations. Kim, not understanding anything, asks what he did for this girl to talk like that. Hyun says that since she came to him, she might as well sit down because he will treat her very well. Seo gets scared and raises her hand, asking what they think about the demon heavenly potion, and continues talking non-stop. Then, Jae says subordination and makes her quiet. He thinks that he made a mistake, and that this is hell, and even a dungeon monster would give a better response. Yoojung, furious, asks why he didn't ask her. He asks what her idea is. Kim replies it's the elixir workshop, and asks what he thinks. Elixir is an alternative name for potions, created by an alchemist in the past, and he said an elixir could heal wounds and even revive the eliminated. Lee gets excited, and says that name seems appropriate if they want to promote their brand and increase its market value. The protagonist says that she saved their lives. She tells him to stop looking at her like that. Hyun gets up and says that the shop's name will be Elixir Workshop. After a while in class, a voice says that runes are a magical language. Jae is standing and says that, if interpreted better, they can be considered elements that complement a magical equation and an object that works from an arithmetic expression. It's the basics of magical theory. The instructor replies that that was amazing and that it was a great answer. Meanwhile, Hyuk is glaring at Jae. Jong says that the class ends there and they should continue making efforts. Then, the students stand up. Someone calls the instructor. Turning around, they find Jae asking about something from a magical book he borrowed. He hands her the book. Jong is surprised to see that it's a rank 4 book, which doesn't make sense, and it's difficult even for instructors to read something of that level, and wonders what his true identity is. Meanwhile, in the library, Hyun closes the book and says that it's completely blocked, thinking that even though he asked the instructor, he doubts she'll give an answer, but he needs the fundamental magical principle to read it. He stands up and leaves. The library staff takes note in the corner of the page that student Jae borrowed a rank 4 book. Elsewhere, 2 cups are on the table. The master asks why he's there ahead of time. The protagonist says that actually he needed to go as soon as possible, but he was a bit busy with a kind of academy test. The master picks up a cup to drink and asks if he wants her help to read a rank 4 book. Hyun responds yes, and thinks that creation is what they call doing magic, and destruction is the act of returning magic to its original state. Amplification is how to increase the power of magic, and he says that both the equation and the theory are hard to understand, so he can't do it alone. He thinks that until now, he's relied too much on his Odin's eye, but if he wants to get stronger, he needs to learn more about magic. Seong says she understands, but it's not like she knows what to say. Jae looks confused and asks what that means. The master replies that it's what she said, that the concept of a rank 4 book won't make any sense unless he learns it himself. So to be able to read it alone, all he needs to do is reach an A rank in magic. Hyun thinks about A rank. Seong says he came here to ask for help. She extends her hand and says that in this case, she'll give him at least one training method. The protagonist asks about the training method. The master answers yes, and that among the 3 magical concepts, what he should learn now is amplification. She asks if he's interested. Jae extends his hand and responds yes, and that if he can get stronger, he'll do anything. In the AR battle system room, Hyun is sweating, facing opponents. He stares intently and activates his magic arrow ability to attack his opponents. However, his opponent dodges effortlessly and attacks back. Meanwhile, the protagonist is exhausted, sweating a lot, and remembers her telling him to use the magical ability repeatedly while equipped with this item. The system notifies that the item has been equipped. Gleipnir, a replica item, and all attributes are increased by 50% when tied to the user. If the knot of the tie comes undone or breaks, the attributes will return to normal. The ribbon is on the table. Jae asks if it's just an ability. The master answers that it is, and tells him to analyze the formula of this ability whenever he casts it. Hyun asks what this has to do with amplification. She replies that it's up to him to figure it out, and that a difficult ability would be hard to bring to the 4th amplification. That's why magic arrows should work. Meanwhile, the protagonist extends his hand with the ribbon and realizes that his entire body feels heavy and slow, and the system notifies that the user's attributes temporarily dropped by 50%. Jae thinks this is worse than he imagined. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Kim asks if he's really okay. The protagonist responds that yes, Yoo-jung says she can detect the smell of painkillers from meters away and asks if he realizes he's living in the AR test room. Ina says it's not about overloading yourself. Hyun gets up and thanks them for worrying about him and asks if they know there's a test in 2 days and that Kim said she hasn't finished decoding yet and heard that Ina will have extra lessons if she doesn't pass this test. Yoo-jung says it's already time to go to the library. She pulls Ina and says they're going now. Jae sighs. Meanwhile, in the training room, he is crouched, breathing heavily and extremely exhausted, and the system notifies that he has perfectly completed the level 41 test. His understanding of the formula has increased significantly, and he has gained a passive skill, formula understanding. The efficiency of magic arrows has increased significantly, and this skill is leveling up, and he learned magic arrows level 2. The protagonist thinks that now he understands what amplification in the rank 4 magic book means. That amplification is the increase of an ability, in other words, leveling up. A feat that depends on how good your proficiency is with a certain skill and how deeply you understand the magic formula. He looks at the ribbon in his hand, and the ability is activated. Magic arrows shoot arrows with concentrated mana to attack the target. Jae thinks this is around the peak of rank B, or the beginning of rank A. He sweats a lot, and remembers the master saying that the concept of a rank 4 book won't make any sense unless he learns it himself. Hyun thinks that at first, they came close with the intention of using each other, but now it really feels like she's a teacher and he's a student. Elsewhere, Seok knocks on the door. The director tells him to enter. Then the instructor enters while Gu continues to look at the paper in his hand. Seok thinks that his reputation hit rock bottom because of the dungeon incident and needs to recover it, and says that the preparations for the Guild Experience event are finished. The director is interested and says that it's earlier than expected and asks if there were any issues with that thing. He answers yes, and ensured everything is fine. Gu puts the paper aside and says that everything has a use, even if it seems useless at the moment. The instructor doesn't say anything but looks nervous. Elsewhere, the protagonist is walking, messing with his phone, and continues walking, encountering trees. The surrounding area doesn't seem to have anyone. He stands there and asks if it's going to appear or if he'll have to go after it. Then, a very intense aura approaches, with a person in a hood in the middle of the aura. Hyun smiles. Then someone moves, approaching. Jae moves quickly, stepping back, defending himself, attacking, and causing a big explosion. Jae says he thinks the guy hasn't heard that his colleague went to hell last time. He notices more people approaching and thinks it's those idiots again. And for them to have come after him at the academy, he assumes Gu is behind it. The protagonist activates his ability and says they messed with the wrong person. The magic arrow's ability is activated. He immediately attacks the two, causing another explosion. He watches and is shocked, realizing this is dangerous. In the middle of an aura, he keeps looking and notices feathers falling, feeling confused. He keeps staring as a man says it's been a long time since he's seen him and calls him son. Hyun immediately activates his ability and attacks, but the man dodges easily. However, the protagonist keeps attacking. The man places his hand on his sword, still dodging, watching him, and swiftly counterattacks, causing wounds. Jae thinks he didn't even see him draw his sword and looks at the massive hole in the ground, completely confused. The man, standing away from him, says he was looking forward to seeing him after so long, but notices his personality has become much more aggressive. Hyun questions the word son and tells him to shut up, saying he never saw him as a father. The man responds that he must be in his rebellious phase and tells him to stop the nonsense, asking why he came there. His father says that the reason he's there is strange. Even if he possesses the power of prophecy, there should be a limit to how strong he can get. The father approaches and says he has a question to ask. Has the Aesir resistance contacted him? The protagonist is confused. The man says he understands, draws his sword, and swings at him. Jae moves back and defends with a barrier, but the barrier begins to crack and shatters. He thinks he wasn't even hit, but it was still incredibly strong, wondering if this is really the power of an A rank, and if he was the only one hiding his true abilities. His father comments that he's gotten stronger. Hyun wonders how he knows about the Aesir resistance, what he's been hiding, and asks if he intends to eliminate him. The man responds that he does not, and thinks that the enemy's growth rate is unbelievably fast. At this pace, he will become a major obstacle in the near future, an obstacle either to his plans or to the Aesir. He plans to use divine power to prevent the enemy's growth and says he'll only take his limbs. Then the man unleashes an intense attack, but someone steps in to defend him. When Hyun looks up, he sees a cat in a tree. The man asks if the contract between the Aesir and the Aesir resistance has been broken, or if this is just an open challenge against the great Odin. The cat responds that he has no idea what he's talking about. Hyun is shocked that a cat just spoke. The cat jumps from the tree, transforming into a girl, and says she still has business with this child. She smiles. The protagonist realizes just from her mana that she is stronger than Xiong and wonders what the hell is going on. The man asks if she really had to make things worse. The girl grins and wounds herself, letting blood drip to the ground, creating numerous hands. The man blocks with his sword. The girl says she's sure he knows this is their only chance. She attacks again. The man blocks and counters. Their attacks create a powerful gust of wind. The man says they're depending on a mere human to end a war between gods, that Loki has grown weak. The girl responds that he's also a human trying to eliminate Odin, and she sees no difference. The man sheathes his sword and says he'll leave for now, but if she gets in his way again, he will ensure she pays the price under the contract with the Aesir. The girl tells him to do whatever he wants, but if he also plans to stop her, he should remember that she can decapitate him whenever she pleases, as the contract is only between the Aesir and the Aesir resistance. There's nothing preventing the elimination of Odin's raven. The man watches, turns away, and disappears. The girl smirks, then turns to see Jay in pain. She greets him and says it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing herself as Hel's alter ego, Hela, his observer, and guide through the 5 trials. Elsewhere, the protagonist, with his shirt lifted, emitting a glow, is writhing in pain. Hela tells him that if he's curious about something, he should ask now, as she will answer what she can. Hyun asks who Min really is. The girl responds that he's not his real father, that his true name is Hugin. Hugin is one of Odin's ravens, a mystical creature that controls and feeds on the human mind to make things happen. He borrowed the power of memory manipulation from another raven, Munin, and has been lurking around him, pretending to be his father, with the sole purpose of keeping an eye on the great enemy of the prophecy. Jay asks if that man isn't his father. Hela replies that it will be easier if she shows him. She snaps her fingers and the protagonist begins recovering his locked memories. Then, a voice echoes, calling him useless. Hyun wonders if this is the house he lived in as a child. He watches as his father says he doesn't understand why someone like him was even born. Jay then recalls that his father was furious when he awakened, and that from the moment he manifested his mana, his days were filled with violence and insults. He continues seeing his memories, with his mother stepping in, her eyes filled with tears, asking why he was beating him again. The protagonist stares ahead, looking at the door, and a voice reassures him, saying it's okay. His mother embraces him, tears streaming down her face, repeating that everything is okay. Hyun watches, shocked by what he sees, finding himself facing a coffin and a portrait of his father. He says he can't breathe, not because of the thick smoke, but because he feels like he's forgotten something he never should have. He then remembers his father handing him an ice cream, his mother scolding him because it was too sweet. But as a child, he didn't understand anything. He was just happy to have received it. His father carried him on his shoulders. Tears fall down his face, and he can't comprehend why he forgot. Then, all the locked information is restored. Meanwhile, he remains kneeling, crying uncontrollably. Hela tells him he has been freed from memory manipulation. With his hands on the ground, the protagonist asks why he did this. The girl replies that it's because he was born as the great enemy of the prophecy. Jay struggles to understand and asks what all these things mean and why they are making his life a living hell. Hela is silent for a moment before explaining that 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok occurred. That was when everything began. Ragnarok, the final chapter of the gods, where the story ends. Extinction. The Aesir Resistance Alliance fought hard in the War of Extinction, but lost to the Aesir gods and the army led by the Valkyries. After the war, Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live under one condition: a contract. A document acknowledged that the Aesir resistance lost in Ragnarok. From that point on, the Aesir resistance was forbidden from harming the Aesir gods in any way and had to remain obedient to the supreme Odin. This contract reinforced Odin's authority. Many existences across different worlds suffered because of it and cried in despair. But then, the 3 sisters of Norn made a prophecy that in 10,000 years, when the second extinction arrives, the weakest being will bring down Odin and Asgard and open a new world. And the great enemy of that prophecy is Jay, him, their hope. The protagonist realizes they intend to use him to eliminate Odin and asks if that's her plan. The girl confirms. Jay asks what Odin's plan is and what he gains from all of this. Hela answers, the peak of the 9 realms. Hyun considers the air. The girl continues, explaining that Odin wants to hold all 9 realms in his grasp, including Midgard, the world of humans. Elsewhere, amidst countless white birds flying, a god says it's frustrating to have to deal with some insignificant being just because of a prophecy. A voice responds that he is merely a human and cannot compare to them. Even the seed of the great tree cannot grow if it is destroyed. The god declares that the Aesir resistance is determined, and they cannot show weakness in such a crucial matter. He says he will temporarily grant authority, and believes Heimdall understands what that means. Heimdall smirks and says, of course, he can finally go beyond Asgard. At the academy, equipment is being set up. Hyun sits, lost in thought. Elsewhere, he asks about the peak of the 9 realms. Hela confirms it's Odin's ultimate goal and states that the worlds he has already conquered are Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim. The protagonist asks if he plans to conquer the rest with another war. The girl confirms. Jay asks why Odin hasn't eliminated him yet. Hela replies that it must be due to the power of the prophecy, something not even the gods can overcome. Hyun asks if even the gods cannot surpass it. The girl affirms, explaining that he is protected by this power, but no power lasts forever. Once the second Ragnarok begins and all restrictions vanish, she touches him and continues, saying that the power shielding him will also disappear. Then, the Aesir gods will eliminate him. She clarifies that, more accurately, he has already been eliminated once. The protagonist realizes now. His elimination before the regression was Odin's plan. They toyed with him from the beginning, destroyed his family, manipulated his memories, and made his life a living hell. Hela steps away from him and asks if he desires revenge, if he wants to avenge and protect what is important to him. She extends her hand again and tells him she will give him a challenge, aiming to turn him into the one who will eliminate Odin. A notification arrives with the main mission, the path to the elimination of a god. The user was born with the destiny of the great enemy, resistant to Odin and Asgard. The girl tells him to become strong before the end begins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, An is exercising and says his whole body is sore from this special training, and maybe he should ask Jae-sung for some fatigue potions. He bends down to search his bag, grabs a water bottle, and thinks that thanks to the special training, he successfully obtained an S-rank ability, but it is still too hard on his body. Hoyeon is deep in thought and remembers the protagonist, thinking that Jae is at a much higher level than him, and that he is still far from being strong enough to defeat him in the Meals Academy Festival. He sighs and says he will train a little more. Then, something happens. An announcement states that the director wishes to see student An, and that he should go to the director's office. Hoyeon is puzzled. Meanwhile, in the office, the director is on the phone, saying that as soon as they get rid of the lower-ranked students, the support will go to all the higher-ranked students, and he is sure he can handle the rest as a congressman. The man on the other end replies that things got too out of control in the dungeon to be able to do that, and the headquarters for raider management will move soon. Gu thinks that he does not understand and wonders if it is time to get rid of him. He says they are nothing but the nation's dogs, and that he has already finished the preparations. The man does not quite understand and asks about the preparations. The director says it is simple and explains that in a few days, during the guild experience event they are preparing, they will open a portal artificially. The man says that he will handle things without getting directly involved. Gu says he understood quickly and asks what he thinks. The man replies that he is in and says he will send the nation's aid funds to Mila's, as they discussed last time, and now wants to talk about the details of the plan. The director replies that, of course, it will be as he wishes. An is about to knock on the door but hesitates, remembering the protagonist saying that it is probably just a problem with the subspace or that someone interfered. He thinks he understands now and knows who invaded his mind on the day of the new student's hunt and who caused the incident in the mock dungeon. He gets nervous, grips the doorknob, stares at it, and closes his eyes. He thinks it is better not to act recklessly and that this problem is not something he can solve alone. Then he knocks on the door and says it is him. Gu tells him to enter. Hoyeon steps in, thinking that he needs people he can trust. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the girls are sitting. Ina is asleep, Kim is lost in thought, and Hyuk is paying attention to the lesson while Jae spins his pen, lost in thought, remembering Hela saying that by now, Odin must know he has been in contact with the Aesir resistance, meaning that Ragnarok may happen sooner than planned. Then, the instructor says that is all for today, and has an announcement, waking up the sleepy students. They wake up. Hyun realizes it is time for the next event. Jong says she already announced that the guild experience will take place in 3 days, and this event will be a great opportunity for everyone to see how guilds work and hunt monsters. She adds that it was specially prepared by the director for them. Jae thinks that sounds unlikely, remembering that before his regression, he was sent to an E-rank guild and just sat on a couch doing nothing before leaving. Now, thanks to his achievements, he can go wherever he wants. He thinks the Neptune Guild would be the best choice, and would like to see the guild that was Korea's #1 before his regression. The instructor says that some students have been named on the priority list. The guild priority list is when a guild offers an experience to a student they covet, and if the student accepts, they are awarded a special place. Hyun thinks that cannot be. Jung announces that students Jae, Aina, Kim, and 3 others were chosen by the Lotus Guild, and student Hyuk was chosen by another guild. Yoo-jung is surprised and asks, "Lotus?" The protagonist remembers the guildmaster saying that it is important for a guild to recognize potential and realizes that is why she asked who the most talented students were. The instructor tells them to make their decision by midnight and submit their files. The students stand up. Kim is super excited and says she's going to join the Yusungun Guild and feels like she's dreaming. Hyun sighs, thinking that An was probably called too. Then, the 3 of them hear something and become alert. Yoo-jung asks if it's a message for all 3 of them at the same time. They check their phones and see a message from An, saying it's an emergency, and they need to go to the Jaesang workshop immediately. However, at the workshop, they are seated. Kim says that, in other words, the director wants to eliminate all low-ranked students with poor grades during the guild experience period for the sake of the awakened students. Hoyeon confirms that's exactly it. Lee says his problem with corruption is evident every year. Ina says this is too much, playing with people's lives. The protagonist thinks that the guild experience is a much more dangerous event than he had imagined. In his past life, they said some students were eliminated due to an accident. An says they are the only ones who know about this, meaning they are the only ones who can prevent this tragedy. Jae crosses his arms, thinking that they can't jump to conclusions, as acting rashly might get them eliminated. Hoyeon says he can't pretend he doesn't know when the lives of the students are at stake. Hyun thinks it's noble to want to help others, but they need to distinguish bravery from recklessness. Kim, deep in thought, stands up and asks if now is the time to hesitate, saying that the lives of other students are on the line. Lee agrees and says it's scary, but he'll do whatever it takes to help if he can.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.